had a really crazy situation when I was shopping at Walmart just a few weeks ago. I went there sort of late at night to buy a couple of things. I didn't really want to go, but I knew that I would be busy the next day. So I drove to the Walmart, which thankfully isn't too far from my place. I parked my car in the parking lot, which was more empty than I was expecting. I parked sort of on the side, but still in front of the store. I got out of my car and walked through the parking lot to go in. And when I did, I noticed that there was this one random car parked a little closer to the store than I was, and I passed it by. There were at least 3 people inside of the car, and it was running. But aside from that, I didn't really pay much attention. I went inside of Walmart and walked around the store shopping and getting the things that I needed. It was really dead inside, and so I was able to shop pretty quickly. It probably took me less than 5 minutes to get everything that I needed. Then I went up to a self-checkout, paid for everything, and left. So I walked out of the Walmart to go back to my car at this point. Not long after I made it out of the store, I noticed something. There was a man at my car, and the passenger side door was open. He was looking inside of my vehicle. I didn't know how this happened or why, but I quickly started running over to my car. I yelled at the man, saying that was my car. When I got about halfway there, he suddenly stopped and looked at me. Then he took off running in another direction. I reached my car and then saw the man run to the other car that had been running in the parking lot. He got inside the back seat and the car quickly squealed away. Now I went around and got into my car. I looked over and saw that my glove box as well as the center console were open. There were random things on the floor and passenger seat which had been in them, but I didn't really have anything that valuable in my car, which was good. So I got inside and was about to call the police when I heard a noise from behind me. I looked, and there was another man in the back seat of my car on the passenger side. He was ducked down and almost hidden from my sight. When I saw him, I quickly opened my door and left my car. I ran all the way to the Walmart front doors and then called the police. I watched my car from there, and at first, the man didn't get out. Then, after maybe a minute, he opened up the back door and sprinted away to the side of the Walmart building and out of my view. At that point, I walked back out of the Walmart and went to my car again. This time, I got in, checked it for any more people, and luckily there was no one else. Then I locked the doors and waited for the cops to get there. In the meantime, when I was waiting, I was constantly looking around. I noticed at the side of the parking lot, I saw the guy again. He was really far away and walking. Then, the car which I had seen before entered the parking lot going really fast. It then stopped, and the man who had been inside my car got inside of it. The car then sped away, once more screeching the tires when it left. After that, they quickly went out of sight. The police arrived just a few moments later. I told them everything I could, giving a description of the man as well as their vehicle. After that, I went home. I don't know if those men were ever located. For some background to this story, I'm a female. This happened when I went to Target last year to do some shopping. I was going to be getting quite a few things. I went to Target maybe once a week on average and got groceries and other stuff. Sometimes I would spend a long time there, and it's been one of my favorite stores for a long time. I went there one night after work, and it was maybe 7 p.m. or so. I was shopping around, getting a lot of the normal things that I usually did. At one point, I was sort of in the middle of the store. It was at the start of the clothing section, but also near some aisles with other things like games and sporting goods. It was at that moment when this man approached me. He said hi, and then said that he had to show me something funny. He said to follow him quick. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I did follow him. I left my cart and we only went like one aisle just around the corner. He showed me some Lego product on the shelf and made a joke about it, but I didn't really understand it. I don't even remember exactly what he said, but overall I was just kind of confused. I just know that I laughed to be nice, and it was kind of awkward. Then the guy said that's all and he told me to have a good night. So I walked back over to my cart and then continued with what I was doing. I didn't really think much of the interaction after that. I would say I spent maybe 10 more minutes inside the Target shopping. Then I checked out and left. I got back to my house and then unpacked everything that I got. At this time, I lived in a smaller house by myself. So that very same night, after I went to bed, I woke up sometime. I'm a really light sleeper, so I didn't really know what woke me at first, but I just knew that it was a little bit after midnight. I was going to just go right back to bed, but then I heard a noise coming from the other room. That made me completely awake and more alert. I listened to the noise and couldn't tell what exactly it was at first. I was so curious, so I got up and left my bedroom. Then I moved towards the back of the house where the living room was. That's where the noise was coming from, and right when I entered the room, I saw someone at the window. I couldn't tell any details about them, but could just see that someone was right outside the window. I stopped where I was, just about a step into the room, and I didn't go any farther in. Then I saw that there appeared to be another guy at my back door. 2 people were outside of my house. To me, it seemed like the noise was actually coming from the back door area. It wasn't very loud, and I didn't really know what exactly they were doing. I ran out of the room and into a small closet in my hallway. I decided to hide in there, and then I called the police on my cell phone. I said that I thought 2 people were possibly trying to break in. Now, I didn't turn on any lights or anything when I got up, so I don't think the men knew that I was awake. As I was hiding in the closet, I realized that. I considered leaving the closet to turn on a light and see if that would cause the men to leave my property, but I couldn't gather up the courage to do so. I was hidden in the closet and did not want to get out. Inside of it though, I could barely hear the noises. If I was completely still, I could just sort of hear them. They seemed to come and go, and that went on for the next several minutes, but the police ended up getting there much faster than I thought they would. Probably 5 minutes after I made the 911 call, I heard more louder noises. At first, I was scared by it, until I realized that the people talking were police. I left the closet at that point, and realized that nobody had broken in. After that, I went to the window and saw the police with 2 men. It was at that point that I recognized one of the guys. He was the man that talked to me earlier that same night when I was at Target. I was really confused as to what was going on. The police told me that the men appeared to be attempting to break into my house. I told them how I had seen one of the guys at Target and stuff. There was a whole investigation done, and I found out some shocking details. An AirTag was found inside of my purse. It had been in my shopping cart when I was at Target. The first guy must have distracted me, while the other guy put the AirTag inside of my purse. Why they chose me, I don't know, but I'm really glad that I woke up so easily and called the police before the men were able to get inside of my house. Years ago, I worked at a Walmart. I worked there for about 6 months, and I would mostly work late at night stocking shelves. So one time, I started working at like 10 p.m. when the store was still open. Of course, most of the customers were gone by then, and things were pretty quiet. However, there were still a few people shopping here and there. I was in the grocery department stocking one of the back shelves. I was by myself, and no other employees or customers were in the general area. After a while of this, I saw this one guy start to enter the aisle though. I had heard him walking into the aisle, so I looked over and then I saw the guy. He was standing at the very end of the aisle, just looking at me. And the strange part was that the man was wearing a ski mask over his face. It still had a tag on it, so I figured that he took it from somewhere else inside the store where we sold them. After looking over at him, I looked back to what I was doing, but I could tell that the man was still standing there and looking at me. It was kind of weird, and this went on for probably over a minute. Then, finally, I felt the man approaching. I looked and saw him walking towards me. When he got closer, he asked me if I could show him where the beans were. I just ignored the ski mask and I said yes, I could show him. So the man followed me as I walked 3 aisles over to where the beans were. I told the man that just about every kind of bean was in that aisle. He said thank you and then walked into the aisle. Then I went back to where I had been before. I thought that it was strange for the guy to just be wearing a ski mask in a Walmart, but it was Walmart after all, so not that strange, I guess. I just went back to work, continuing what I had been doing before. Well, for the rest of my shift that night, things went by pretty smoothly. The store closed not long after my interaction with the guy, and I was assuming that he left after that as well. I did not see him for the rest of my shift either. So after work that day, I drove back to my apartment and then went to sleep. Obviously, with working overnight hours, my sleeping schedule was odd. When I woke up, I remembered that I was going to get something to eat. I was going to leave my place, but as soon as I opened the door to go into the hallway, I saw something. On the floor, directly in front of my door, was a bunch of beans. There were cans of baked beans from various brands, as well as cans of green beans, and then bags of kidney beans and pinto beans. I remembered the masked man who asked me to show him where the beans were. Was this a joke? It certainly was not one of my friends, because even with the mask, I would have known. But how would this person know where I lived? I told my friends about it, and nobody confessed. To this day, I never found out. It's kind of creepy, but also sort of funny. One Saturday morning a few years ago, I went shopping at Target. That was kind of my routine. I would go shopping every Saturday morning at about 8 or 9 o'clock and get groceries and the things that I needed for the week. I would usually get most of the same things, and at that time the store was generally not busy yet. So on this particular Saturday morning, it was like any other. I drove to Target, which was only like 5 minutes away, went inside and started shopping. Like usual, the store was not that busy. I was inside for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, getting everything that I needed. Then I checked out and left. I walked back to my car in the parking lot, got inside, and drove home. Nothing about the experience stood out to me in any way. However, several hours after arriving back home, something strange happened. I got this notification on my phone from Instagram. It said somebody had tagged me in their post. However, the username was one that I had never heard of before. It was like random words and then numbers that didn't really make sense. I looked at the post, and it was a few slides of pictures and then a video. They were all of me at Target earlier that morning. A few were of me inside the store. None were really that great of quality, and I was partly obstructed by an aisle in some of them, so this person may have sort of been hiding. Then there was a video of me walking in the parking lot to my car. The video appeared to have been taken from inside another vehicle and slightly zoomed in. When I saw this, I instantly felt very creeped out. I did not know who had done this or why. I looked at the user, and it was their only post. They were not following anybody and had 0 followers. It was like they created their account just to post that. I didn't know what to do. Later on, I wanted to figure it out, so I went back to Instagram, but it was all gone. The post and user and everything had been deleted. I was so creeped out. I never ended up finding out who did it or why. After that, I changed my routine for a while. Whoever did that could have known that I shopped at Target at around the same time every Saturday morning, and I hadn't noticed anything strange because they seemed to have been sort of hiding. It's fairly easy to film someone with a phone and not look too suspicious. I'm just glad that nothing else creepy happened after that. Still, I wonder about it sometimes who did it. I'm a former Walmart employee. This is something that happened back when I was 17 years old. I had just gotten my first job ever, and I was working as a cashier at Walmart. It was not something that I really particularly enjoyed, but I was just really happy to finally have a job. I could earn my own money, so I didn't mind working there. Probably about a month into my time there is when this happened. I was working until 9:30 one night, which was the latest that I was allowed to work. I remember that things went by pretty well. It had become a quiet night. Soon, I noticed a woman approaching my register. She was just buying a bottle of water. The woman appeared to be about 40 or so, and she said hi to me. I said hi and asked her how she was doing. I remember that she called me cute, and then kind of started flirting with me. I was really surprised by this. I mean, I was like 20 years younger than her, and at first, I thought maybe she was just being nice. But then, she asked me what I was doing after work. I told her that I was going home and going to bed. The woman actually asked me if I wanted to hang out with her instead. I said no, I didn't think that would be a good idea, because I had school the next day. She laughed and told me to loosen up. I felt really awkward, and was still surprised by this whole situation. She then asked me for my phone number, but I claimed that I didn't have a phone then. I didn't know what else to say. So finally, the woman said that she would see me later and then walked away. I was glad that she was gone. I continued to work after that and only had a few more customers in my checkout lane. Then, at 9:30, I was done. I left my check lane, clocked out, and then left the store. During this time, I drove one of my parents' old cars to and from work and school. So after I left the store, I headed out to my car parked towards the back of the parking lot. As I was walking through the parking lot, I noticed that a car was running and parked just a few spaces away from mine. I got closer and saw that a man was in the driver's seat and the same woman that had talked to me before was in the passenger seat. I just had a bad feeling about it. I didn't know for sure, but I was afraid that they were waiting for me or something. I thought that maybe I might get followed home. So I decided not to go inside of my car and drive away just yet. Instead, I decided to go back inside of Walmart. By now, I was maybe 20 feet from my car. I turned around and started to walk back. When I did, I guess the man and woman started driving, but I didn't notice at first. Soon, I realized that there was a car approaching me from behind. I looked and expected it to pass me by. It was the man and woman, and when they got even with me, they stopped and rolled down their window. The woman then asked me if I needed a ride. I said no thanks. She said they could easily drive me any place I needed. I didn't say anything and just started running back for the inside of Walmart. I was able to make it in and then stood just inside of the doors. Their cars seemed to drive away and go out of sight, but then I saw it at the back side of the parking lot. Soon it circled back around and passed right by me at the front of the store. I continued to watch, and they appeared to just be driving around the parking lot. This went on for maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I really didn't know what to do. I was about to call my parents and ask them to come and meet me here or something. But finally, at last, I saw their car leave the parking lot. I remained inside of Walmart and kept watching for another 5 minutes or so, just making sure that they wouldn't come back. Then, I very carefully walked out to my car and got inside. I was able to drive home without a problem. After that experience, I worked at the Walmart for another 2 months. In that time, I never noticed seeing that woman again, and I'm really glad that I didn't. But still, I can't help but wonder what she was trying to do. It was all very strange. I used to work at Target a couple of years ago. I worked inside the store on the sales floor and mostly on the grocery side. During this time, I was a part-time employee and I worked maybe 20 to 30 hours a week. One night, I was working a pretty standard shift for me. It was from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. When it started, things were kind of busy. I would move all around one side of the store and do whatever I needed to, mainly stock shelves or organize things. I also answered customer questions and told them where certain items were if they wanted to know. I'd been working there for about 6 months at the time, and I knew the store like the back of my hand. So fast forward to about 9:30 p.m. or so that night. By then, the store had become very quiet. We were open until 11 p.m. back then, so we were not about to close, but it was still very quiet. Many of my coworkers had left, and the overnight team was beginning to arrive. On the grocery side, though, it was easy to stay busy. That side always had more shoppers, so it required more attention. All of the employees at Target carry a walkie-talkie for communication. I heard somebody say my name on the walkie, and I responded to them. I wasn't sure who it was, but they told me to go to the next channel, so I did. I was used to people calling me on there, and had received several calls earlier in the night. When you got a call on the walkie, usually it was anything from taking your break to being needed in another section of the store. As I was flipping to the next channel, I was wondering who it was that was calling me. After changing channels, I announced that I was there. At first, I heard nothing at all. Then, after a few seconds, I heard this creepy-sounding laugh. It went on, and I spoke again, asking who it was that was talking to me. They didn't answer, though, and just kept laughing. Once more, I asked who it was, but was starting to suspect that it was a joke. Then they stopped laughing and said my name. It was a man speaking in a very deep voice, like he was trying to disguise it. He said that he was waiting for me in the parking lot. I laughed a little, assuming that it was somebody just messing around. After all, most of us were just about done for the night. I still couldn't figure out who it was, though. I kept working, and pretty soon was done and could clock out. I went into the employee-only area, got my things, and then left the store. Now, the parking lot was very quiet. Most of the cars belonged to employees and were parked towards the middle. Then there was my car, parked near the way back corner. It had been very busy when I arrived. So when I was walking out to my car and about halfway there, I noticed one other car parked near mine. It was a few rows over and to the left, at least 100 feet away, but the engine was running. When I reached my vehicle and was just a few feet from it, I noticed the car starting to drive. I really wasn't thinking anything of it until it began heading in my direction. And not only that, but it started going really fast. I didn't recognize the car as belonging to anybody that I knew. It quickly drove closer and I got inside of my car and locked the door. Then the car parked in the space next to mine, but going in the opposite direction. I looked over, but the window was really tinted and I couldn't really see in. It was at that moment that I remembered what the person had said to me on the walkie. Was that not a joke? I sort of had a bad feeling about this. Still, I figured that I would just drive home, and I hoped that whoever this was would not follow me. As soon as I started to pull away though, the car started driving and turned around. I then realized that's exactly what was going on. I turned and started heading back towards Target. I didn't want to drive home being followed. I drove back towards the front middle of the parking lot and closer to the store. This was where most of the other cars were parked and scattered around. I parked in between two other cars that were parked already. The car that was following me drove closer, but then parked across and a little ways back. Now it was maybe 50 feet away from me. Then I got out of my car and walked extremely fast for the entrance of Target. I looked back briefly and saw that the car was still running, but nobody got out. That made me feel a little bit better. After I made it inside Target, I saw one of my coworkers who I knew walking by, and I told him about what happened. We both decided to look and see if the car was still there. After making it to the entrance doors, we looked out and I pointed to the car. We watched it, and then something surprising happened. It pulled out of the parking space that it had backed into. Then it slowly drove up the aisle and out of sight. The car had finally left. I then left Target once more and headed for my vehicle. I walked quickly and made it inside. Then I started the engine and backed out. But after I backed out, I was going to drive down the normal way that I usually left. But it was then that I saw a car in the far distance coming from the corner of the parking lot opposite to me. It was headed in my direction, and I was pretty sure that it was the same car. I scrambled to turn my car to face the other direction. The car was still really far away from me, but it was getting closer. Then I quickly drove out of the lesser-used back exit of Target. This road led to another quieter road that went behind another store that was nearby. I think that it was a sporting goods store, and after I went on the road, I went into the parking lot. From there, I drove all the way around the sporting goods store and parked on the side of it. I knew that the car following me would have no way of knowing that I was there. It probably assumed that I just tried to get back on the highway. I waited there, just hoping that I would not see headlights coming around the corner. Several minutes went by, and thankfully, I didn't. Then I was finally able to leave and go home. After that experience, nothing like that happened while working at Target. I don't know who it was that was talking to me that night on the walkie. It was very possible to get on our frequency, even if you were in the parking lot. I just don't know who would do it, or why. This happened in the year 2000. My name is Vanessa, and I remember that one day, I went to my local Walmart to do some shopping. I would go to several different stores in the area back then, but for whatever reason on this day I chose Walmart. I believe that it was a Saturday morning. After parking my car, I walked inside of the store, and I remember that I was not inside for that long. I think it was maybe 10 minutes at most. Now, I don't recall what exactly I bought there. It wasn't grocery shopping, but I was probably getting some random household item or items. Anyways, after checking out, I left the store. Things were not really that busy, and I walked back to my vehicle. I had parked on one side of the Walmart. Back then, I believe there was only one entrance, and the stores weren't quite as big as they are today. So my car was about halfway back, a little bit to the right of the doors. When I was almost at my vehicle, I saw that there was another car now parked next to mine. I didn't really think much of it at all. As I got closer though, I noticed that there was a driver inside the car that was parked next to mine. It was a man, and the engine of his car was running. I got inside of my car and went to start my engine. It was at that point when I noticed the man rolling down his window. Then he sort of waved at me and motioned for me to roll down my window. I don't recall in great detail what the man looked like, but I do know that he was wearing sunglasses and he had sort of spike bleached blonde hair. That was popular back then. So I rolled down my window because I was curious as to what the guy wanted. The guy then asked me for directions to my house. I laughed and figured that he was joking. Something about the guy kind of gave me a bad feeling though. I rolled my window back up, and as I was doing so, I heard him start to say some more things. But I didn't hear what, and didn't bother to roll my window back down to have him repeat himself. Then I started to back out and leave. As soon as I started driving away though, the man started to drive after me. I was hoping and thinking that he would drive in another direction, but as soon as I left the Walmart parking lot and went back onto the road, the man followed. Still, I didn't know how far he would be driving behind me. It could have been just a coincidence. I continued with my route to get home. It would take me maybe 10 minutes. As I kept driving though, I noticed that the man stayed right on my tail the entire time. The roads were not really too busy, so that allowed him to easily keep up with me. I made it almost all the way back to my house. When I pulled onto my street, the man did the same. I realized then that he was going to follow me wherever I went. Now, this was before I had a cell phone, and I didn't know where the nearest police station was. So I looped around my street and then went back to a busier road. At first, I didn't really know where I was going to go, but I had the idea to go to a busy place with lots of other people. Then I would feel safer. So I decided to just go right back to the Walmart where I had been. The man continued to follow me in his car the entire way there. Eventually, I pulled back into the parking lot. This time though, instead of parking towards the back or middle where I had been before, I drove to the front. There were far less parking spaces closer to the store, but I got lucky and saw that there was one open space. I pulled into the space, and now there were cars on both sides of me. This did not allow the man to park next to me. Instead, he was in his car behind mine and kind of blocking the lane between parking spaces. I turned my car off and got out. Then I ran towards the front of Walmart. I saw a man that was also walking in, and I told him that I was being followed. I pointed to the other guy in the car. When the guy who had been following me saw this, he started to drive his car away in another direction. I got to the doors of Walmart and noticed the man drive towards the back and then park there. Then I went inside of the store and walked over to the customer service area. There, I asked them if I could use a phone to call the police. I told the employee my situation, and she let me use the phone. I called the police and then waited inside the store for them to arrive. When they did, I met them out front. Unfortunately, though, the man was now gone. I gave a description of the vehicle as well as the man, but I did not get the license plate number or anything. It was also good news, though, that the man was now gone. That allowed me to go back home. So after talking with police and Walmart employees for a while longer, I left. After that, I never saw the man again. Last week, I went to Target after the gym just to get some milk. It was a weekday morning and probably like 11 a.m. I went to the Target not that far away from my apartment and went inside. I walked straight for the grocery department, which was at the far other end of the store. Things didn't seem all that busy at first. When I got to the groceries, I found the milk, took one, and then walked up to the checkout. When I got near the check lanes, I saw that there was a very long line. I was kind of surprised because the store wasn't even that busy, but there was nothing that I could do. I waited in line and things moved slowly. After probably 5 minutes or so of waiting, finally it was my turn at one of the self-check lanes. It didn't take me long at all to pay for the milk, and then I was on my way and left the store. I walked to my car that was at the back of the parking lot and got inside. It was then that I saw I had a new text message on my phone from a number not familiar to me. I opened it up and saw a picture of myself waiting in line inside Target, taken just minutes earlier. It was taken from near the exit doors and kind of zoomed in. I thought it must be from one of my friends, and they were playing a joke on me or something. I had gotten a new phone not that long before this, so it must have been why I didn't recognize the number. I was thinking of which friend it would be that would go there. When I was inside, I definitely hadn't seen anybody that I knew or recognized. I texted back, asking who it was. Whoever had sent me the text responded pretty quickly. So fast that I saw it before I even put my phone down. It said in all caps, "Your stalker." Obviously, this still seemed like a joke to me. I replied something like, LOL, and then I set my phone down to drive home. I went back to my apartment, which is a 4-story building with a large parking lot. When I arrived back, I saw that I had a new text, and I looked at it before getting out of my car. The text said, "No, really." I responded again by asking who this was that was texting me. They responded very quickly once more, but it was a picture. I looked at it and saw that it was of the back of my car. I looked behind me in the parking lot and saw a car parked directly behind me in the other row. I could see somebody in the driver's seat but couldn't make out any details. Whoever it was appeared to be wearing a hat and sunglasses. I didn't recognize them or the car as anybody that I knew though. By now, I was really creeped out, and I was afraid to go inside my apartment. Maybe whoever it was would try to follow me inside. I blocked the number, and then backed out of my parking space and started driving away. I hadn't noticed the car following me to my apartment at all, but I now noticed it following me out of the parking lot. When I left my apartment complex, I merged onto a busier road. There were lots of cars going both ways. The car behind me followed as I drove a little ways down. I came up to a flashing yellow arrow to turn left, and I got in the left turn lane. Traffic was thick, and cars were coming non-stop, so I was unable to turn immediately. Then, finally, when the light turned to a solid yellow, I had an opportunity to go. But I waited until the very last moment, when the cars were starting to come from the opposite direction. By the time I went, the car behind me couldn't go and was stuck at the light. I was able to get away for a few minutes, and I drove right back to my apartment complex. This time, when I got there, I parked on the other side of the parking lot. Then, I quickly went inside. I didn't even bother to look out the window to the parking lot to see if the person came back. But after that, I didn't receive any more strange texts. I haven't seen them since either. I live by myself in an apartment, which just happens to be very close to a Walmart. It's easy to go out and get my shopping done because it's less than a mile away. All I have to do is leave my apartment complex parking lot and drive for less than a minute down a busier street. Then I pull into the parking lot. Because of this, I've gone to that particular Walmart many times since moving into my place a little over a year ago. This story happened about 2 months back. It was probably like 8 or 9 at night. I'm not really sure exactly, but I was realizing that I needed to go grocery shopping because I was out of a lot of things. I planned to just go the next day, but I then remembered that I would be busy for most of it. I made the decision then that I would just get it over with and go shopping right now. It wouldn't take too long, maybe about 30 minutes. The Walmart was so close anyways. So I left my apartment and walked out to my car. My apartment complex has several large buildings and a large parking lot in the middle. After I got into my car, I drove the probably 2 minutes that it took to arrive at the Walmart. On this night, things seemed very quiet. The parking lot wasn't too full, and when I got inside the store, things were calm. There were other customers, but not a whole lot. I got a cart and walked around the aisles, trying to remember everything that I needed to buy. I always forget to make shopping lists, and that causes me to go all around the store sometimes. Finally, after probably 20 or 30 minutes, I had everything that I needed. It was maybe like 10 items, and I then headed up to the check lanes. I used the self-checkout and then left the store with my cart full of groceries. In the entire time that I was inside the store shopping, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I walked out to my car, put the groceries inside of it, and then started driving home. A car drove behind me, leaving the Walmart parking lot, and it then continued to follow me down the street. This meant absolutely nothing until the car turned into my apartment complex with me. It still was not that big of a deal, and I figured that they lived there too. The car was a smaller and older looking sedan, but I couldn't tell you the exact make or model. I'm no car expert. I found a parking space near my building and then parked. The parking lot is basically a free-for-all. There's no documentation required or anything, and luckily the parking lot's never full. I noticed that the car that had been driving behind me parked near where I did, but across on the other side facing another building. Meanwhile, I was facing my building. I hadn't seen the car before, but I also never really paid that much attention. After I got out, I took all 3 of my Walmart bags that I had and started to head inside my apartment building. As I did so, I heard footsteps behind me, coming from the guy who was driving the other vehicle. I had assumed that he would have gone into the other building. Now it was apparent that he was going into mine. He sped up a little bit as I got closer to my door. Now, I always went in the side door that was right by the stairs. I used it because it was faster than taking the front door and walking down the hall to the stairs or waiting for the elevator. I found it a little bit strange that this guy was also going to the door. Most other people walked in the front. By the time I reached the side door, he was only like 5 feet behind me. I did get a little bit suspicious, but this man probably lived here, although I had never seen him before. He wore shorts, a dark gray sweatshirt with the hood up, and was carrying a Walmart bag. I didn't really want to let him in, but I didn't even know half the people that lived in my building, so I figured that he lived there, and I did let him in. I held the door for like a second extra as he walked in after me. I was hoping that he would walk for the hallway on the first floor as I went up the stairs to my apartment. But no, he went up the stairs after me. The building had 4 floors, and I was on the second. When I got there, I opened the door and headed down the hallway, and the man behind me did the same. By this point, I was feeling really suspicious, but also telling myself that this was just a coincidence. I soon made it to my door, which was the second one on the left, not too far down the hallway. There was a door directly across from me on the other side of the hallway as well. As I got to my door, I took out my keys to unlock it, and the man walked to the door across the hall. I looked over my shoulder and saw the man facing my neighbor's door across the hallway and pulling out his phone. I felt relief and assumed that he was my neighbor's friend or something. Then I opened up my door and went inside. The first thing that I did after entering was walk to my kitchen counter and put the 3 grocery bags on top of it. Literally right after I set them all down, I heard my apartment door start to open. I looked over and saw the man walking right in. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Out of instincts, I ran for the nearest room, which was a bathroom only a few feet away. I was able to get inside and close and lock the door. The man seemed to be right inside my apartment, and I yelled at him to leave now or I was going to call the police. He didn't say anything back to me though. I hoped that he wouldn't try to enter the bathroom, and luckily he didn't. He just stood right inside the doorway for a while, and I heard him lock my front door. Then he moved into the kitchen area and then the living room. I wanted to leave, but I didn't think that man was far enough away. I didn't know if he would chase after me. I was wondering what he wanted and why he was in my apartment. Then it sounded like he was walking into my bedroom. When he did, I opened up the bathroom door and ran for my front door. Then I unlocked it as I heard the man walking back from my bedroom to where I was. I was able to make it outside into the hallway, and I then sprinted for the stairs. After getting downstairs, I went into the lobby and called the police. The lobby felt safe for whatever reason. It had a few tables, chairs, and the mailroom was there as well. I waited there the entire time for the police to show up, and I did not see the man at all in that time. I would guess that it took the police about 10 minutes. Soon, they appeared out front, and I ran out to let them in. I told them my unit number and waited in the lobby when they went up. But when they got up there, unfortunately, the man had left. I went back up to my apartment to see it quite messed up. The man had stolen a number of things from me. This was really frustrating, but I was okay, which was the good part, and now he was gone. I spoke with officers for about an hour and then filled out a police report. Then they left, and I was pretty scared for the rest of the night, just after what had happened. The guy didn't come back or anything though, obviously. I don't think he was ever found either. After this, I'm extremely careful now. I also haven't been back to that Walmart since. The man must have seen me shopping inside, and for whatever reason decided to follow me to my apartment. I used to shop at Target all the time, but recently I don't want to go back there, at least not to the location that I live by. Some creepy and weird things happened to me there. There's really only one Target that's close to where I live. It's been my main store for years to get just about anything. There's some other stores that I go to as well, but Target has the best variety. I've always preferred it over Walmart as well. One night, I went shopping after work. I was getting a lot of items, mainly groceries. I got a cart and began shopping around the store. It wasn't all that busy, and that made things go smoothly. After shopping for probably about 30 minutes, I was almost done. My cart had lots of items in it, and I was in the last area of the store that I would be going to, which was the cold section. The refrigerated items and the freezer items is what I would always get last. That way, they wouldn't melt by the time I got home. When I got to that section of the store, it was empty. I was the only person there. They had a freezer at the back of the store, and I was getting something from it when I saw something strange. It was like movement of some sort behind the items. This particular freezer section was up against the very back of the store leading to the back room. That's when I realized that a person was back there, behind the freezer shelves. I could see between the levels of shelves that they had, but not by much. Somebody was right behind the spot that I was at. At first, I thought it was kind of funny, but I soon realized it wasn't a Target employee. I moved down to get something else, and whoever was there seemed to move down with me. As I was examining a product, I could see that the person was wearing black, not the typical red shirt and khakis that a Target employee would wear. Then, they got closer, and I noticed that I could now see their head through the gap between the shelves. The person was wearing a black ski mask. My only thought was that this was really strange. I moved even further down, and the masked man moved down with me. He was beginning to really freak me out. He kept staring at me from the other side. Luckily for me, I only needed one more item from that aisle. I went to grab it, as the masked man stared at me. Then, as I was reaching for the product, the guy reached over and shoved the whole box of them at me. Multiple items fell onto the floor. I put them back as he disappeared into the freezer. This guy was causing problems, and I decided to tell an employee about him. I walked down a few aisles before finding somebody who worked there. I told them about the guy and how he was inside of the freezer. The employee told me that she would tell the person to leave and that they couldn't be back there. There happened to be doors leading to the back room of the store right nearby, and I watched her walk through them. About a minute later, the employee emerged again. She told me that she couldn't find anybody back there at all. Whoever had been doing that must have left. I hadn't seen anybody else come out of the doors, though. I shrugged it off and was done with my shopping, so I decided to head out. I walked up to the front and paid for everything, then left the store. About a week later, I returned. I would say that I went grocery shopping roughly once a week. I didn't have a specific day or anything like that I would go, but on average it was probably about once. This time that I went back to the Target was just like any other. I did all of my shopping in about 30 minutes or so, and then checked out with all of my items. After I left the store, I walked out to my car and unloaded the groceries into it. Then I started driving home. This particular Target has several other businesses around it, like just past the parking lot. There was also a few trees and bushes around for scenery. As I was driving away, leaving the parking lot, I was driving between some other businesses and the Target parking lot going to a connecting road. That's when I saw the same guy dressed in all black and a ski mask. He was halfway hiding behind a bush, and he popped out and looked directly at me as I drove away. I drove right past him in disbelief. This was the same guy who I had seen last time I had been at this same Target. But this time he was outside, not inside the store. It was crazy to me how I specifically saw him. Maybe he just liked to go to Target and mess with people. I really didn't know. But what I did know is that I was really weirded out by this. The way he was hiding in the bushes was concerning. Luckily, I was away from him now and on the way home. After that experience, I didn't go to Target for almost 2 weeks. When I returned, it was just another routine shopping trip, just like any other. I did my shopping like always and then left the store. It was nighttime again, and things were pretty quiet inside and outside of the Target. I had parked sort of in the middle of the parking lot, about halfway back. There were a few other cars around mine. When I got back to my car, I unloaded the groceries again and got inside. I started my engine and was just about ready to drive away. I happened to glance over at the car that was parked directly next to me to the left for no particular reason. When I glanced over, though, I noticed movement. It caught my attention, and my eyes stayed focused on it. The entire car had looked empty to me. The car was a standard-looking white sedan, and the back windows were tinted dark, but the front windows I could see through. That's when somebody emerged from the back seat, crawling over into the front passenger seat. It was a guy wearing all black and a ski mask. My jaw dropped when I saw this. He looked right at me through the windows separating us. He continued to stare at me for probably 5 seconds or so as I sat there in total shock. Then, his door started to open. I was so surprised, still from just seeing the guy, that I didn't do anything. It was like I couldn't move. After he opened the door, he stood up and reached for my driver's door. I finally came to my senses and hit the lock switch. Just moments later, the man with the mask tried opening my driver's door, which had just locked. He then leaned in very closely to my driver's window, basically pressing his face against it. I was beyond creeped out. He stared right at me, as close as he possibly could. I yelled at him to go away, but he didn't move. I put my car into reverse and then started backing out. The guy grabbed onto my car as I backed away. He was trying to stay with me, and when I had backed out and began driving, he finally let go. I saw him then run back to the car that he had been inside. I hit the gas harder to leave as soon as possible. Then I was able to make it out of the parking lot, and I quickly turned off to a busier street. After that, I quickly turned into another parking lot and then turned my lights off and parked. I watched, and several seconds later, I saw a car come out of the Target parking lot and drive quickly down the street past me. I was pretty sure that that was the guy. After the car was long gone, I was able to drive home, and I made it back okay. This wasn't all that long ago. Each of the last 3 times I went to that Target, I've seen the same man. Why is he there, and what is he doing? I really don't know. I haven't been back to that Target since. I used to work at Walmart many years ago. This was about 10 years back now, and I was much younger at the time. It was one of my first jobs, and overall it was okay. What I mostly did in my time at Walmart was to push the carts in the parking lot. This job might seem easy, but it actually got pretty tough sometimes. For one, I lived in a climate that got pretty cold, and I would be outside in the winter. But also, so many people shopped at the Walmart and used the carts that it was hard to otherwise keep up. The other workers that would push carts would always call in, and I would be stuck all by myself in the whole parking lot. At my Walmart, there was also some crazy drivers, which made pushing a bunch of carts in at once a challenge. Still, I feel like I did a pretty good job most of the time. One of the other problems that we had sometimes though was that people would not put the carts back where they belong. There were a good number of cart returns. Sometimes they would fill up and overflow, and other times people would just not put the carts back and leave them scattered around the parking lot. And even occasionally sometimes people would steal the carts. So one night I was out in the parking lot working. The weather was nice, so that was good. I was working until like 10 p.m. or something like that. At around 9 o'clock, things were pretty quiet. There were not as many customers at the store anymore, and I had just gotten the carts full again. So now I had a little more time, and I was going around the parking lot and getting the stray carts. I collected several from one side of the lot and then went to the other. When I was at the east side of the lot, which was generally the quieter side, I saw a man pushing a cart. However, the cart that the man was pushing was empty, and he was at the far back corner of the parking lot starting to go off the property. I was wondering if he was going to steal the cart. He didn't look homeless at all or anything, and again, nothing was in the cart, so I wasn't sure what he was doing. I started to walk over towards the man. He kept going and was soon off of our property. He went into a parking lot that was next to ours for some other business that was closed by now. In that parking lot, it was almost completely empty, but there were a few cars scattered around. There was also a U-Haul type truck that was parked there. The man kept going towards the truck. When I had finally caught up to him, I called out to the man. I asked him what he was doing with the cart. The man completely ignored me and kept going. When he made it to the truck, another man got out from the driver's seat of it. He met the other guy, and then right in front of me, as if I wasn't even there, they went around and opened the back of the truck. I asked what was going on, and the men glanced over at me, but I was once again ignored. Then they lifted the cart into the truck, which I could see had some other junk in it. After that, I yelled at them to stop and said that they couldn't do that. The men looked over, but still ignored me. I was angry now and felt disrespected. I started walking over to them, and they shut the door to the back of the truck, and then started walking to the front of it. I got in their way, and they kind of shoved me. When this happened, I thought about trying to fight them, but I thought better of it. I went back to the other end of the truck, and then tried to open the back door to get the cart, but it was locked. Then they started to reverse the truck, nearly hitting me, and I just barely got out of the way on time. They quickly drove off and were gone. It was very weird. I didn't know what on earth had just happened. I went back to the Walmart and just kept getting carts after that. When my shift was over, I reported the stolen cart to my boss, who said, "Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Tonight you lost." Something about the guys who stole the carts, though, seemed really strange. How did they just completely ignore me? And why did they even want to steal a shopping cart in the first place? For the most part, though, I decided to forget it. I kept on working at Walmart. A few nights later, though, I was working again. It became another quiet night similar to the one before. I was walking around the parking lot and collecting carts towards the end of my shift again. Then I saw that same type of U-Haul truck. Of course, I didn't know for sure if this was the same one as before or not. There are probably many trucks that look just like that around. Still, I was curious. The truck was parked in the far back corner of the parking lot at the end row pretty much by itself. As I walked over there, I decided that I would go and see. I got closer and closer and then approached the truck. I was heading for the passenger side front window. As soon as I got within maybe 5 feet, I could see the same two guys were inside. The truck suddenly took off, very quickly driving away. It was the same truck with the same guys. But what were they doing just sitting there? Were they planning to steal another shopping cart? I'm not sure. After that, I didn't see those guys again. So maybe they went to a different Walmart to steal carts from. I'm not sure, but it was pretty strange.
I worked at Target up until as recently as 6 months ago. It was a job that I had for a total of 1 year and 5 months, working in multiple departments. I started out as a cashier, but then moved to mostly the customer service area. This is something that happened towards the end of my career there. I remember it like it was yesterday, as it was still pretty recent. It was a Friday afternoon, and I was working in the customer service desk. This store was a super Target, and we had 2 entrances. The service desk was near the entrance doors, and it was at the front facing the rest of the store. Things were somewhat busy, but manageable during the first few hours. Generally, working at the service desk was pretty easy for me, and I liked it a lot better than being a cashier. At one point, a few hours into my shift, a man came in the store, and I noticed him walking directly over to me. He had a big Target bag in his hands, and I was expecting him to be making a return. The man was average height, looked to have blonde hair, but wore a hat, and wore shorts and a t-shirt. Things started out normal. He told me that he wanted to make a return, and then pulled a laptop out of his Target bag. He didn't have the box for the laptop or anything, but he did have a receipt. It was one of the laptops that we sold, and it went for about $400. The man told me that the laptop did not work as soon as he opened it, and that it must be defective or something. He said that he wanted a full refund and was upset that it didn't work, and he would buy another laptop elsewhere. He opened up the laptop and tried turning it on, showing me that it didn't work. I told the man that he could return it, but I would need to see a proof of purchase. He then took the receipt that he had and showed it to me. I asked to see it, and the man handed it over. Immediately, I could tell that the receipt was fake. Working in customer service, I saw countless receipts and dealt with many returns. Sometimes, people would try and return stuff with no proof of purchase at all. Other times, they would try to return things that we didn't even sell. It was crazy the things that some people would do, but it didn't happen very often at all. I asked the man if he had any other proof of purchase, and he started to become angry. He told me that he had a receipt and said that that should be enough. He then started to complain about the laptop being broken again. I told the man that I was having a little bit of trouble with the receipt because I could tell that it was not a real one. I pointed out some of the differences to him. Some points of information on the receipt were in the wrong areas. The man insisted that it was real though. I took my walkie and called for my boss. They would have a better understanding of how to handle this situation than I would. When I did that though, the man grabbed the laptop and quickly walked away and out of the store. When my boss got to where I was, I told him about the incident. However, the man was gone by then. We talked about it for a while, but after that, I just continued with my shift. I took a break soon and then returned back to work. By the time it was the early evening, several hours had gone by. We were always pretty busy then, and things would eventually get quieter. It was when things started to quiet down and it was getting dark outside that I saw the same man come inside the store again. He walked in the doors that were near me and made his way into the store without looking at me. But then he walked closer. A couple of minutes later, I noticed him staring at me. He was sort of behind a display that we had, and there were quite a few things that would obstruct my vision from the rest of the store. I hadn't seen him for several minutes, but I found this kind of creepy that he was looking at me. I had to ignore it though. I didn't know what the man was doing here, and if he was going to just buy something, or if he had any bad intentions of some sort. Clearly, he had just tried to scam us earlier. I went on with my work. Things only got quieter for the rest of the night until I was off at 9 p.m. At that point, I walked back to the middle of the store where the break room and employee area was. I clocked out and then left through the employee-only exit door in the middle that led out into the parking lot. I started walking to my car that was at the back center of the lot. Now, I hadn't seen the man for several hours, ever since I had spotted him staring at me about 2 hours earlier. But when I had made it within maybe 30 feet of my car, I saw the man again. He came up from behind a couple of parked cars that were across from mine and behind me closer to the store. I had heard somebody suddenly walking out into the parking lot where I was. I looked behind, and there was the man. I didn't say anything, and neither did he. He just started approaching me and walking closer. I turned and ran for my car, and was barely able to make it inside before the guy got there. He actually tried opening my driver's door. Luckily, I had locked it just in time. I didn't bother staying there to see what the man would do next. I immediately backed out and left the Target. As soon as I was on the road, I called one of my friends, who was working at the Target still at the time, to let her know what had happened. I heard back from her later that the parking lot was investigated, but the man was gone. In the rest of my time working there, I never did see him again. I wonder, though, what his intentions were. He was likely upset that I had foiled his plan, but I was just doing my job.
Last year, I went to Walmart at about 2 o'clock in the morning. I occasionally worked really late, and on this day, I worked well past 1 a.m. I needed to get groceries, and I really wasn't that sleepy yet, so I decided to stop at Walmart, knowing the store was open, but nobody would be there. I got in the store, which was in fact dead, and started to shop. I only noticed a couple of other shoppers. When I got to the back corner of the store to get yogurt, I noticed a man standing next to the shelves, just staring at me. At first, I thought maybe he knew me, but I didn't recognize him at all. He kept a completely straight face. He just wouldn't take his eyes off me. I said hi and nodded my head at him. He just kept staring. Didn't acknowledge me at all. I thought something must be wrong with him, so I got the yogurt and moved on. When I left the aisle, I heard him start to follow me. I tried my best to just ignore him. Maybe he was playing a dumb prank on me or something. I only needed about 2 more things, so I quick grabbed them and headed to the self-checkout. The man followed me all the way there, about 20 or 30 feet behind me the whole time. When I was checking out, I thought about alerting a store worker about the man, but I decided not to. I just wanted to get my stuff and go home. I finished checking out and began walking to my car. I got out of the doors of Walmart, and the man continued to follow me out into the parking lot. I increased my pace to get to my car so I could drive away. Then, the man started to full-out sprint at me. When I saw this, I ran to my car. I struggled to open the doors with bags in my hands. I finally got to the door and jumped inside. I slammed the door shut and locked it. The man reached my car and tried opening the door just a few seconds later. Now he didn't have a straight face anymore. He had a big smile which looked completely insane. He banged on my window until I quickly drove away. I have not shopped at Walmart since.
This story happened several months ago now. I'm a female for reference and went to Walmart pretty late one night. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but the store was very quiet. I was just getting about 2 or 3 items and was not going to take very long. So when I was inside of the store, there was hardly anybody else inside, just a few employees and customers here and there. I shopped for maybe 5 minutes if that, then went up to the front of the store to check out. At the self-checkouts, nobody else was really around, but there was one employee standing sort of near it. I started to walk inside, and the Walmart employee spoke. He said that all the self-checkouts were out of order and I couldn't use them. The man said he could ring me up quick and motioned for me to follow him. We walked a couple of lanes down to the checkouts, and the guy walked behind it. He was sort of short, had long light brown hair, and was kind of skinny as well. I put my items down in front of him, and he started to scan them. He asked me how my day was going, like many cashiers do. But after that, he asked me where I was going now, and I just said that I was going back home. The guy then asked me if I wanted to hang out with him, and I said no thanks. It seemed really strange for him to ask me this. He asked me if I wanted to get some food instead or something like that. Still, I said that I really had to get going. The man didn't say anything. He angrily handed me my receipt, and then I started to walk away. I found the whole interaction to be really weird and also awkward. So I left the store and then headed to my car in the parking lot. I had to go all the way to the other side of the store though, because they had closed the doors on the side that I had parked on. So after walking out, I had just about made it to my car and was maybe 20 feet away from it. That's when out of nowhere, I heard a voice behind me. I looked and saw the Walmart employee who I had just seen like a minute before. It really took me by surprise, and he seemed to come out of nowhere. He once more asked me where I was going. As I saw him walking closer to me, I quickly went to my car and got inside of it. Luckily, he didn't run over and try to get in my car or anything. I started the engine and drove away. Since that happened, I have not been back to that Walmart, or any Walmart for that matter. I'm not sure if that guy was off work when he did that or what, but I think it's really crazy how he followed me all the way to my vehicle. I also wonder if the self-checkouts were really shut down, or if he just wanted me to go to his register. Either way, I have no plans to return to that Walmart, and I'm hoping that I never see that guy again.
One night a few years ago, I went shopping at Target. It was sometime in the evening, probably around 8 or 9 p.m. When I arrived at the store, I remembered that it was noticeably quiet with not that many people around. I didn't have to get that much stuff either. It was not my usual Target shopping trip of groceries or clothes. I was just getting a couple of things, and I was over on the side of the store opposite to all the groceries, so this area in particular was even quieter. As I looked at a few things on the shelves, I remember noticing someone else enter the aisle. I paid them no attention really, and they seemed to stay at the other end of the aisle just inside of it. I naturally wandered into the next aisle over without even looking at the person. I was just focused on what I was getting. So I remember that after getting into the next aisle, I realized that the other person did as well. That's when I glanced over for the first time. There was a guy standing there who looked to be in his 30s, and he was wearing a gray shirt and a baseball cap as well. He looked over at me in the split second that I looked at him. After looking back to what I was getting, I saw that the man started to walk over to me. He came closer and I looked at him again. The man then asked me if I knew where the desk lamps were. I told him that I did not know and he should ask somebody who worked there. Now, when he talked to me, something seemed off about the guy. He gave me a kind of bad feeling. I know that might sound crazy, or maybe that's just me looking back and thinking it, but I know that I felt that way in the moment. The man responded by saying that he tried, but he couldn't find anybody around there who worked there, and that he was in a hurry. I personally had not seen any employees in that particular section of the store. The man did not walk away, so I decided to try to help him at that point, or at least point him in the right direction. I stepped out of the aisle, and the man followed me. I looked around, and I thought the lamps were probably a few aisles away near the furniture, so I told him that he should try there. He said okay, and then the man walked away going in that direction. After the man was gone, I continued with my shopping. I was in the same area for maybe 5 more minutes. In that time, I remember the man approached me again. He had a small lamp in his hands and he told me that he found it. I told him that was good and I was glad that he found it, but the man did not leave at that point. He then asked me if I could give him a ride. This seemed way random and out of nowhere. Obviously, I was not going to agree to that. I told the man no, I could not give him a ride. Then the man just walked away without saying anything more. At that point, I finished up my shopping, and within a couple of minutes, I headed up to the front of the store. I went to the checkouts to pay, and as I got there, I noticed the man again. He was standing around in the clothing area just sort of looking at the checkouts. He was also no longer holding the lamp that he had been getting. He just seemed sketchy to me, and I continued checking out and buying my items. Then when I was done, I started to walk to the doors to leave. When I was doing so, the thought occurred to me that maybe the man was going to try to follow me or something. I decided that I should move quickly. When I made it outside, I literally started running for my car. I made it inside my vehicle, and I was not really parked that far away from the doors, thankfully. Then I looked over to Target. About 15 seconds after I started looking at the Target doors, I saw the man walk out. He was not holding anything, so I guess he didn't buy the lamp. Then he started walking through the parking lot. I could have just left, but I was curious to see what he would do. His behavior had seemed pretty strange. The guy walked up the aisle of cars, 2 away from mine. Then he turned and started to walk back down the aisle that was next to the one that I was in. He was looking at almost every car. It made me think that maybe he was looking for me. The parking lot was nearly empty by now, with just a few cars scattered around. I decided that I should probably leave. I started my engine and the lights came on. The man, who was about 50 yards away probably, looked over at me. Then I saw him turn and start jogging in the other direction. I put the car into drive and started to leave. As I made it towards the exit of the parking lot, I saw where the man was running. He was going to his vehicle. I watched him start to open the door to an old beat-up pickup truck parked in the back of the lot. I quickly left and then made another quick turn to get out of there. Then I went home. There was really no way that the man would have been able to know exactly where I went, and I'm glad that I didn't see him for the rest of the drive home. I think, though, that given the chance, he would have followed me. I'm not really sure what exactly the man's plan was looking back, but I'm glad that I got away from him.
This happened just a couple of weeks ago when I went to Walmart one night. I think it was about 8 o'clock, and I went there to only get a few things. When I got inside the store, it seemed pretty normal to me. It wasn't too busy, and it wasn't completely dead either. I didn't waste any time and started walking to the right. The first thing on my list was to get some more soap. As I was walking down that way, I remember seeing a man walking in the opposite direction. He was wearing a shirt that said "Human Mammal" on it. I specifically remember seeing that. But afterwards, I passed him by and kept walking. After getting the soap, I then headed towards the back end of the store. I was over there getting the last several items, and it took me a little bit over 5 minutes. Then I headed back towards the front end of the store. When I made it a little more than halfway to the front, that particular area was very quiet. But there was one person there, and they caught my attention. It was the man that I had seen earlier, and he was standing in a random aisle, just pushing things off the shelf. It was like he was trying to make a mess. The man had slightly long dark hair, was somewhat big, and a little bit less than 6 feet tall. When I saw him doing this, I couldn't help but look. I was going to just keep walking past him, but when I got kind of close to him, I stopped. The man looked at me as he continued throwing things on the floor. I asked him what he was doing. I didn't say it in a way as if I worked at Walmart or as if I was mad at him. I was just genuinely curious. The man looked at me as I spoke, but did not stop his actions. After my question, he looked away and completely ignored me. I looked around and did not see any employees in the immediate area. When I looked back to the man, he was giving me the middle finger. I thought about saying something to the guy, but decided not to and just walked away. Somebody would see what he was doing soon enough, and he would probably get kicked out of the store or banned. I walked the rest of the way over to the self-checkouts. Then I checked out and started to leave. Well, I guess as I was checking out, the man in the Human Mammal shirt walked over to me without me knowing, because as soon as I was walking into the parking lot, I looked back and saw the guy walking behind me. He was like 50 feet back, and at first, I wasn't sure if he just happened to be leaving at the same time as me or not. I don't even know why I decided to look behind me, but I'm glad that I did. The guy appeared to be looking right at me, which was strange, but I ignored it. I continued as normal and got to my car, unlocked it, and went inside. I wasn't in a rush to leave or anything, but when I started the engine and was getting ready to back out, I saw him. The Human Mammal had followed me all the way to my car and was now standing right behind it. He was looking at me through the rear window of my vehicle. I waited for about a minute, and he didn't move at all. Then I rolled down my window and yelled to the guy, asking him to move. He ignored me completely. He just stood there with barely any expression on his face. This guy was really confusing to me. I honked my horn, and he still didn't move. So then, I turned my engine off and got out of my car. At first, the man still didn't move. I asked him what his problem was, and he still ignored me. I wasn't really sure what to do. I didn't want to get in the guy's face or anything because he seemed sort of unpredictable. I decided to walk back inside Walmart. As I went through the parking lot, the man calmly walked behind me, following me yet again.
By the time I made it to the doors, he was maybe 10 feet behind me. When I walked inside, I wasn't really sure where to go, so I just started walking. But when I made it sort of past the self-checkouts, I saw a few employees standing around. The man behind me was still about 10 feet back, and one of the employees approached him. He tried to walk past, but another employee walked in front of him. I heard that they were confronting him about throwing things off the shelves of the aisles. Somebody must have seen him, or possibly he was seen on security cameras. This allowed me to get away from the guy, and I turned around and left the store while he was still there. This time, he wasn't able to follow me. I left and haven't seen him since. Hopefully he was banned from the store or something. I'm really not sure why he did all of that. It was like he was just trying to cause problems.
Hi everyone, I just want to say that I'm a long-time viewer of the channel, and I've watched some of the other Walmart videos. I myself had an interesting experience not long ago at all. I was doing some normal grocery shopping one night, and I went to my local Walmart. It was probably like 8 p.m., and things were not too busy anymore with it being nighttime. But still, there were a number of other people around, and I would not call the place dead by any means. So I walked in, got a cart, and then began my shopping. I started heading to the side of the store opposite from groceries. I figured that I would go around and do my grocery shopping last. As I was walking to that side of the store, I passed by several people. One of them in particular caught my eye. It was a man, and for some reason, something about him looked familiar, or like I knew him from something. But he didn't look familiar at all, and I was pretty sure that I had never seen him before. But my mind was mostly just focused on remembering the items that I needed to get. The man was wearing a t-shirt that said "Human Mammal" on it. I realized after a few seconds that it was the shirt that was familiar. I knew that I had seen it someplace, and I was racking my brain to remember where. I kept walking away from the guy in the opposite direction. Maybe he noticed me kind of staring at him a little strange when passing him by or something. He didn't immediately follow me, but later on, I saw him again. I went to one of the back corner aisles of the store to get food for my dog, which was over there. This aisle was extremely quiet, and nobody else was nearby. I was in the aisle for maybe a minute, shopping around, when I heard somebody else enter. I looked over, and there he was, the human mammal himself. It was at that moment when I remembered a guy wearing the same shirt in another Walmart horror story video. I've never seen anybody wearing a shirt that says that before. I realized that this might be the same guy. He had now walked into my aisle and was just standing there staring at me. The man had longer dark hair, was about average height, and a somewhat large build. After noticing him staring at me for a few moments, I said hi to him in the most friendly way possible. The man did not say hi back to me. Instead, he took a couple of steps closer, but continued to just keep staring in my direction. Then he turned around and walked out of the aisle. I was relieved to see him go. I didn't know why he was acting so strange. I remained in the same aisle for just about another minute, and then I moved along. Soon, I was maybe a couple of aisles over, getting some other things. There was still nobody else in the immediate area over here. Out of nowhere, I heard somebody approaching. I turned and looked and saw the same guy. When he entered the aisle, he picked up the first thing off the shelf and tossed it down on the floor. Then he revealed his other hand from behind him, and he was holding a small hammer in it. Of course, I was instantly nervous when I saw that. He then just stopped and started staring at me again. Was he trying to threaten me? I asked him what he was doing, still trying to be friendly. He did not answer, but started walking a little bit closer to me. I told him that he was making me nervous holding that thing. He still ignored me. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore. I took my cart and quickly turned it so that it was blocking almost the entire width of the aisle. Then, using that as a sort of shield or roadblock, I turned and sprinted out of the end of the aisle. I could hear the man starting to run out of the aisle in the other direction. I ran along the back side of the store until I found an employee. Then I stopped and approached her. I was also looking around, and I did not see the man anywhere, so he must have stopped chasing me. I told the employee that there was a guy walking around with a hammer acting really weird.
She told me that she would look into it and then radioed in to another employee. At that point, I decided to just leave. I did not want to be inside of the store with that guy any longer. I walked to the front, very careful to look out for him, and thankfully I did not see him. Then I checked out and left the store. I remember that when I got to my car and was putting the items in the back, I saw 2 police cars drive up to the front. They parked along the sidewalk in front of the main entrance. I figured that they were there for the human mammal guy. Then I left. Now, I went back after this and listened to the other Walmart story again when I got home. This guy seemed to have the same kind of behavior, plus he was wearing the same shirt. Now, I know he got banned from the other Walmart, so either this is a different location or he showed up anyways. I really can't believe that it happened still, and I had to write in. Anyways, hopefully this guy doesn't cause any more problems.
I worked at Target years ago. I mostly worked in the furniture and home decor department of the store. That area was towards the middle and the back, and I worked pretty random hours because I was part-time. One Friday afternoon, it was probably about 2 p.m. or so. I worked until 6, and to that point, things had gone pretty smooth and the store was not too busy. I was walking past the electronics section when a man approached me. I turned around to see a tall man with a winter hat on, and he asked me why there were no iPads left. Immediately, I didn't like his tone. He seemed angry and came off as rude. I told the man I wasn't sure because I didn't work in electronics, but I could check to see if we had any available in the store. The man told me that it said online we had one, but when he went to look, there were none. He then said that the electronics guy was no help to him. I looked up right there if we had any iPads in stock, and we didn't have any. I showed this to the man and apologized to him, saying that we didn't have any in stock at this location, but I could check if they had any at nearby Target stores. The man was not satisfied by this. He said to me that he had just looked online, and it said we had one in stock here, and then he asked me if I was calling him a liar. I tried to calm the man down and said maybe somebody had just purchased our last one. He kept asking me to get one from the back after that, as if we had a bunch of iPads in the back room. Basically, the man was becoming more and more angry no matter what I said. He started to say that I was lying, and that we must have a bunch of idiots working here. This is when I told the man that he would just have to leave the store because we couldn't have him talking like that. At first, he refused, but after a few seconds, the man finally just turned around and walked in the other direction. I was so glad that he was finally leaving, and I went back to doing what I originally was. I made my way a few aisles over and was organizing one of the shelves of home decorations. Probably 10 minutes later, I saw the man again. He entered the aisle that I was working in, and he just stood there looking at me. It was as if he was just waiting for me to say something. I really didn't want to, and I ignored him for the first few seconds after noticing him. But finally, I turned to him and asked what he wanted. He was still angry. He started walking over to me, basically saying the same things that he had before. I didn't want to be a part of this any longer, and I said that he needed to leave the store or I would call security. That seemed to stop him because I left the aisle and the man stayed there. I walked over and went into the back room area of the store. As I walked through the main walkway in the back, I heard the door open and shut to the store behind me. I looked back a ways and saw the guy had entered the back room as well and was now following me. I kept walking and hoped to see somebody else who was working back there, but I didn't. The guy was walking behind me and seemed to be getting closer. I turned around for a brief second and told him that he wasn't allowed to be back here. He didn't say anything and kept walking quickly in my direction. I took my walkie from my side and called for security and gave them the location of where I was going. The guy got closer and closer. Pretty soon, he was only a few feet behind me. I had almost made it to the door. When I finally made it to another door that went back into the store, the guy reached out and grabbed my arm. At around the same time, I opened the doors and went out. When I did, that's where security was. They were able to get the man to leave, and I went back to my department. It was crazy why the guy kept following me, and I'm not really sure what his problem was.
This is the creepiest thing that happened to me when I used to work at Walmart. I worked there for almost a year stocking shelves. I would mostly work nights and would get off of work shortly after we closed.
Now, when we were approaching closing time, there would be a mix of overnight employees and people like me at the end of their shifts. And in a store like Walmart, of course, there were tons of employees. As I was stocking one of the shelves, counting the minutes until I was off one night, I remembered that this guy approached me. By now, the store was mostly quiet and probably had more employees inside of it than customers. I looked over and saw this man that was an employee. He was wearing the Walmart vest, and he said hi to me. I said hi to him, and he told me that his name was Tony and he was new here. Tony had very short dark hair and was about 5'5" or so. I asked him if he was working overnights, but he didn't answer me. He just said that he liked the job so far and asked me what time I got off. I said that I was about to leave, and that's when Tony said that he was as well. He then asked me if I wanted to do something after. I said no. I was really tired and I just wanted to go to bed, which was true. He said that was cool and that he would see me later. I said bye and then got my cart and quickly finished it up as Tony was walking away. Overall, I found him to be slightly odd, but not that strange of a guy. Shortly after, I left work and went home. I did not see Tony for the rest of the time that I was there. A couple of days went by, and I didn't see Tony at all, but I did get a friend request from him on Facebook. I accepted it because I didn't think that it was that big of a deal. Well, over the next few days, Tony started messaging me on Facebook a lot. He started out just saying hi and asking how I was doing and stuff. Then he asked me to hang out again. I said no once more. I really didn't want to hang out with Tony at all, but he didn't stop asking. I told him no because I was busy at first, so he asked when we could. That's when I said I really didn't know him that well, and I thought we should not hang out at all. I started to just ignore him after that, because he kept messaging me. Tony probably sent me about 4 or 5 messages, all without getting a reply. Then he finally seemed to stop. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, I didn't see Tony at work at all. By this point, I figured that he probably quit or else was fired. After all, I had only actually seen him working at Walmart that one time. He then sent me yet another message on Facebook randomly, and at that point, I decided to block him. The only reason that I hadn't blocked him sooner was because I thought it might be awkward to see him at work. If he was blocked, maybe he would try to confront me or something. Now that I was confident we wouldn't cross paths anymore, I didn't care. Still, I was curious and thought maybe he just worked on the other side of the store. So I decided to ask my manager the next time I worked. When I did, I asked her about Tony, and she said she had no clue who that was. I was told by multiple coworkers that they were unaware of anybody named Tony working there in the last several months. This really creeped me out. I realized that he very easily could have just put on the Walmart vest and pretended to work there. I mean, they're probably pretty easy to find online. After realizing that, I was glad that I blocked him. For the next couple of days, things were back to normal. But then, I found myself working again until close one night. As I was stocking a shelf like I often did, somebody entered my aisle. I looked over and saw Tony standing there. He was probably the last person that I wanted to see. He walked over and asked me why I blocked him. I told him to leave me alone. He ignored this and got right in my face. I told him that I knew he never worked here, and he didn't deny it. He admitted that he had just got the vest, as if he was almost proud of it. Then he started to curse me out. While he was still yelling at me, I started to move away, but he followed. When I realized that he was coming after me, I started to run. I was going up towards the front end of the store. Soon, I saw some other people and I went towards them. They were just kind of seeming confused though. Tony was still chasing after me. So at that point, I kept going even farther. I ran all the way to the bathrooms and then went inside of the women's restroom. Tony actually tried to follow me inside. However, someone else saw him go in and came over. I went inside one of the stalls and locked the door. Tony was inside the women's bathroom and approached the stall that I was in, but then I heard another man's voice yelling at Tony to stop being a creep and to get out of there. Finally, after that, Tony left. I emerged from the bathroom a short time later and was careful to look out for Tony, but he was finally gone. Then I found my manager and told her about what had happened. The police actually got called,
But unfortunately, Tony had left. Over the next few weeks, I didn't see him at all, and not long after that, I quit. I'm hoping that I never see Tony or hear from him again. I go to Target all the time. It's the main place where I do most of my shopping. The store has just about everything you could want, from groceries to electronics. It's also nicer in my opinion than competitors like Walmart and Costco. Anyways, this is something that happened last year that caused me to not go there for a while. It happened one night when I went to do my normal grocery shopping. I think I got to the Target a little bit later than I usually do. It was maybe like 8 o'clock at night. When I got inside, I got a cart and started walking around the store getting things. At one point, I remember that I was towards the back corner of the store in the grocery department. That's when I first noticed this one woman that was inside there. This woman was somewhat short, thin, and had long, kind of messy hair. What stood out about her the most was that she was just standing in like the exact corner of the store and staring at me. She didn't have a shopping cart or basket and wasn't holding anything. It just seemed really odd. I was getting something back there, maybe 30 feet away from her. I spent maybe a minute in the area, and when I was leaving, I walked sort of past her. I glanced and noticed that she was still staring at me. This was really weird. I mean, she hadn't really moved at all. What was she doing? As I walked away, I could feel her still staring at me. I certainly didn't know her at all. I moved on to another section of the grocery department. From there, I continued my shopping. Probably 10 minutes or so went by, but that's when I noticed her again. I was in an aisle, and there were a few people scattered around here and there, but I noticed a ways behind me, like 30 feet or so, was the same woman. I didn't really look at her to see if she was staring at me again or not. I really just noticed that she was there. I kept shopping like normal and was soon in another aisle. I saw the woman there as well. This was pretty weird to me. I still ignored it though and didn't let it bother me. Soon I was done shopping. I then walked to the front of the store towards the checkouts. When I was walking there, in a more open area, I noticed that the woman was trailing me. She was remaining a sort of far ways behind me, but was certainly following me. I really didn't know what to make of this. I got in line and waited to check out. When I did, the woman did not get in line behind me, but instead stood just inside of the clothing section, which was adjacent to the checkouts. Soon I was able to pay for my items and then be on my way. I walked out of the store, not bothering to look around and see if the woman was still following me. And I didn't notice her at all until I had made it to my vehicle. I got to my car, which was a smaller SUV. I opened up the back rear door and put several bags of groceries inside of it. That's when I saw the woman again. This time, she was just standing in an empty parking space, which was across and one over from my car. So she was once more maybe 30 feet or so away. I don't know if that's exactly how far away she was, but it's just my estimation. Anyways, I thought for just one brief second about talking to her. I was curious as to why she was being so weird, but I decided not to. I didn't know what she was capable of, and so I finished unloading the things and closed my trunk. Then I walked around to my driver's door and got inside. But just after I got inside my car, I heard the rear hatch open up. I looked back and saw the woman literally climbing into the back of my SUV. I asked her what on earth she was doing. At this point, she started climbing over the rear seats of my car, heading straight for me. It was a terrifying moment. When that happened, I decided to just leave my car. Again, I had no idea what she was planning to do. I took my keys out of the ignition and then got out of my driver's door. Then I basically just ran back inside of Target. The woman did not leave my car and chase after me. When I was safely inside, I called the police and reported the incident to them. I waited inside Target without seeing the woman until the police arrived. When they got there about 10 minutes later, I spoke with them briefly. Then they went to my car to look for the woman. She had left my car, but was found a short distance away, trying to break into another vehicle. After the police had apprehended her, I went back and looked at my car. Overall, it was fine, but inside, she took all of my groceries out of the bags and opened several things. It was really weird. This incident caused me to not go to Target for a while, but I have since returned. I really don't know what that woman's problem with me was. I had one of the most scary experiences of my life just last year. It was a normal evening, and I went to Walmart to do some shopping. I was not getting groceries, but I was just going to buy a new phone charger and then look at the TVs. When I got inside of the store, it was probably 8 or 9 p.m. Things were pretty quiet, but there was still a decent amount of people shopping. I spent maybe 10 minutes inside the store, not really that long. Then I headed up to the front to leave. I checked out at one of the self-checkouts and then started walking out of the store. Now, right when I got outside, there's a sidewalk going along the front of the store. There was this man standing there with a cart, and he was using crutches. He waved at me and asked if I could help him put his groceries in his car. I figured that because of the crutches, it would make it difficult for him, so I said yes. There were only like 3 bags in his cart, and I was glad to help out. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s and had sort of long hair and was wearing a blue jacket. I took his cart and started pushing it into the parking lot. The man said to follow him to his car though. He started limping using his crutches and went along the sidewalk out front, so I turned around and started pushing the cart towards him. But the man went all the way to the end of the store and then started going along the side of the Walmart building. I didn't even know there were parking spaces over there. I thought that maybe he had parked there because it was an easier walk for him. I had never really been to the side or back of a Walmart before though. When we were going along the side of the building, I didn't see any parking spaces. It was almost like an alleyway, and there was just a little bit of pavement and then a tall fence separating from the next property over. The man kept going all the way to the back side of the store. Now we were behind Walmart. Back there was a spot for trucks to make deliveries, and then just a dark paved area. We went all the way to the opposite side in the back, away from the delivery zone. There I saw a single SUV parked. I was just thinking, why on earth did this guy park back here? Especially with him being in crutches. He didn't say anything, and I was just walking very slowly behind him, pushing his cart. Finally, he headed to the SUV. His car wasn't even parked in a space at all. There were no spaces back there. Then the man went over and opened up the back door. He told me to put the groceries in there, and then he said for me to get inside the car as well. I stopped and asked him why. The man told me to just do it and said that we were going to go for a ride. I had a terrible feeling. I was just standing there about 5 feet from the car, holding the bags of groceries. The man then yelled at me to get in, and I said no. Then I noticed somebody start to come out of the back of the SUV. There was another man, and as an instinct, I moved away. That's when the man with the crutches dropped one of them, and then he held the other crutch up like he was going to use it as a weapon. I realized that he wasn't even injured. He had been faking the whole time. This was all a trap. He was blocking my way to get around the building the way that we had come, so I just took off running in the other direction. The other man left the vehicle, and now they were both chasing after me. I considered myself to have decent speed, but I could hear the guys almost gaining on me. They must have been pretty fast too. So instead of trying to get back around to the Walmart, I ran for the fence. Behind the store and to the right, there was a chain link fence at the end of the pavement. On the other side of the fence appeared to be some grass and various trees and bushes. Then there was a sidewalk and a road. I ran straight for the fence, and when I got to it, I jumped up and grabbed the top of it. I had one shot to get myself over, and luckily I succeeded. I made it over the fence, ran through the brief grass area, and then onto the sidewalk next to the street. The men had both arrived at the other side of the fence, but did not jump over it. Still, I ended up running across the street to the other side. It just felt safer there. I called the police when I walked along that sidewalk. I also kept an eye out on the fence. The men went away, probably going back to their car. Then I walked over and met the cops out front of the Walmart when they arrived a few minutes later. They went back around, and the men and their car were gone. I told the police everything that I could, and they said that they were going inside to investigate further. Then I left to go home. I never really heard anything more about it. The whole thing makes me mad. I was trying to be nice, and this guy was totally a fraud just trying to kidnap me or something. I'm glad that I was able to get away from those guys though, and I really hope that they were caught. This happened about 10 years ago when I was still in high school. I lived at home with my parents and my brother. I was about 16 years old, and my bedroom was on the back side of the house on the second floor. So one night during the summertime, everyone else had already gone to bed. I didn't have to be up early or anything because it was the summertime. My brother would often stay up late playing video games in his room, and I would not stay up late quite as much, but occasionally I would watch shows or something until pretty late at night. That's what I was doing on this night. My parents both had jobs, so they were probably asleep by 11. I remember that I was hearing my brother playing video games on the other side of the wall in his room until about 1 a.m. Then the noises stopped, so I assumed that he went to bed. I was sort of sleepy, but really into the show that I was watching, so I continued. I was sitting in my bed, which was very comfortable, and watching the TV that was mounted on my wall. My lights were all off except for a small lamp on my nightstand. So I continued watching my show and was pretty relaxed. About an hour later, at roughly 2 o'clock in the morning, another one of the episodes had ended, so I finally decided to go to sleep. I got up from my bed to use the bathroom. However, when I got up, I noticed something out the window. The window was at the back side of my room and had been behind me. It looked out to the backyard, which was maybe a half acre or so. There were some trees and bushes, as well as plants scattered around, but there was also a good amount of open space. There was a man standing at the back end of the yard. I couldn't believe it at first. I kept looking at him. That's when I noticed that it looked like he was wearing a Target employee uniform. It even appeared that he had a name tag on, but it was too far away and too dark to even remotely see what the name said. The man looked young, like maybe a teenager or like 20 years old at the oldest. He wore the full Target uniform of a red shirt and tan khaki pants, like I said, and had short blonde hair. I had never seen him before and wondered what on earth was going on. The guy was just kind of standing there looking towards our house. I didn't know if he was going to break in or something. I thought about waking up my parents or brother, but I first decided to go downstairs and turn on a light to see if that would scare him off. All the lights in the house were off except for my small light in my room. I went downstairs and then towards the dining room area, which had some windows out to the back. When I got there, the guy was still standing there in the yard. I went over and turned on the back patio light to the backyard, and when I did, I saw the guy look at it and then look to the windows. I ducked down so he wouldn't see me. When I looked back up a few seconds later, I saw that the guy was now walking away. He went over to the side of the backyard and then went out of sight, appearing to leave. After looking out back for a while, I finally went upstairs. Then I went back to my bedroom and looked outside the windows there for another 10 minutes or so. I didn't see the guy at all, and I figured that he was now gone. I didn't know what that was all about. At 2 o'clock in the morning, some random Target worker goes into our backyard and just looks around at our house. Was he planning on breaking in? Did he live nearby? I didn't know, but it was sure sketchy. We had never had anything like that happen before to my knowledge. The neighborhood was pretty quiet and known for being a safe place. So after that, I was able to go to sleep. By the next day, I pretty much forgot about it. I brought it up to my parents and brother, and we talked about it for a little bit, but nothing else really could be done. There was no evidence of the guy in the yard, and he didn't try to break in or anything. I wondered, though, if he actually worked at Target, or if he was just wearing that uniform for some reason. There was one Target that was pretty close by to where we lived. I would go there a decent amount, not like every day, but it was one of the main shopping places that I went to. I had never noticed that particular guy, though. So it was maybe 2 or 3 weeks later. I went back to the local Target. I was just getting a couple of things and was not there for very long. It was a weekend, I believe a Saturday, so I recall that the store was very busy. When I was checking out, I noticed a long ways away what looked like the same guy. He was working at the Target doing I'm not sure what because he wasn't working at a cash register, but he was walking in front of the check lanes far away from me. When I noticed him, I kept looking at him because I was sure that it was the same guy. After I was staring at him for maybe 5 seconds, he looked over and noticed me.
When he did, I remember that he kind of stopped and then turned around. He started walking in the opposite direction, and as soon as I was done checking out, I turned and walked the other way and left the store. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I have reported him? After leaving, I was about 99% sure that it was the same guy. I told my parents when I got home, but they weren't sure what to do about it either. After that, the guy never showed up in our backyard again. And another strange thing is that I never noticed him working at the Target again either, and I went there all the time. It was very strange.
This is something that happened like 5 years ago now, but I still remember it really well. It's probably the craziest experience that I've ever had going to Walmart. During this time, I shopped at Walmart quite a bit. I found it to be the cheapest place to get groceries and things like that. However, I was not a huge fan of the store. It was often really busy and I saw a lot of strange things in my times there. Well, one day I stopped at Walmart after work, which was a bad idea. I arrived to the Walmart parking lot at probably about 5:30 p.m., and right off the bat, things weren't looking good. I noticed that the parking lot was packed and there were cars everywhere. I drove along the back side of it, and when I was doing so, a car pulled out of one of the parking aisles and nearly hit me. I had to slam on my brakes to avoid them. After that, I parked and started to walk into the store. But when I was about to go across the crosswalk right in front of the doors, a car blew past it. It came within probably 5 feet of hitting me, so I was already a little bit aggravated at that point. When I walked inside the store, I got a shopping basket and started heading to the grocery section. I really just had to get groceries, and I would be getting about 10 different things or so. I noticed that there were several long lines for the checkouts, and there were countless people walking around in the store. As I walked down one of the main aisles in the grocery section, somebody popped out and nearly hit me with their cart. This was a rough shopping trip to that point, but it only got worse. So I was at the far back wall in the grocery department getting a gallon of milk. Out of nowhere, I heard this voice behind me. It was a child's voice. I looked and saw this little girl who was maybe about 7 years old. She had a full Walmart shopping cart next to her that looked like she had been pushing by herself. The little girl said hi to me and I said hi back to her and was very confused. She then asked me if I could pay for the groceries for her and her family because they didn't have any money. I asked her if those were her groceries. The cart was literally almost all the way full, and it was easily over $100 worth of items. Not even all of it was groceries, there were some other things too. I said no, I was sorry, but I couldn't. I mean, the whole reason that I was shopping at Walmart anyways is because I didn't have much money at the time. If I wasn't worried about saving money, I would have certainly been at Target instead, or the local grocery store. But those places costed more. The little girl didn't say anything back to me, and then just pushed her shopping cart away in another direction. I thought it was really strange what was going on, and I watched to see where the girl would go. The store was busy and a lot of other people were around, but I noticed that the girl went not that far away. Near a display with frozen foods, the girl went to a woman who I assumed to be her mother. I had to get yogurt, and they were kind of standing near the yogurt, so I ended up going closer to them. As I was getting yogurt, just a few feet away from the mother and daughter with their cart, I overheard them speaking. I heard the mother say something like, "Now go to that man over there and ask him." I looked over my shoulder and saw the girl pushing the shopping cart, which was just about as tall as she was. She made it over to this guy who was standing near another section. I saw her approach him and speak with the guy for maybe 30 seconds. Then she started walking back towards her mother with the cart. I was thinking that maybe they would be able to get somebody to pay for their groceries if their cart wasn't completely full. But I also didn't like the idea of the mother trying to use her daughter to ask strangers to pay for them. I continued with my shopping and went to another section of the grocery department. I went down several aisles getting numerous items before I was almost done. I would say maybe 15 minutes later, and I was just about done shopping and near the bakery now. There were still kind of a lot of people around, and the store was still very busy. When I was looking at a few different breads, I heard the little girl approach me again. I turned around, and she once more asked me to pay for their stuff. I told the girl that she already asked me that, and I said no. I then asked the girl if her mother always makes her ask strangers to pay for their stuff, and she said yes. Then I asked her why, and the girl said so they could get stuff for free. After that, I asked her if she liked asking the people, and the girl was starting to say no, but just as she was answering, her mother came out of seemingly nowhere. The mom got between me and the full shopping cart and almost got right in my face. She angrily asked me why I was talking to her daughter. I told the mother that she asked me to pay for their stuff, and I asked her why she made her daughter go up to strangers like this. The mother said that it was none of my business. She was clearly angry. I told the mother that people might actually pay for them if they had less in the cart, and the mother's response shocked me. She responded by literally saying that they had a cart just as big paid for 2 days prior. This made me think maybe she's not so needy. When she said this, I said something like, "Why do you need so much stuff again then? Do you have 20 kids at home or something?" I then told her to just leave me alone, and I started to walk away. That's when the woman rammed me with her cart. I felt it hit me in the back of my legs as well as my lower back, and it was quite painful. I almost fell over, but didn't. I stopped and turned around, and the woman cussed at me a few times. At that point, I yelled at the woman to get away from me, and as much as I wanted to get in her face and argue with her, I knew that wouldn't be a good idea, so I started walking away again. By now, several people around were staring at the commotion. The woman tossed a few more expletives my way as I walked off, so I thought that was the end of that. I went a few aisles away from the woman and tried to finish up my shopping. It was probably 5 minutes later when I suddenly heard a cart coming towards me at a fast speed. I looked to my left, just in time to see the woman pushing her full cart at me again. This time, I stopped it with my hands, but she still ran into me pretty hard, and it also hit me in the legs a little. The woman once again started cursing me out. She backed up the cart and then tried ramming it into me multiple more times. There were quite a few people nearby who were witnessing what was going on. We shouted at each other for a few moments before some Walmart employees and random shoppers stepped between us. The argument was broken up for the most part, but the woman would not calm down. Walmart ended up calling the police, who showed up really fast. The woman then claimed that I had attacked her, which was completely false. After she got really angry with police as well as Walmart employees and refused to leave the store, they ended up arresting her. The witnesses nearby also confirmed that she had rammed me with the cart multiple times and that I had never even touched her. I really couldn't believe the whole situation. But after that, I was able to leave. The girl, who I think was the woman's daughter, but I'm not even sure, went with police officers. I felt bad for her, but hopefully she had family or friends who would take care of her and be more responsible than that woman was. After that, I never stepped foot in another Walmart.
I was just at Walmart last night and something crazy happened. I was driving to get some replacement Halloween lights for my balcony. It wasn't too late at night, but it wasn't exactly the earliest either. The Walmart near me was still open for another hour though, which was super convenient. Before I left, I wanted to check and make sure that the lights didn't work one last time, as I was hesitant about going to Walmart so late. To give more context to this story, the city that I live in is not the safest. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff over the years, but this one event might be the wildest. So, as I was driving down the dark road to Walmart, I was all of a sudden passed by a bunch of police cars and fire trucks. They were driving really fast, and it seemed serious. When I finally arrived at Walmart, I saw that it was surrounded by almost a dozen police cars. Everybody was leaving, and when I went to ask an employee, he told me the whole story. A few minutes before I showed up, some crazy guy hot-wired an excavator in a construction site down the road. He drove it through a bunch of utility poles and even a storage unit, and he completely leveled it. Eventually, he made it to Walmart and started ramming the excavator into the automotive section of Walmart. After it stalled out, he got out and ran inside and pulled out a machete on a bunch of people. When the police got there, he refused arrest, and it took 7 cops to subdue him. This all happened right next to the Halloween section in the front part of Walmart, which is also near the automotive section. It's crazy to think what could have happened if I didn't test my lights and showed up earlier. I'm a female. I work a pretty standard job in an office 5 days a week. One thing I really like to do, though, is cook. I cook dinner for myself almost every night. In order to do so, I go to the store for fresh ingredients probably every other day. Right on the way home from work, there's a Walmart only about a mile from my apartment, and I found that they usually have the cheapest prices, so I go there for produce and protein all the time. Sometimes I go to other stores, but by far the most common one for me is Walmart. This story takes place just a few months back. Like usual, I was stopping at Walmart after work. I would never get much, just like 4 or 5 ingredients usually, and sometimes whatever else I needed as well. I got off of work anywhere from 3 p.m. to 4, so I get to Walmart shortly after that each day. The store was usually sort of busy. One day, an employee by the produce area said hi to me. I mentioned this because the next time I was shopping, he said hi to me again when I was in the same area. Looking back, I hadn't really noticed him before, but I had never really paid attention to the employees. He was bald, had a small dark beard, and was sort of a big guy. He seemed very friendly, and the second time, he asked me how my day was going. We made very basic conversation for maybe 30 seconds before I told the man I better go and I went on with my shopping. This ended up becoming a regular thing over the next couple of weeks or so. Every time I was shopping, this same Walmart employee would say hi and engage in conversation with me. I didn't mind it too much because he was always really nice, although when I was getting ingredients after work, I was sort of anxious to get home and didn't really want to chit-chat. The man did start to ask slightly more personal questions each time, like if I was coming home from work, where I worked, and where I lived, things like that. They were starting to weird me out a little bit. I wasn't sure if the man was just a really friendly employee or something else. I told myself he was just a nice guy, and like I said, it didn't really bother me. That was until one time I was walking through Walmart doing my usual shopping, and he approached me again. He asked me how my day was, and the usual. Then he asked me for my number. I was nice, but I told the man no. I was afraid he would get the wrong idea if I said yes. Besides, he should know how weird it sounded. I mean, come to think of it, I never really saw the guy doing any real work. He would always just be standing around and then talk to me. The man seemed offended when I said no. I started to try and explain my reasoning to the man, but he just turned and walked away as I started to speak. His whole body language changed. After he walked away, I resumed my shopping. He had gone further into the grocery aisles of the store, but luckily I didn't have to get anything back there. I was inside the Walmart shopping for maybe 10 more minutes before checking out and leaving. I remember that on that day, I parked in the back of the parking lot, and when I got inside my car, I noticed that the Walmart employee was inside a car not too far away from mine. I really have no idea how I noticed him looking back, but I'm glad that I did. I was assuming that he was either on a break or had just gotten off of work for the day. He did not appear to be looking at me, which I was glad to see. I pulled out of my parking space, only to see him pull out and exit the parking lot behind me. I watched in my rearview mirror, and he made the same 2 turns that I did to get back to my apartment. About a minute later, I was arriving at my apartment complex. I was kind of creeped out now because I was almost positive that this man did not live here. I drove around the parking lot of my complex a little and did not want to go straight to my building. I was really suspicious. The man's car trailed mine the entire time. When I realized that he was probably just going to follow me no matter where I went, I decided to leave. I did not know where I was going, but I needed to get out of there. I drove down the quiet road near the complex to a busier one. Then I signaled to merge onto a busier road. At this hour, that road in particular was really busy because it was almost 5 p.m. now and rush hour. With the man right behind me, I waited for a gap in the traffic. After about 30 seconds, there was one, but I waited until the very last moment and then pulled out. I basically cut the car off that was driving down the road, and there were several other cars behind it. The car honked at me, but the man behind me had no opportunity to merge at all. That allowed me to basically get away from the guy. I drove down the road for a very short time before turning. It was then that I had the idea to go back to the Walmart. I was fuming with anger. I drove straight back there and to the customer service counter. When I got there, I told them about how one of their employees had followed me home. This Walmart didn't seem to be the most organized, and they had to call up someone from the produce section to help. When I explained to them what had happened, they told me that nobody of that description works there. I realized that the man must have just put on a blue Walmart vest. Maybe he had worked at a Walmart in the past, or maybe he had just bought the vest online. Either way, he wasn't an employee of this store. I was even more creeped out now. They told me that they would keep an eye out for the man if he returned, which made me feel a very tiny bit better, but not a whole lot. After that, I very carefully drove back to my apartment again. Thankfully, I did not see the man or his car. I don't believe he knew which apartment building was mine either. Since that happened a few months ago, I have not seen the man. I also have not been back to that particular Walmart either. From the time I was a junior in high school until my freshman year of college, I used to work at Target. My job that I had was a cart attendant, which means I would walk around the parking lot and bring carts back into the store. I did some other stuff too, but that was basically it. It was a busy Target that I worked at with 2 entrances, so I would always be busy, especially on weekends. On one night, it was a weekday, and it had gotten pretty quiet. I was working a closing shift, which went until 10 p.m., and typically the last hour and a half or so would be really quiet. I was inside doing a restroom check, which was another one of my responsibilities, and then I refilled some of the shopping baskets inside the store. When I was done with those things, it was just about 10, so I went back out to the parking lot for one last time to collect all the remaining carts and bring them in. There really weren't many at all, maybe 10 total carts, but they were spread out across the entire parking lot that we had. I went out and got them all, and as I was in the far back corner of the parking lot, I noticed there was one last cart in the way back. It was literally the very far back corner, and it was pretty far away from the store. I started to walk over to it, and noticed that there was one car parked close by. The parking lot was almost completely empty, besides the 20 or so cars that belonged to employees that were all parked in the back middle. This one was farther away, and I didn't think anything of this particular car until I realized that there seemed to be somebody in the driver's seat. I saw this as I was getting closer. The car was a sort of dark SUV that was relatively big, but I'm not much of a car expert, so beyond that I'm not sure. I had to walk right in front of the car to get the cart, and as I passed by the front of the car, I saw the lights suddenly turn on. I was a little spooked at first by this, but then I just got the cart and started walking back. I glanced over to the car and noticed that the driver was staring at me with a really angry look on his face. I thought this was pretty awkward, and I walked pretty quickly back to the store and put the carts away. I don't know why the guy would be mad at me, but from there, I clocked out of work, then left the store and walked to my car. I always pretty much parked in the same spot in the back middle of the parking lot. When I was approaching my car though, I now noticed that the car that I had just seen a few minutes earlier was parked directly next to me. This was sort of strange, and I did my best to ignore it and got inside my car. I then started it up and left as quickly as I could, because I didn't want another awkward moment with the guy. But as soon as I did, the car left as well. It didn't take long for me to realize that I was being followed by this guy. Every turn that I made, the car behind me would make as well. As I got close to home and had to take the exit from the highway, the car did the same. I didn't want to go straight home, so instead of turning on my street, I kept going, and then I went into another residential neighborhood and I planned to just drive around. I wasn't really sure what to do and I was getting nervous. I started just driving down random streets and then turning onto the next one and going down that. I was basically just going down every street, and the car followed me through about 4 streets, I would say. As I kept going, it randomly pulled out and sped past me. I heard the engine of the car make a loud roar as it did. After that, they drove away, and when I was sure I couldn't see them anymore, I turned around and went back towards my house. I got home, and then everything was fine. I've always wondered after that, though, why the person followed me and who it was. I also wonder how they knew which car was mine, and why they parked next to my car.
Something really strange happened last week. So I went to the local Walmart near where I live sort of late at night. I only needed a couple of quick things and I was hoping to be in and out. Walmart is the easiest store to go to for me because I live less than a mile away. So I left my apartment and quickly drove there and then parked my car. By now it was after 10 o'clock at night. I was expecting the store to be pretty quiet because of this, and when I walked inside, there didn't seem to be very many people around. However, when I was in the far back of the store getting milk, I saw this woman standing sort of near me. As I opened the freezer door to select a milk, the woman started walking over to me. When she reached me and got within about 5 feet from where I was standing, she stopped, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at me. This woman had brown hair, looked to be maybe 45 to 50, and was wearing a sweatshirt and sweatpants.
After she just stared at me for a few seconds, I said hi to her and asked her what was going on. She said nothing. She just stared at me. It was really weird. I figured that maybe something was wrong with her or something like that, so I just got the milk and then walked away. The woman did not follow me. She stayed where she was. However, she did keep watching me, which was strange. I walked away and went on with trying to get the items that I needed. Like I said, I didn't need too much stuff, so I only shopped for like another 5 minutes or so. Then I went up to the self-checkouts in the store. When I was scanning my items, I looked around and happened to notice the woman again. She was standing a ways away, just staring at me once more. I found this to be especially odd. Was she following me or something? I certainly had never seen her before this day, but overall I figured that I would just leave and never see her again. So I walked out of the store and then back to my car in the parking lot. I wasn't looking around to see if she was following me or anything. I wasn't scared of the lady, and I didn't think she even left the store. However, after putting my items in the car and then starting it up, I saw her. She was now pushing a cart in the parking lot and heading right towards me. As it was, she was only about 20 feet away. The woman pushed her cart, which was empty, straight for my vehicle. Then she rammed the cart right into my car. It was really hard too, like she was trying to damage it. She backed it up and then rammed it again. Then she started repeatedly ramming it into my car over and over again. She didn't say anything, but did have an angry look on her face. I really was not expecting that. I quickly hit the gas pedal and got out of there quick. When I had made it off the property, I called the cops. I reported the woman and what she was doing. After getting back to my place, I looked at the damage. It wasn't too bad, but there were a few small dents and some very noticeable scratches on my car. I don't know what that woman's problem was. I figured that she had to be on drugs. Overall, it's pretty crazy because it was so unexpected. I still haven't got my car fixed, and I'm not sure when I will, but I plan to. I just hope that I never see that lady again.
This happened on an early Sunday morning. At around 7:30 a.m., I decided to go to Walmart for some shopping. I went there at that time to specifically avoid the rush of people that would be in the store all day, especially on a weekend. I went into the store, grabbed a cart, and started going through the aisles. It was pretty quiet, with only a handful of people scattered around. Everything seemed normal until I made my way to the dish soap aisle. There, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted this heavyset guy who seemed to be just sitting there, and it was super strange. The guy was like sitting on the edge of the aisle and just staring at me. I shook it off, thinking maybe he's just sitting there for some reason. I moved on, but that's when things started to get weird. I noticed the guy following me out of the aisle, keeping a distance of about 20 feet. He continued to follow me throughout the store as I got other items. He was always a few steps behind, no matter where I went in the store. It was like he was shadowing me, and I couldn't help but feel annoyed and also creeped out. I tried my best to just ignore him, but the longer it went on, the more uneasy I became. I stole quick glances over my shoulder, and there he was, trailing me like a lost dog. The minutes felt like hours as I continued my shopping, and I was aware of his presence the entire time. I finished up, which didn't take that much longer, and when I was finally done shopping, I went over to the self-checkout area. I was planning to tell one of the employees that worked there at the self-checkouts about the man following me, but when I arrived, I looked behind me to see that he was now gone. I guessed that he had stopped, and that was a good sight. I scanned and then paid for all of my items. Then I walked out of the Walmart and headed for my car in the parking lot. I was parked sort of in the back, which is where I typically park, but when I got to within about 50 feet of my car, I saw the man again. The strange thing was that he was just standing there, like 10 feet away from my car, in front of it. He was already staring at me as well. I have no idea how he knew which car was mine. There were no other cars parked in any of the immediate spaces surrounding my car. This was really strange. I wasn't quite sure what to do, and I sort of froze where I was. The man had his eyes on me the entire time. I decided to just keep walking towards my car. Although I walked slow, I was ready to run if the man decided to go near me, but he didn't. Eventually, I made it to my car. The man was still staring at me as I got inside, and he didn't take his eyes off me the entire time. I started my engine and then left. The man kept standing there in the parking lot, staring at me as I did. I drove away and never saw him again. That remains my creepiest experience that I ever had at Walmart.
I used to work at Walmart as a cashier several years ago. I was in school at the time, so I usually was part-time and worked on nights or weekends. One day, I was working on a Saturday from sometime in the afternoon to about 10 o'clock at night. Those were the hours that I usually got. It was a pretty typical shift with us being very busy and me getting a lot of customers through my lane. At one point, a man came into my lane and bought a wireless speaker. It was one of the more expensive ones that we had, and I think it was over $100. When the man saw the total, he complained immediately, saying that the item was on sale and it should have been half off. I looked and saw that the item was clearly not on sale, but to satisfy the man, I even called up someone from the electronics department. My coworker David came up to the lane and confirmed that the item was not on sale and hadn't ever been on sale since we had it. The man was clearly making it up to try to get a discount, and after my line was held up for over 5 minutes because of him, he continued to complain and refused to pay. I told the man if he didn't want to buy the speaker, he would have to leave my lane because there were lots of other customers waiting. He kept on complaining and started to get personal with me. Generally, I consider myself to be a patient guy and always tried my best to be nice and respectful to the customers. But something about this guy, from the very second he started complaining, he was just so rude. When he started saying I was an idiot, I told him to leave. This only provoked him even more, and after cursing at me, the man finally left. I was so happy that he was finally gone, and even though it was a negative experience, I was happy to now deal with more normal customers. I kept working, and several hours later, when it was now nighttime, I looked up to see that in line was the same guy from before. He had a somewhat long beard and wore a hat and sunglasses with a red sweatshirt, just like he had been before. I got a bad feeling when I saw him in line with an angry look on his face. I dreaded when it would be his turn in line, and when it was, I looked to see that he didn't appear to be buying anything. He just walked up to me and said to me, "You didn't think I would come back here, did you?" I didn't say anything. The man then said that I better start watching my back, and then just walked off. I was very surprised at the lengths this man was going to show his anger with me. But what could I do? I was glad I didn't say anything back to the man, even though I wanted to, but I kept it professional. My shift went for another hour or so, and then I was finally done. It was a long day, and I was excited to get back home and relax. I left the store, which was now pretty quiet, and walked to my car in the back corner of the parking lot where I always parked. As I was approaching my car, I heard someone yell at me from about 30 feet to my left. I looked over and saw the same guy. He immediately cursed at me and started walking towards me from a car parked behind a tree to the right. I didn't really have time to say or do anything before I saw the man was coming towards me. This prompted me to start running to my car. I then heard the man begin to run as well, which made me go even faster. I made it inside my car and locked it and started the engine. The man kicked at the side of my door pretty hard as I started to back away. I drove away as fast as I could, and thankfully he wasn't able to get back to his car to follow me before I was out of his sights. I went home, and when I got there I saw that there was a dent in the side of my car where the man had kicked at me. I couldn't believe how angry the man was and how he literally waited for me to get off of work. The next day I went back to Walmart and told them everything that happened. I quit my job, and thankfully Walmart offered to pay for my car to get fixed.
I had a really strange and creepy experience when I went to Target several weeks ago. I went shopping for a few items, and I go to Target all the time. After I got there, I was towards one of the far back corners of the store. It was very quiet over there, as the time was about 8:30 p.m., and there were not very many shoppers anymore. Out of nowhere, I saw a guy come around a corner from the next aisle. I realized that he was a Target employee. He had dark brown hair and was somewhat tall, maybe 6 feet. He walked up to me and said hi. Then he asked me if I needed help finding anything. I said no thanks, I know where everything I'm getting is, but I appreciate the help. He then offered to show me some items that were on sale, which I also declined. He said okay, and then just kind of walked off. Now, nothing was strange about that interaction, but then I continued my shopping and took maybe 15 more minutes inside the store. Then I headed to the checkouts, paid for my things, and left.
I was parked towards one side of the store and about halfway back in the parking lot. I walked up to my car and then began unloading all of my things into the trunk of my car. When I was doing this, again, out of almost nowhere, I heard somebody approaching me from behind. I turned around to see the same guy who spoke to me inside of Target, but he was not wearing his Target employee uniform. Now he was just wearing sweatpants and a black jacket with the hood up. I still instantly recognized him and was very confused. The man asked me if I could give him a ride. He was like, "Hi, I was wondering if you could please give me a ride." I told him that I would not be able to do that. The guy seemed really sketchy, and that's not even because of the fact that he had just been working at Target like 15 minutes ago. After I said no, he was still standing there, and I could tell that he was going to ask me again. I said, "Don't you work here?" I was thinking maybe it would be better for him to ask a coworker for a ride or something. He said no, he didn't work there. I told him that he had just talked to me in the store a little bit earlier, but he completely denied it. Now, I know for a fact 100% that it was him. Now he was only seeming more sketchy to me. Then he told me that he didn't need a ride very far, just a little ways. I told him once again that I couldn't do it. Then I firmly turned and walked away from him and for my car. I got inside and then closed and locked the door. The man started to walk over to my driver's side door. Luckily, nobody was parked directly in front of me and I could pull right out. I drove off, leaving him standing there. After leaving, I wondered what his deal was. Why was he pretending to work at Target and then asking me for a ride? I really have no idea, but the whole thing still seems pretty sketchy to me. I'm glad that I got away from him.
I worked at a Walmart store when I was younger and in high school. This was one of the first jobs that I had, and I didn't have a car yet or a consistent means of transportation. Most of the time, I would get a ride from my parents or older brother. My parents worked odd hours, and my brother also had a job and played football as well, so I never really knew who could drive me, but usually it all worked out. Well, one time I worked a night shift until like 9 p.m. or something like that. I remember that we lived like 10 minutes from the Walmart, and when I got off, I texted my mom. She was not able to come and get me, so I then texted my dad and older brother. Unfortunately, I didn't hear back from them right away. So during this time, I was inside the Walmart in the break room sitting down. Another coworker who I was sort of friends with named Rachel asked me if I was off, knowing that I got done at around 9. I told her yes, but I was waiting for my brother to text me back. Rachel had to leave the break room to go back to work, but said bye or something like that. Then there was just one other person in the break room. It was this guy named Michael, who was about 5 years older than me, if I had to guess. I really didn't know anything about him, other than that he worked at the Walmart, and I think stocked shelves. I had never really spoken with him or crossed paths with him to that point. I had seen him just here and there. He suddenly walked over to me and asked if I needed a ride home. He said that he had just gotten off and was leaving. Now, because I didn't know him that well, I was a little hesitant and I said no thanks, but Michael said that it would be no trouble and he wanted to. He was a coworker, so I figured that he must just be trying to be nice, and I looked at my phone and saw that I hadn't gotten a text back. I was tired and wanted to leave, so I finally said yes. I offered to pay Michael gas money, but he said no. So I followed him out into the parking lot and we walked to his car. It was a really old, rusty, beat-up looking pickup truck. We both got inside and I gave Michael my address. He said that he knew where that was and it wasn't very far away from his place. Then we left. We started to talk during the ride, and we just got to know each other a little bit, asking basic questions and stuff. I wasn't paying that great of attention to the road, but I did notice that Michael turned before it would have been my street. I didn't say anything at first, even though I should have. He drove down this road a little while, and I wasn't really sure what he was doing. I was hoping that maybe he was just taking a different way of getting to my house. We were close, but not at all on the correct street. Then Michael pulled off of that street and into this parking lot of an apartment complex. He proceeded to drive up to it and park in one of the spaces. I asked him where we were, and he said that this was his apartment. I told him that he was supposed to drive me home, not go to his place. He then said that I may as well come inside and hang out for a while then. I was angry and said that I didn't want to. I told him to drive me home, and he said no. I told Michael that I really had to get home. It was late and I had school the next morning. Michael told me that I could stay the night at his place, which I obviously said no to. Michael then said too bad and just started walking into his apartment. Now, I was at least a few miles from home, in some random apartment parking lot. I couldn't believe that Michael had done that to me, but I guess it was good he didn't try to force me to go inside with him. I called my brother again, who still hadn't texted me back, and luckily, he actually picked up the phone. He said that he had just gotten off of work early and could get me. I walked to the end of the apartment complex parking lot and waited. About 10 minutes later, my brother showed up. I was able to get home safely that night, and after that, I didn't bother to report Michael to work or anything. I didn't want to make a big deal out of the situation, and I figured that I would just try to stay as far away from Michael as I could and never talk to him again. And that was going well at first, but only for about a week. Then, one night, I got off of work kind of late again. This time, I had my dad coming to pick me up, but I had to wait for him. So I walked outside of the Walmart and stood around on the sidewalk. Things were pretty quiet around the Walmart, and the parking lot was also quiet at this time. Maybe 5 minutes into waiting, I noticed a truck driving to the front. It was Michael's truck. He stopped right in front of me. Then he rolled down the window and asked me if I needed a ride. I said no. Michael said he would give me a ride to my place this time. I said no again, and added that my dad was already on his way. Michael didn't answer, but rolled his window back up. But he didn't drive away like I thought he would. Instead, I heard his driver's door open and saw him start to walk around the vehicle in my direction. I walked right back inside the Walmart and didn't stop. I went down a few random aisles until I realized that Michael was not following me. Then I went straight to a manager and reported the whole thing. Michael was gone at that point though. My dad arrived a short time later and I got a ride home with him. The next time that I worked, a few days later, I found out that Michael had been fired. I was glad, and luckily, after that, I never saw him again.
I worked at a super Target for almost 2 years. I quit just a couple of months ago and have gotten another job since then. But working at Target was good for the most part. When I was first hired, I started out as a cashier. But after a few months, I changed and worked around the store and only did cashier when an extra one was needed. Usually that was just at busier times or if somebody called in. So this story is something that happened probably about a year ago maybe. I was working at night and things were pretty quiet. I was back sort of near the electronics department, which is at the back center of the store. It was then that a man approached me and said that he needed help with something. The guy was sort of tall and I remember was wearing a black sweatshirt. I asked him how I could help, and he said that he was looking for some plates. He asked me if I could show him where they were, and said that he had been looking around for a while. I said that I could, and I knew exactly where they were. I understood how it might be hard for him to find them. We would remodel our store and organize it quite often, and we're always updating things. The plates and silverware were in the far back corner of the store, which is generally a quieter area. The man followed me as I walked over there, which didn't take very long. Soon we made it to the general area. When I was approaching the aisle at the far back corner, I noticed something a little bit strange. There were 3 other men standing around near the plates. Each of them was wearing a ski mask over their heads. I couldn't tell who they were or anything because of this. They were all just standing there, facing me, and when I started to approach, they looked at me. This seemed very suspicious and gave me a bad feeling. Why were they all wearing ski masks, and what were they doing? They didn't seem to be looking at anything, but when I came into view, they were suddenly all looking at me. I only saw them for probably 3 or 4 seconds, and then I turned and walked down the very next aisle to get out of there. When I did, I heard the first guy who had been following me say to wait, but I didn't. I just kept walking and got out of that area. I felt better when I was a few aisles away. The guy did not keep following me, and I was now by myself. I didn't bother to look back to see if the guys were still there or not. I went to another area of the store and went back to work, doing what I had been going to do before the guy asked me for help. As I was over there, I was wondering what exactly was going on. I still didn't know why those guys were wearing masks.
Most people don't just go into a store wearing ski masks unless they're planning to rob the place or something. I looked around as I worked, but I didn't see any of the other guys. After several minutes, I decided to go back over and see if they were still there. I'm not sure if I was just really curious or what. I walked over to the corner of the store, and when I got there, saw nobody. There wasn't really anybody at all in that immediate area. By then, it was probably about 9 p.m., and there weren't many shoppers at all. The ones that were inside the store were mostly on the other side where groceries were. I worked until 10 p.m., so I only had about an hour left and went back to work in the meantime. During that final hour of work, I did not see any of the men. Then, at 10 o'clock, the store closed, and I walked up to the front, clocked out, and left. There was a door in the middle for employees only where I would leave. As I left the store and started walking through the parking lot to my vehicle, there were still a decent amount of cars there. Quite a few people worked overnights at Target, and some others hadn't left yet that were still there. But I hadn't even made it that far when I spotted a car with about 4 people in it. I immediately noticed the men wearing masks as the same men who had been inside the store earlier. The car was a ways away, but I saw the people inside turn and look at me as I approached. I turned right back around when I saw this and walked for the employee door that I had come out of. The employee door was only about 20 feet away, and when I got back to it, somebody else was leaving. That allowed me to go back inside of the store. When I was in there, I went into the break room and just waited. I had a really bad feeling about those guys. I wasn't sure why they were still there either. About 15 minutes later, I went back out and checked, and the men were now gone. After that, I walked out to my vehicle and left. I never saw those people again after that, although the only one I would have recognized was the guy who had asked me for help. Everybody else had been wearing a ski mask over their face. My theory is that it was some type of a setup. I was lucky to get away as early as I did.
This happened last year. I was shopping at my local Walmart, just doing some typical shopping on a random weeknight. The store was pretty quiet, and it was probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I had been in the store for about 15 minutes or so, and I was in the aisle where they have the fitness items. I was looking at one of those massage guns. I wasn't planning on buying one that day, or even buying one at Walmart, but I had been considering getting one. When I walked by, I noticed it and stopped to read the box. I was in the aisle looking at it for a few minutes, and when I was doing so, I remember hearing some voices in the next aisle over. It happened to be a toy aisle, and this was at sort of the back corner of the store. I heard a man's voice, and then the voice of a child. At first, I paid no attention as I was looking, but soon I heard the man say, "I will buy you this toy if you come with me." I assumed it was the child's father at first, but I didn't really know why he would say that. I couldn't really make out what the kid said back to him, but I heard the man then say something like, "Your mom said it's okay." Then, I just had the crazy thought that maybe this wasn't the child's father. The man started saying, "Come on, let's go," a couple of times. I heard him starting to walk to the end of the aisle. I just had a really bad feeling about it. At the time, I didn't know if I was just being nosy or if I should do something. I decided to walk by the aisle and glance down it to see. I left the aisle that I was in and walked into the next one over, which was a toy aisle, and when I looked down, I saw a man wearing a black jacket and winter hat, holding the hand of a little kid and leading her to the other end of the aisle. Their backs were facing me. I was kind of thinking on the fly, and I said, "Excuse me," to the guy. He turned around and looked really surprised. I picked up some random toy from the shelf. It was some type of stuffed animal. I said I wanted to ask the man a question, if this would be a good gift for my niece. I then started walking over to them. He said he had no idea, and I said I thought he might know. I then asked if that was his daughter. He said no, and he was just watching her for the moment, but then said they really had to get going. Him and the child then walked away. I really wasn't sure if I should believe him or not. Maybe I was making too much of it. I realized it probably was a reasonable explanation, and I turned and started to walk into the opposite direction. I was telling myself that nothing was wrong, and I was just paranoid. But I'm not even kidding. About 30 seconds later, I heard a woman's voice calling out a name. For this story, let's just say the name was Sarah. The woman was calling out Sarah, not really loud, but enough for people in the aisles nearby to hear, including me. I walked towards the voice and found the woman a few aisles down and more towards the center of the store. When I reached her, I asked if Sarah was her daughter. She looked concerned and said yes. I had a terrible feeling, and I said that I might have seen her daughter with a man and I thought they might be leaving. We both started sprinting towards the front of the store. The good thing is that this was probably less than a minute since I had seen the man. When we made it to the front of the store, we saw the man and the child at the self-checkouts area. He was buying one of the toys for her. The girl's mother started shouting, and the man claimed he was just trying to be nice and buy the toy for the girl, but he quickly tried to run away after realizing nobody would believe that. He ran out the door and was able to momentarily get away. I was just happy that the girl was okay and back with her mother. It turned out that the girl had wandered off from her mother to look at toys while her mom was shopping in another area of the store. The mother had believed that her child was nearby, but had actually wandered off much further. I also found out that the guy was located not long after this at all.
I work at Target. I am a cart attendant, and my main job is pushing carts into the store from the parking lot. It's a good way to earn money to pay for college during the summer. One Saturday, I was working a closing shift, and by 10 p.m. it was pretty dead. I was walking out of the grocery side front doors to look for carts when I heard on my walkie someone say, "Cart attendant." As employees, we all carried walkie-talkies to communicate, and we would call for each other by positions if we needed things. "Go ahead for cart attendant," I said. "Can you turn to channel 3? They answered. I didn't recognize the voice on the other end of the walkie. It was a man's voice, and it sounded pretty average to me. I didn't think much of it because we would occasionally have managers from other Targets help out at our location if it was a busy day or if somebody called in. Plus, I spent most of my time in the parking lot, so I didn't pay attention to who was working on the inside much. I said I was going to 3 and turned the channels on my walkie. I told him I was on 3, and he asked me if I could go to the east side of the building and meet him there. I was a little confused at this request because I didn't see anyone come outside when I was pushing carts, and it seemed like kind of a strange thing to ask. But we did have a cart corral on the east side of the building, and I remembered to myself how I had forgotten to check it in a long time. I figured it was overflowing, or maybe a glass bottle broke or something. I said I was on my way and walked to the side of the building. When I got there, I didn't see anybody. I looked around. The cart corral had maybe 4 or 5 carts in it. Nothing seemed out of place, except for one car parked about 40 feet from the corral on the side of the building. It was a black SUV. There appeared to be nobody in it. I grabbed my walkie and told him I was there. He said he was closer to the back of the building and I needed to see something. I started to walk farther down to see if anybody was actually there. Just after I passed the front of the SUV, its lights turned on. It was so bright I was blinded. I heard the back doors of the SUV open. After a couple seconds, I saw 3 men walking towards me. I turned and ran as fast as I could to the front of the building. When I made it to the corner of Target, they stopped chasing me and I went inside the store. I immediately found a manager and asked them who that was talking to me on the walkie-talkie. She said she didn't know and figured it was people who bought the same walkie brand and decided to prank us. I didn't tell her about the people chasing me because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and I figured there was nothing that could be done. I still work there, and nothing like that has happened since.
This is my story of when I went shopping at Walmart almost 2 years ago. I'm a female for some background, and I went to a local Walmart probably about 10 minutes from where I live, at maybe 10 p.m. or so. When I got there, the store was pretty quiet, with it being a little bit later at night. I started my shopping on one side of the store. Maybe 10 minutes into being there, I was alone in an aisle when a man entered it. I didn't really look at him, but he approached me and said hi. I just remember that he had really short brownish hair and he was slightly taller than me. I said hi back to him, and then he asked me if I needed a ride. I told him no and was kind of confused. The guy asked me again if I was sure I didn't need a ride. He came across as a little bit odd to me. I told him no, I was sure that I did not need a ride. The man said that he could give me one if I needed it. I started to walk away from him in the other direction, but he kind of followed me. He wasn't saying anything,
But as I walked out of that aisle and into another one, he followed me. I continued to move farther away, and the man remained behind me. Eventually, I stopped, and the guy stopped again, and told me another time that he could give me a ride. It was getting really frustrating by now. I turned to the man and told him that for the last time, I did not need a ride or want one, and I asked him to please leave me alone. The guy said, all right, and then he actually walked away. After that, I resumed my shopping. Eventually, I made my way over to the grocery area and got several items over there. I was in that area for probably 15 minutes or so. During this time, I did not see the guy. I went to the self-checkouts and paid for everything. The next time that I saw the man was right after I was leaving the checkout area and making my way to the exit. I started walking to the exit doors, and the guy was walking to them as well, but coming from the other side of them. I tried to avoid making eye contact with him. Still, I wanted to know where he was going to go, and if he was going to try to talk to me again. I stopped where I was and just stood there with my bags in my hands. I wanted him to leave the store first. The guy walked out of the doors, and then I started to leave after him. I went outside and looked around and didn't see him, so I started walking to my car. I was parked a ways down, about halfway back. As I was walking to my vehicle, I heard somebody start walking behind me sort of fast. It happened suddenly when I was almost halfway to my car. I looked behind me, and of course, the guy was there. He was looking right at me and walking in my direction. Possibly his car was also parked near the location of mine, but I more so felt like he was headed towards me again. I started walking faster, just to be safe. I felt like I could make it to my car before he would approach me, because I was far enough ahead of him, so I ignored him and kept walking to my car. I arrived and opened the door to the back seat to put my shopping bags inside. As I was doing this, I heard the footsteps behind me turn into running. I looked back and saw the man sprinting towards me. I tossed the bags in the back and moved to the front of my car. I opened the door and got inside as fast as I possibly could. When I was inside, I locked the door, just moments before the man arrived. He went straight for my driver's door right next to me and unsuccessfully tried opening it. Then he started knocking at the window. I started driving away immediately. He kept knocking on the window until I was out of his reach. He tried chasing my car on foot for a short time until I was far enough away that he couldn't catch me. Then finally, I was away from him. Luckily, I was able to get out of there before the man actually had a chance to follow me in his car or anything. But since that experience, I have not gone back to that Walmart. That man was sketchy from the very beginning. I can't imagine why he was asking to give me a ride over and over again. I would recommend anybody going to Walmart late at night to keep good accounts of your surroundings.
I used to work at a Target department store as a cashier. I worked there for almost 6 months, but ended up quitting. The scariest thing that happened was one random night when I was working a night shift. I don't remember what time I started or exactly when I got off either, but I was working as a cashier and helping countless customers. The store was decently busy, and there was a steady amount of people at my register. I remember towards the end of my shift, this guy with a beard came into my line. I don't recall what he bought, and we had a very normal interaction. I don't remember anything out of the ordinary, but I did remember him just because of his beard. It was very long and memorable. So anyways, he walked away and then I helped the next person in line behind him. Probably 10 minutes or so after this, it was time for my final break of the night. I turned off the light to my check lane, helped the final customer, and then left. I walked to the front of the store and went down a quiet hallway to where our break room was. The break room had several tables, chairs, a refrigerator, and a TV. I sat down at a table and was the only person inside the entire break room at that time. So I just went on my phone like usual and caught up Snapchatting with friends and whatnot. About 5 minutes later, I noticed somebody come into the break room out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't really see them. The person then walked over and sat down right next to me at the table. When I looked up, I saw that it was the same bearded man from just minutes before. I was so confused as to what he was doing here. He didn't work at Target, so why would he be in the break room? The man told me that I had to go with him. I was asking him, "What are you talking about?" He said that we should go right now and was pointing towards the exit. There was an employee's entrance down the hallway from the break room. I asked the guy who he was, and he said that he would tell me later. Then the man stood up and said once more to leave with him. Now, obviously, this seemed crazy to me, and I had no intentions of doing so. Then he started to grab my arm to get me to stand up as well. I stood up but resisted, and I tried to start to walk away from him. When this happened, I suddenly heard the door open from behind. I looked back and saw one of my coworkers, Brian, entering the break room. He looked very confused by what he was seeing. I remember that the man tried pulling my arm to get me to go with him again, but I was still resisting. That's when Brian asked what was going on. The man finally let go of my arm and then ran away towards the employee's exit. I went over to Brian and told him the story. I said that I was so happy he walked in when he did. Looking back, I don't know what would have happened if he didn't. Brian went to see if the guy had left, and he did. Another coworker came into the break room a short time later, and we all talked about what happened. After that, I went back to work and finished up my shift. For the next several days, everything was fine. I worked one other time without any kinds of problems, but I remember that my next shift after that, I was working at night again. Things had been going by like normal. I had a few customers in my checkout line at probably about 9 o'clock. I remember that I casually looked up and suddenly saw the same bearded man in line. He didn't have any items with him. I had a really bad feeling about this. When it was his turn, I told him that I was going to call the police if I ever saw him again. The man laughed a little and said that he would be waiting for me when I got off. Then he just walked away and left. I went straight for my manager after that and told her about what had happened. We decided to call the police. They came out and we spoke with them about the situation. Then they went into the parking lot and actually found the man standing in the parking lot near my vehicle. It gave me the creeps when I heard that. I'm really glad that we called the police. I ended up getting a restraining order against the guy and haven't seen him since. When I was 16 years old, I got my first job working at a Walmart. It was about 10 minutes away from my parents' house, where I lived at the time. I was in high school and would work sometimes after classes were over or on weekends. During this time, I did not have a car, and my parents would drive me to and from work. I was hoping to earn enough money from my Walmart job over time to possibly buy a car. A couple of months after I started working there, I had a shift one night. I started at 4 p.m. after school and got off at 9 o'clock. I was a cashier and was at the check lanes for my entire shift. Things pretty much went by as usual. The store was not too busy, and there was really only 2 hours where there were a lot of customers. Other than that, it was fairly quiet. I actually was able to get off a little bit early that night. At about 8:45, my manager told me that I could leave now because things were so quiet. I left the check lanes and went to the employees-only area of our store to clock out. Then I texted my mom, letting her know that I was off early. She knew that I worked until 9, and sometimes I would get off a little bit early or later. My mom replied quickly, letting me know that she would be leaving to come and get me. I left the store and walked to the front of it. There were a few benches looking out to the parking lot on the sidewalk area over there. There were also a couple of small plants and trees as well, scattered around. I sat next to this tree on a bench, where I would often sit and wait for my mom to pick me up if she wasn't there already. I went on my phone and just waited. The parking lot was pretty quiet for the most part by now. It was getting to be a little bit later at night. Still, occasional customers would come inside the store or leave. There were also a lot of cars in the parking lot with all of the employees we had, as well as the customers. I remember seeing this one car, which was a larger and older looking SUV, enter the parking lot. It drove around, and then drove right in front of the entrance doors, which were a little ways to my left. Then it slowly went forward and past me, going to the other set of doors. I watched it go past those doors and take a left, going back through the parking lot. I really didn't think much of it and focused my attention back to my phone. But I remember a couple of minutes later, looking up and seeing the car again. It was back, as if it was taking another lap around the parking lot. It was also moving at a very slow speed. This time, the car came to one of the parking aisles and then turned to go towards me again. It drove along the front of the store and slowed down some more. Then it stopped, literally right in front of me. I had a sort of bad feeling about it for some reason, but I was more confused than anything. This certainly wasn't my mom's car. After the SUV stopped, the passenger side window, which was closer to me, rolled down. Now I could see that there was a man in the driver's seat and he was looking right at me. He then yelled to me, asking if I needed a ride. The man said that he could drive me home or to wherever I was going. I shook my head and told him no thanks. I didn't get a good look at the guy, but I remember that he had sort of dark and long hair and was wearing a baseball cap. He said that I should go with him and waved me over. I still said no, but the man did not drive away. I thought he would leave, but for a few moments he just sat there. Then, suddenly, his driver's door opened up and the man started walking around the car. The next thing I knew, I saw the guy emerge from behind his car and he was walking right towards me. He was moving at a fast pace, and I quickly got up from the bench. I turned and ran for the entrance of Walmart and didn't look back. I made it inside within probably 10 seconds, and then I finally looked behind me. The man had not followed me into the store. I didn't see him immediately outside either, and figured that he had gone back to his vehicle. I remained inside the store, sitting on an inside bench until my mom texted me that she was there. She arrived about 5 minutes after I had entered the Walmart and let me know that she was in the parking lot out front. I walked out and saw my mom's car and got inside of it. When I did, I felt much better. I told her about what had happened and we looked around. Then I saw the same SUV in the parking lot. This time it was parked in a space and the engine was running. We left and luckily were not followed or anything. I remember that when we got home, I called my boss and reported the incident. I'm not sure if the guy ever came back or anything. For the rest of the time that I worked there, nothing like that happened and I never saw the guy either.
I used to work at a Walmart. It wasn't exactly my dream job, but I didn't mind it that much either. Most of the time that I worked there was after close. I would work in the back, organizing and getting products, and then I would often bring them to the sales floor and to the shelves. I did this for all sections of the store. During the time of this story, I had been working there for about 6 months already, so I was pretty familiar with the place. It was a weeknight at probably about midnight. I was a few hours into my shift and was in the back room of the store. I was getting items that would be put on the shelves of the store when I heard a loud noise. It was like a thud, and it was coming from the backroom area right near where I was. I couldn't really tell exactly where the noise was coming from though. I looked around but didn't see anything. The noise startled me pretty good because nobody else was back there with me. I finished what I was doing in silence and then went out to stock the shelves. I returned a while later to get more items in around the same area in the back. About 15 minutes into doing that, I once again heard another loud thud. I still couldn't pinpoint exactly where the sound was coming from. There were lots of shelves back there and many products and equipment all around. There were countless places where somebody could hide if they wanted to, and I knew that. Then I heard the noise once more. I looked around, still seeing nothing, and then I got up. I walked over to the direction of where I thought the noise was coming from, but when I got there, I couldn't see anything there. I looked all around. I didn't know if I was in the right spot. I was just guessing. I asked if anybody was there, but got no reply. Things were extremely quiet. I just shook my head and then went back to work. I wasn't really sure what I could do about it. I got more products to put on the shelves, and the entire time I was back there though, I will admit I was pretty scared. I didn't hear the noise again though, and I finished up as fast as possible. Then I went back out into the store. Eventually, I had to go to the back room yet again, in the same area that I had been in. I would be working there for most of the night. When I made it into the back again, by now it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I was there for no more than 10 minutes before hearing the loud noise another time. This time, I jumped up. I was determined to know who was doing this. I ran over to the area, calling out, "Who's doing that?" as I was running. But when I got closer, I really had no idea where it was. There were so many aisles of shelves back there. I knew it had been a distance away from me, but not all that far. I looked up and down, left and right, all around me, and I still didn't see anyone. I went into one of the little aisles that we had back there. Then I quietly looked around. As I was there, suddenly there was a noise. It wasn't a thud or a loud noise though. It was a whisper. Hey, Somebody was whispering from the next aisle over. I immediately ran out of there. I ran all the way back out and into the store. I then found the nearest employee. He saw how I was shaken up, and he asked me what was going on. We both ended up going back to look around. I felt a little better with another person there, but we still didn't find anyone. We also didn't hear any noises back there either. I ended up working the rest of my shift in fear, but nothing more happened. I'm not sure if that was a person who hid back there since we had closed, or what. That would be my best guess. They possibly kept hiding back there or left when I ran out. I don't know who or why though. Maybe it was just to scare me, or maybe something else. I quit my job at Walmart not too long after this. I wouldn't say that was the incident that caused me to quit. I'd been thinking about quitting for a while. It certainly didn't make me want to stay though.
I used to work at Walmart as a cashier. This was 20 years ago now. I'm a female, and I was 20 when this took place. I remember that I worked at a Walmart during college part-time for about 2 years. I was a cashier the entire time. My schedule would be pretty random, but usually I would work about 3 or 4 nights a week. If it was a weekday, the shift would typically be in the afternoon to the nighttime, and if it was a weekend, I would often work in the morning. So one time I was working at night and just ringing up one customer after another. I don't remember all the details that well with it being so long ago, but I do know that when my shift was almost over, this one guy came into my checkout lane. To be blunt, he was a total creep. I don't remember what he was buying, but one of the first things he said to me while checking out was that he had been watching me. He said that he always sees me working and stuff. I remember that he asked me out and I said no. At first, he was trying to convince me and saying that I would have a good time going out with him and stuff. I really had no interest. He was at least 20 years older than me as well. I still said no, and finally, I remember the guy walked off. But that was not the last that I saw of him. When I worked a few nights later, similar hours, the man came into my lane again. I remember as soon as I saw him, I had a bad feeling. The first thing he said to me was asking if I had changed my mind. I asked him about what, and he said about going out with him. I said it was still a no from me, and I was really beginning to be creeped out by him. He did leave though, and then I felt better. That very same night, I got off of work at about 10 o'clock. I left the store and got to my car, then I drove home. I lived alone in this little apartment building that was less than 10 minutes away from Walmart. After getting back home, I went inside, but probably like 10 minutes later, there was a knock on my door. When I went to look, I saw the same guy standing there. I was shocked and also really creeped out. I didn't know how this guy would know where I lived unless he followed me home. I didn't answer the door. He knocked and then waited for like another minute, and then he knocked again. This went on for several times. He was still knocking on my door after like 10 minutes. At that point, he started yelling, saying that he knew I was home. At one point, he even tried opening the door. When he continued to not leave, I called the police on him. I told them everything, that I suspected I was followed home, and that the guy wouldn't leave. He stayed there, and was still right outside my door when the police arrived. When they spoke with the man, he claimed that he was lost or something. That was obviously a lie. He ended up getting banned from my apartment building, and was also banned from the Walmart as well. I'm really glad that I never saw the guy again after that.
I went to Target on a quiet night just last week. I didn't need much and was just there to look at some skincare products and get some that I needed. When I got inside the store, there wasn't many other people in there at all. This Target had just one set of doors that were the far left side. Once I went in, I walked all the way to the far right side of the store where they had the products that I wanted to look at. I made it there and began to look at them. Nobody else was in the aisle when I got there. I would say probably 5 minutes or so after being there, I felt someone enter the aisle that I was in. I didn't see them, but I sensed that somebody else was there. I didn't bother to look over. They seemed to stay at the far end of the aisle, though, without moving, for kind of a long time. I looked over casually. There was a man standing there at the end of the aisle, just staring at me. He wasn't like smiling or looking mad or anything. He was just staring at me. We made eye contact for a moment, but I had to look away. This was sort of uncomfortable, and I chose to leave the aisle. I moved to the next one over to get one of the products that I had planned to. After I picked them up, I saw the man enter this aisle. I was a little bit creeped out, and he took a couple of steps closer to me. That's when I looked at him and I asked if I could help him. He said yes, but didn't expand on that any further. I decided to just walk away. I left that aisle and moved out into one of the main ones. Then I began walking to the far back of the store, past the grocery aisles. I heard the man walking after me, and I looked over my shoulder to see him about 20 feet back. This was really weird. I wanted this creep to just leave me alone. After I got to one of the back aisles of the store, I approached the electronics department. That's when I saw one of the employees, and I walked over to them. When I did, the man who had been following me walked into a random aisle. I let the Target employee know that a man had been acting strange and seemingly followed me throughout the store. The employee told me that he would keep an eye out for the man, and if there were any further problems, he would get security. This eased my mind just a little bit. I decided to wrap around the store and go back to where I was originally looking at the products. I had the two that I was buying for sure with me in my hands, but I wanted to look at a couple of other ones still. Eventually, I made it back there, and I didn't encounter the man the entire time that I looked. I was there for maybe 5 more minutes and decided to get one more thing and then to check out and leave. They only had a few check lanes that were at the far end of the store by the exit. I walked over but got about halfway there before noticing the man again. He was standing around by the checkouts, just kind of walking around. He didn't notice me, and I quickly went into an aisle so he wouldn't. I decided to wait there for a few moments and waiting to see if the guy would leave. When I looked back out, he was still there. It was like he was just waiting for me, kind of pacing around by the check lanes. I started to fear the worst, like he would follow me out of the store to my car. In the dark and quiet parking lot, things were much more dangerous than inside the store. I didn't want to go to the checkout or he would see me for sure. I thought about what I could do. There was the option to let the employee know, but I felt like if he just asked the man to leave, the guy would be waiting outside for me in the parking lot, which would be just as bad. I also knew that the Target security guards couldn't really do a whole lot. I decided not to do that and that I would just leave. The things that I was buying could wait, and I didn't need them on this night. I put them back on the shelf. Then, I walked carefully over to the starting area of the checkouts. The man was much further down, because the first several lanes were closed. I very carefully went from behind one aisle to behind one of the closed check lanes, making sure that the man didn't see me. I ducked down behind one and went to the end of that check lane. I very carefully and slowly walked down to the exit. Then, when I was close to the doors, I got up and I left the store without the man noticing. Anybody else who saw me, I'm sure, thought I was acting weird, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. Just to be sure, though, I went as fast as I could through the parking lot to my car, and then I drove home. Luckily, I didn't see the man again. After that experience, I haven't been back to that Target. When I go back, I'm hoping nothing else strange happens.
I used to work at a Walmart supercenter several years ago. I only worked there for about 6 months, if that. My job was just stocking shelves, and I often worked really late at night and after the store had closed. It was a job that was pretty easy, so I didn't really mind it that much. But one time, I was working, and the store hadn't quite closed yet. Still, I was stocking shelves in sort of the back middle of the store. It was normally a pretty quiet area, and I was all by myself. About 30 minutes went by, and I hadn't seen anybody at all. At that point, I put in some headphones, which I did all the time. I think the store was closing in like 10 minutes at that particular moment. So I was now listening to my music and stocking the shelves. Not long after this, though, I could sense that somebody was behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw this woman standing there. She was wearing this really creepy-looking mask over her face. It wasn't covering her entire head, but just the face, including her eyes. It really freaked me out at first, especially with the music in my ears, so I hadn't heard her approaching. She was like 20 feet away from me. I took my headphones out and laughed, realizing it was probably a joke. I jokingly said that she scared me, but the woman just stood there and did not say anything at all. I then asked if I could help her with something, but she still didn't say anything. So after another awkward moment or two, I said that I was going to get back to stalking, and I did so. A few moments later, I looked back, and the woman was now gone. It was very strange, but I figured there was just somebody trying to get a reaction out of me. I continued with my work. For probably an hour, I was just working like normal by myself in that area. I moved a couple of aisles over, but was still in the same general location. And that area was still very quiet. Then, I remember I randomly turned around again and saw that the woman was back. Now this was really weird, because we were closed now and had been for well over an hour. I couldn't believe that I saw her once more. She was just standing there like before, and I asked her what she was doing here. I said that the store was closed. Of course, the woman didn't say anything at all. She then picked up a random item off the shelf and threw it at me. It hit me and I stood up. She picked up something else and tossed that at me too. I didn't know what was going on. I just left the aisle out the back way and walked quickly to try to find another coworker. When I did this, I heard the woman walking after me. I headed to the front of the store, and at that point, I lost her. I found my manager and told her about the woman, and she radioed to somebody else. Before I knew it, the police got called, and they entered the store and searched for the woman. Apparently, this lady had also done the same thing to another coworker. Eventually, the police were able to locate her and get her to leave the store. After that, we all went back to work. That was my craziest experience working at Walmart.
Years ago, I worked at Target. I've had many jobs since then, but one of the creepiest things that's happened to me came in my time there. So, I was still fairly new to the job. I should also mention that I was really young when I worked at Target. I was 17 years old, and it was literally the second job that I ever had. I lived with my parents and was in high school at the time. So, I had been working there for maybe 2 or 3 months. I was a cashier, and one night I worked until 9:45 p.m. After getting off, I left Target and was walking in the parking lot to my car. Like right as I was leaving, I noticed this one guy who looked a little older than I was. He was wearing a red shirt and khakis, and I realized that he was probably a new coworker. I had never seen him before, but Target is a large store and is always getting new workers. I remember that the guy said hi to me, and I said hi back to him. He then asked me if I was just getting off, and when I said yes, he told me that he was as well, and he gave me a high five. I asked if he was new, and he said yes, he had just recently started. He asked me how my shift had gone, and after I told him about it, I asked him what he did. I hadn't noticed him at the registers, so I figured that he wasn't a cashier. He told me that he did a little bit of everything, and then said that he had been all over the place that night. Looking back, that's kind of an odd answer, but I didn't really think much of it at the time. As we talked, we were both walking out in the parking lot towards our cars. Then I remember that he asked me where I lived. I told him the basic general area, referencing a business that was pretty close to my house and right outside of my neighborhood. I remember that he said, "Nice, me too." I had not recognized him as having gone to my school or anything, but I guess it was possible he went to another school. I didn't bother to ask him what school he went to though, because just about then I arrived at my car. So I told him to have a good night and I was leaving now. The guy was nice and he said good night and kept walking. After I got in my car, I saw him get into a car that was parked adjacent to mine. I briefly looked at my phone like I normally did before leaving. The other guy seemed to do the same thing. Then I left. I began driving home, and I noticed that the guy started driving behind me. However, I thought nothing of it at all. He said that he lived right by me, so obviously he would be driving the same way. It took about 10 minutes to get back, and when I approached my neighborhood, the guy was still following me. As I turned off for the road right before my neighborhood, I remember seeing the guy keep going straight. I figured that's where he lived in that area, and I kept going. Now, this road that I was on, like I said, is right before my street. It's a very long road that also has a very low speed limit. So I was slowly making my way down, and after a while, I noticed a car pull onto the road. We were the only 2 cars on the road at this time, and the headlights looked the same as my coworker. I thought that it couldn't be though. I kept going and then turned onto my street. I drove to my house, which was not that far down. I parked in the driveway and then got out. In that time, I didn't see anything. However, right after getting inside, I noticed headlights in the street. I looked out and saw the same car that my coworker was driving down the street very slowly. I literally ducked down from the window, even though the chance of him looking into the house were slim. I really thought it was suspicious now what he was doing. We had lived on this street my whole life, and I had never seen this guy before. I was confident that he didn't live here. That made me suspicious that he had been following me. I'm not sure if he noticed my car in the driveway or not, because our driveway sort of curves out, and where I parked, it was sort of obstructed by trees. The rest of the night, I didn't see the guy, and I worked at Target for about 3 months after that. That entire time that I worked there, I never saw the guy again. I realized months later how strange that whole ordeal was. I don't think the guy worked at Target at all. I think he was just pretending to, and then he claimed to live in my neighborhood so that he could follow me home. Sure, maybe it was all a coincidence, but I really feel like it wasn't. I'm just glad nothing bad ever happened.
This story takes place 2 summers ago when I worked at Walmart just for the summer. I usually stocked shelves and worked late nights. I only worked about 2 nights a week, but it was a good way to make some extra money. The Walmart I worked at wasn't in the nicest of areas though. We would occasionally have shoplifters, and just weird and crazy things happen throughout the store in the short time that I worked there. It's more of a reason I was glad just to be stocking shelves late at night and not really dealing with the customers a lot. Anyways, one night I was doing what I usually did, which was taking products out of boxes and placing them on the shelves. I was near the canned goods when I received a call on my walkie from someone saying my name. I asked how I could help. They told me they needed me in the receiving area to help unload a truck. This is something that I would occasionally do, so it was nothing really that new. I walked through the quiet aisles of the store to the back, and then into the back room. I got out to the area where the trucks would back into. But when I got there, the truck I saw wasn't a normal big semi-truck. It was a smaller one. It was still a truck, but it was just a lot smaller. I had never seen that type of truck deliver anything to us before, but I walked out anyways. I saw someone come out of Walmart behind me with a walkie in their hand. They said, "Thanks for helping me with this." But it was nobody that I recognized at all who worked there. There were a lot of employees, however, so I figured he must be new. He had a smile on his face, but then it disappeared as he saw the confused look on mine. I asked what he needed help with. The man then got to the truck and unlocked the back himself. He told me to hop in and get some merchandise from the back. That was when red flags started going off in my head. I didn't go any closer to the truck, but just stayed put. That's when the man started to nudge me from behind. He caused me to move a couple of steps forward, but I wasn't going to let him push me into the truck. I started to see there appeared to be nothing really at all in the back of the truck, and that's when I suddenly took off. I was fast enough to get away from the man, who then turned and chased after me. I was decently fast and made it back inside the store okay. Then I ran as far to the front as I could where there was more people. At that point, the man turned and left back out of the store. I let another employee know what had happened, and soon after, the police were called. The men were long gone, but they did find several videos of them on surveillance. I'm not really sure if they were ever found, but I know I'm glad I was able to escape them.
For some background of this story, I'm a female, and I worked at Target for a while, over a year ago. The Target that I worked at was very close to my apartment at the time, and it was a pretty enjoyable job for me. My favorite part was talking with coworkers and becoming friends with them. Mostly what I would do is work in the clothing department. I would do all sorts of things there, and it wasn't very stressful because things usually don't get busy like they do in the grocery section. At the time of this story, I had been working there for almost 4 months. I remember it very well. It all started on a typical day at work. I was in the clothing department, particularly the women's section, straightening up items that were out of place. It was during the daytime, and the store was calm. This is when a tall man approached me. Assuming he was a customer who had a question about something, I greeted him, asking how I could help. The man stood there, looking directly at me with a somewhat creepy grin on his face for a moment. He then said, "Yes, you can help me, by going out with me tonight." I laughed it off. I had no interest in going out with the man, but I wasn't scared of him or anything. I just told him that I had a boyfriend, even though I didn't actually have one. This was always the best way to tell off a guy that I wasn't interested in my experience. The man replied rather quickly, saying, "No, you don't." I told him that I did, and I asked the man if he needed help finding anything. He then responded with an even creepier reply. "Yes, directions to your house." I laughed off this remark as well. I was just hoping that the man was joking around, because this was getting really weird. After he said that, I told him that I had a lot of work to do, and I told him to have a good day. Then I started making my way to another section of the large clothing department that we had. The clothing area was practically big enough to get lost in. I was hoping to lose sight of the man, But when I started moving away, he followed. When I had made it to another section and he was still next to me, I stopped. I didn't have a problem with confrontation, and I said to the man, "Why are you following me? You're kind of creeping me out." The guy put his hands up as if to say, "My bad." He then walked away, and it was a huge relief. I had dealt with customers asking me out or trying to flirt with me a couple of times. It didn't happen very often, but here and there it did. None of them had been nearly as bad as this, though. I kept working for several hours. By then, I had forgotten about my experience earlier, but I soon remembered when I spotted the same man. I couldn't believe it at first. This was now about 3 hours after our first interaction. To me, it was still mind-blowing that he was still in the store. Maybe he had left and then come back. Either way, it was strange, and it was now a bigger concern for me, because shortly after I had spotted him, I saw him look over at me and then look quickly away. The man was sort of far away too. It looked like he was almost hiding from me. He stood, mostly covered by a rack of clothing, staring in my direction. I moved slightly and kept working, to which the man moved slightly as well to keep looking at me. I stopped and sighed. This was really annoying now. I walked away, leaving what I was doing. I moved to a whole nother section of the store, far away from that one. There, I didn't really have any work to do, but I just wanted to get that man off of me. I was now in the grocery area, and I was there for about a minute before spotting the man again. He was walking into the area, and he saw me for a split second, and then disappeared into a nearby aisle. At this point, I decided to take my break. I had one that I could take at any time, and I was planning to after I had finished the work that I was doing in the clothing department. But seeing as this creep was back and still following me around, I decided to just take my break now. I radioed in on my walkie-talkie to let my supervisor know I would be taking my break. Then I headed towards the front end of the store. Our break room was through doors at the front, and I walked in there. When I got inside the break room, I thought back to the crazy situation. Did that man seriously think he was being slick? I mean, I spotted him twice, and it was like he thought I couldn't see him. I just hoped that he would notice I was not there anymore and then leave. I'm not going to lie, I took a little bit extra time on my break. I was pretty concerned to return back out and see the man again. If I did see him, I was going to have to tell a coworker or our security team. I didn't want to have to do that, but I would if it was necessary. When I went back out though, I didn't notice the man anywhere. I went back to work in the clothing department, but was much more alert and constantly looking around. I didn't see the guy for the rest of my shift that night, which was about 2 more hours. I was really happy about this. But still, I thought possibly he was still there looking at me somewhere and had just gotten better about hiding. At the end of the day though, I don't think he was. I left work and went home, not seeing the guy at all. Soon, I forgot all about him. I worked several more times that week, mostly my usual shifts. One night, the very next week, I found myself working on a quiet evening. I was almost done, and it was past the busy amount of customers that we would usually get between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. I was doing my usual work of organizing a section of the clothing department. That's when I got a call on my walkie. Somebody radioed asking for me, and I radioed back telling them to go ahead. I wasn't quite sure who had said it, but that wasn't uncommon. A big store like Target has so many employees. Plus, there are always new people. A handful of my coworkers, I could instantly recognize their voices over the walkie-talkie, but many of them I could not. After telling them to go ahead, they asked me to go to Channel 3. This is how we would communicate without other employees hearing us. It was used for more descriptive details or directions on what we were supposed to do. After turning to 3, I told them to go ahead again. That's when I was told that I was needed in receiving and to help with something quick. I told them that I was on my way and began walking over. Receiving was the back room of the store basically. I wouldn't work back there a lot, but I had helped with things there several times in the past. It took me a few minutes to walk all the way back there, and when I had made it, I exited the store into the back. Things were very quiet back there. I had expected to see someone there waiting for me. I turned my walkie to Channel 3 again and said that I was in receiving. Nobody said anything, but I heard my voice echo onto somebody else's walkie nearby. I then called out, asking where they were, but I didn't get a response. I walked closer to the voice, which was near one of the doors leading to outside. I noticed that it was open, and I could see outside into the night. That's when I saw the man again. He stepped out from behind a shelf back there. I couldn't believe he was here. "That was you on the walkie, wasn't it?" I said to him. The man just started walking towards me. I backed away as he got closer. I looked at how much taller he was than me.
If he tried to grab me, it would be difficult to get away. He got closer, and I turned around, but as soon as I did, he grabbed my arm. Then, he started to pull me backwards. I started yelling, but back there, it wasn't likely anybody would hear me. Suddenly, I heard the doors leading back to the shopping area open. I then saw one of my coworkers, Amy, walking over. I yelled at her, and she asked what was going on. The man let me go and then sprinted out the doors outside. I ran over to Amy and explained to her what had happened. Amy told me that she had heard the person asking me to go to Channel 3. She said that when she didn't recognize the voice and was just being nosy in general, she turned to Channel 3 as well. She was wondering what I was being asked to do. When she heard I was supposed to go to receiving, she found it strange, because she had just been there earlier in the night and wasn't aware of anything that would be done back there. She decided to see for herself, and I'm really glad that she did. We had to call the police and report the incident, but unfortunately, not much could be done. The man had bought a walkie-talkie and got on the same frequency as us, which was not hard to do at all. Many standard walkie-talkies were capable of it. I'm just glad I was all right. I worked at Target for a few months after that, and luckily, never saw the man again.
I used to work at Walmart for a span of 6 months. I have a number of stories, mostly funny things that happened. However, one of the strangest and kind of creepy things still puzzles me today. So, at Walmart, I mostly stocked shelves, especially later at night. I'd start work and then the store would close, and I'd work basically an overnight shift. But Walmart is open until 11 p.m., so when I would first get there would still be people there. One time, not too long after starting, the store was basically dead, but still open. We were closing in a bit, and I was all by myself in an aisle in the grocery department. I had several large boxes of products that I was putting onto the shelves. As I was doing this, I remembered that this guy came into the aisle that I was in. I didn't bat an eye, but I knew that somebody was there. This guy, though, walked over to me and then stood right behind me, but didn't say anything. I turned around and saw this guy with bleached blonde hair looking like he was straight out of 1999 or something. He was kind of skinny and wore a yellow and green shirt. He asked me where the eggs were. I told him that they were 2 aisles down and pointed in the direction. Then the man walked off that way. That was where the dairy products were, and despite the guy looking kind of strange, it was a pretty normal interaction. So I continued work, now by myself. About 2 or 3 minutes later, an egg came flying over the aisle next to me and landed on the ground and broke. It had landed just a few feet away from where I was. I stopped working and looked around. I didn't see anyone, but then another egg came flying over. This one hit the ground and broke just a few feet away from me, even closer than the last one. I knew right away what was going on. The guy who I had told where the eggs were was now tossing them at me. Most likely this was some kind of a prank. I looked around, wondering if I was being filmed for a reaction or something. However, I did not see anybody within view of me at all. As I was looking, another egg came flying over and hit the ground. Then I ran out of the aisle to see who was doing it. As soon as I got towards the end of the aisle, I heard somebody running away. I made it around to the next aisle and just barely saw that same guy running off. There did not appear to be anybody with him, so it seemed as though he acted alone. I tried to keep chasing after him. I jogged over and yelled at him to stop, but of course he didn't. He only went faster and got farther away from me, and before long, he was lost. I couldn't just chase him all the way around the store as much as I wanted to. I was kind of angry about it, but I just went back though. Then I cleaned up the eggs on the ground in my aisle. If he did it again, there would be real problems. After cleaning, I went and found my supervisor and let him know what had happened, and to keep an eye out for the guy. Then I went back to work. For the rest of my shift, I didn't see the guy, and things were fine. I got off work early the next morning, and it was still dark out. So I left the store and then walked out to my car in the parking lot. When I arrived at it, I saw that it had been egged. There were eggs smashed all over my windshield, roof, and doors. I was really ticked off. I knew that same guy had got me again. I got in and drove straight to a car wash and got it looking nice again. But as I was driving home, I realized, how did that man know which car was mine? There would really be no way of knowing that information, unless of course he either watched me get in or out of it or something like that. That made the whole thing seem that much weirder to me. And why did the guy do that in the first place? It wasn't for some prank YouTube or TikTok video. This seemed to be for his own amusement. I never saw that guy again when working there. I saw some strange people in my time working at Walmart, but I will always remember that guy as the strangest. I worked at Target as a cart pusher a long time ago when I was younger. I worked mostly night shifts or afternoon to night shifts unless it was the weekends. Then I would work mornings. One time I was working until sometime a little bit later at night. I was out in the parking lot by myself collecting carts from the returns and bringing them back in the store. The store was usually busy in the early evening, and there were a lot of carts in the parking lot for a while. So as it got later at night, things quieted down. I could relax a little more as I had gotten the carts pretty full on both sides. I went to the grocery side of the store, which was always more busy. There were still carts out in the parking lot, so I started going out and getting them by hand, because the machine died and was charging. One time I brought the carts in and I noticed a man sitting by himself in the Target cafe. I don't know if you remember, but many Targets used to have cafeterias where you could get food and snacks. There would also be tables that you could sit at. Ours was closed by now because I think it closed at 9 p.m. So the lights were off and it was empty except for this one guy sitting inside. I remember that he was wearing black pants and a jacket with a black hood. He was just sitting there kind of looking around, but mostly downward, and he had no Target bags or food or anything. I just thought that it looked kind of sketchy, but mostly thought nothing of it at all. I went back outside and got more carts. Over the next hour or so, I pretty much got in all the carts from the parking lot. The man was still there the entire time until the end. Every time that I would come in, I would see him still sitting there. Then, when I brought the last of the carts in, he was gone. Still, I didn't think much of it at all. At that point, I was basically ready to go home. I only had about 10 minutes left of my shift, and the carts were good, so I went to see if anything else needed to be done. The baskets were fine, but I saw that there was a flat at the end of the check lanes, so I decided to put it back. The flats all went in the back room area of the back side of the store near receiving, so I took the flat and wheeled it all the way there. When I got into the back room, there was nobody in the immediate area. Things were very quiet by this hour. I put the flat back in its spot and started heading back to the doors to go clock out. But before I left the backroom area, I heard somebody approach from behind me around the corner. They were probably about 50 feet away, and I was curious as to who it was. I was friends with a couple of the guys who worked back there sometimes. I looked and saw that same sketchy guy wearing all black. He was just standing in the back room looking at me. As soon as I was looking back at him, he quickly dipped around the corner. I knew that he didn't work there and was not supposed to be in the back. It was clearly an employees-only area. I did not go after him, but I left the back room area to find my manager. He was up at the front end of the store, and I told him what was going on. Before I clocked out, he asked me to show him where the guy went, so we both walked towards the back room again. When we got there, I went around the corner to where the guy had gone. We did not immediately see him. I wasn't sure if he had left or what. We walked a little farther though, and then heard somebody moving. He was in one of the aisles back there. In a Target back room, it's hard to explain how it looks. There are aisles, but they're not like in the store. They're much higher, and it appears way more cluttered, even though it's very organized. So we could sort of see the guy in one of the upcoming aisles, but just barely. He was moving farther down it. My manager called out and said, "Hey, you're not allowed to be back here. It's for employees only." The man cut him off, and what he said really shocked me. He said, "Don't come any closer or I'll shoot you." We both froze in our tracks. It was very unexpected. My manager said, "Okay, we're not coming any closer. We're going to walk away." The man said nothing. We both slowly moved back, and I was terrified. I didn't know how legit of a threat it was, but obviously we had to take it serious. We still couldn't see the guy hardly at all, just enough to tell that he was a few aisles up. We walked back, and when we got to the corner, I felt a huge relief. Then we practically sprinted back out into the store. My manager called on his walkie-talkie what was going on. There were hardly any shoppers and not many employees there at that hour either. So they ended up evacuating everybody from the store and calling the cops. I went out into the parking lot and waited with everybody else. The cops got there and were inside for a while. Eventually, the man was arrested. He did not turn out to have a gun, so I guess he just made it up to threaten us. I'm not sure what he was trying to do or why he went in the back room, but it was by far my scariest experience working at Target though.
This story takes place last summer. I was at Walmart pretty early one Saturday morning, which was a common time for me to do my shopping.
I got there and began my shopping, and was happy to see that the store wasn't too busy yet. I pushed my cart around the store, and it slowly filled up with mainly groceries. When I was in the frozen pizza aisle, I noticed that I was hearing a noise from behind me as if someone was there. Obviously, that's not weird at all, but when I would look in the direction, nobody would ever be there. The same thing happened for a few minutes later in another aisle. It was sort of strange, but overall not that big of a deal to me, and I kept on shopping. Finally, I got to the far back corner of the store where they had some dairy products such as eggs, milk, and cheese. I was buying some eggs when I heard another noise. This time, it sounded like it was coming from above me. I looked to my left and saw part of the ceiling was lifted up and a man was sticking his head out of it staring at me. I was totally freaked out, and this was about the last thing that I was expecting to see. The man then stuck his head back into the ceiling. The whole thing was really alarming to me. After that, I walked over and found someone who worked there and told them that I had just witnessed a man who was in the ceiling. They didn't believe me at first, but after I explained it to them, they went and got another worker, and we went to the area. We saw where the tile in the ceiling was slightly crooked. Eventually, they called other employees over, and it became a whole thing. A lot of people asked me about what I had seen. Eventually, they went up into the ceiling and looked, but the man was never found. I think that some people didn't believe me, but I know what I saw clear as day. I don't know who that guy was or what he was doing, but he seemingly went up into the ceiling and just disappeared.
I'm a former Target employee and worked in the clothing department mainly. I worked there for 7 months total, and I liked working there. It was a good job, and most of the coworkers, as well as customers, were nice. But there was one coworker that I had some problems with. There was a guy named Ed, and he worked in the electronics department. Over time, I got to know him a little bit. Not that well, though. There's a lot of turnover at a store like Target, but also many employees that stick around. So the people in all departments that worked there for most of the time that I did, I either recognized or got to know. I only spoke to Ed briefly once or twice for the first several months. I was much closer with many other coworkers. But one time, I was taking my break and was by myself in the break room. I think it was a little bit later at night, and that's why nobody else was in there. Well, just a couple of minutes after I got in there, Ed entered and then started talking to me. He was friendly for the most part, and asked me some things about myself, and I was friendly back to him. But then, like 5 minutes into the conversation, he asked if I wanted to hang out with him and suggested that he could come over to my house. Now, I really didn't want to hang out with him, and I especially didn't want him coming over. I said I didn't think that I could, and then I changed the subject because it was kind of awkward. We talked for the rest of my break. Well, it was mostly Ed talking, and I was just listening. Finally, I was back to work. I didn't really see Ed for the rest of my shift that night, but over the next week or two, Ed started to talk to me more and more. He would go out of his way to see me, and he asked me again if he could come over to my house. He was starting to be a bit of a creep, to be honest with you. After that, though, I kind of stopped seeing him. I didn't really think about it until I heard that he had been fired. I didn't get any details on why he had been fired or exactly when. I also didn't really give it that much thought, other than realizing that he wouldn't be talking to me anymore. So for the next week or so, work went on as usual. But one day, I was not at work, but back home in my apartment. I got a text message from Ed. At first, I didn't know who it was, because I didn't recognize the number. I did not have Ed's number, but I was part of a large Target group chat with a bunch of us coworkers. Anybody in it could see my number, and I guess Ed was still a part of it. He texted me saying that it was him and told me that he was going to come over to my house. I was thinking, what's up with this guy and going to my house? I texted him back saying, please don't come to my house, Ed. It was nice to work with you at Target, but I don't think we should hang out. I expected him to understand, but apparently he didn't. Now, he didn't respond to what I said, so I wasn't sure if he was mad or not, or if he even read it. But a few hours went by, and that night I was still at home. I lived by myself in my apartment, which was on the first floor of my building. It was probably like 9 o'clock at night when Ed texted me back finally. He said that he was at my house.
When I read those words, I instantly started sweating and my heart began racing. How did he know where I lived? Was he really at my house? I started to text back, but didn't know what to say. I went over to my door and looked out the peephole into the hallway. Nobody was there. Maybe he was at my apartment, but not in the building yet. I looked out of my back window as well and didn't see anything. I hoped that he wasn't actually there, but it was a really strange thing to say if he wasn't. Finally, I texted back, telling Ed that I wasn't at home. I thought that maybe that would make him leave if he was here, or deter him from coming over if he wasn't. But he responded by saying, "Yes, you are home. I saw you." When I read that text, I started looking around like a paranoid person. My mind was racing. I was thinking crazy thoughts, like maybe he was already inside of my apartment, hiding under my bed or something. But he wasn't. I looked in all of my rooms. I then texted him back, asking him where he was. He responded by saying, "At my house." I was confused by this, and I looked out of the peephole and windows again without seeing him. I started to think that maybe he was just joking. At least, that's what I was trying to convince myself. I went back over to my peephole again and looked out of it. I was looking out of it for like a minute straight, but still, nobody was there. I turned around, and then I saw him. He was standing on my patio, right outside of my sliding door, and looking in. I screamed like crazy and then ran from my bedroom. I locked myself inside of it and then called the police. A few moments later, I heard a knocking on my sliding door. I got another text from Ed telling me to let him in and asking me why I screamed. I ignored it and told the 911 dispatcher what the situation was. They told me that an officer would be there shortly. Ed then tried calling me, but I didn't answer and ignored it. He texted me several more times, and I put my phone down because I didn't even want to look at it. It was then that I started to hear a loud banging coming from my sliding door. He really wanted me to let him in. This went on for the next several minutes. It honestly felt like forever. At last, the police arrived. I heard Ed talking with them loudly, and I left the bathroom. I soon saw him talking with officers, and they eventually got him to leave. Then I spoke with the officers, and I told my side of the story. Ed ended up getting trespassed from my apartment's property, and he was told not to come back. Luckily, I haven't seen him since then. I haven't heard from him either. Obviously, I blocked his number and stuff. Hopefully, I never hear from him again.
There's an old saying, the freaks come out at night, and this phrase seems to be especially true at Walmart. I can confirm that from my own experiences. I used to shop there very frequently, and many times I would go there at nighttime. The Walmart located close to where I lived during this time used to be open until midnight. So one time, I went there at about 11 o'clock at night. When I got inside, I noticed how quiet the store was. There were very few people walking around, and at first I was happy to see this. I got a shopping cart and then made my way through the store, getting the items that I needed one at a time. When I reached one of the back aisles in the grocery area, there were these 3 aisles sort of separated from the rest. They were almost like bonus grocery aisles and were a little more secluded and quiet. When I was in there, I was looking at the items deciding what to get. The next thing I knew, I looked up and saw this man standing in the entrance of the aisle. I didn't know where he had come from, but this man was wearing a full Darth Vader costume. It wasn't an official costume, but it was more like he was just wearing all black clothes, a cape, and then a Darth Vader mask. I assumed that it was a joke at first, and I laughed at him. He stood there for a moment, and then started walking closer to me. I told him nice costume, but he didn't respond. He then got up real close to me and was basically staring at me in the face. At that point, it got kind of weird. I decided to just walk away. I took my cart and moved away from there to a different aisle. The Darth Vader man stayed back where I had been before. I figured that he would probably approach some other shoppers. When I kept shopping, I saw him again though. When I was walking from one aisle to another, I saw him standing a long ways away, just facing me. It was like he was watching me, and it really creeped me out. I didn't know who this guy was or why he was doing this. I was sure that he was messing with other people and not just me, but it was still really weird. I tried to hurry up and finish shopping. By now, I was almost done. When I was in the last aisle that I needed to get things in, I saw the guy again. He was standing at the end of the aisle, but now holding a lightsaber. It was just one of those plastic toys, and no doubt he got it from the toy section. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or to be really creeped out by this guy. But the main question I had was, why did he keep coming back to me? Then I was done, and I walked past him into the checkouts. He did not follow me. I paid for my items and then left the store. I thought that I would not see him any longer. I figured that he was inside and probably looking for another customer to mess with the way that he had to me. So I walked out to my car and then unlocked it. As I was unloading my groceries into the back of my car, I looked over and saw Darth Vader again. He was leaving the store and walking towards me. He was still a long ways away, but I was worried. I hurried up and just tossed the rest of my groceries in the car. Then I pushed my cart into the thing and went to get inside of my car. When I got in and locked the door, he was maybe 10 feet away from me. I started my engine, but the guy was now standing like right in front of my driver's window. He put his head right up to the window and stared in at me. It was really creepy, and he was also still holding the plastic lightsaber toy. He then knocked on my window. I ignored him, and I then put the car into reverse and started to back up. When I did, he took out his lightsaber and started whacking my car. And it wasn't just some playful whacks. Even though the saber was plastic, he was really swinging it. I was honestly afraid that it would damage my car. The man was going crazy, hitting my car like it was a piñata. I kept backing out, and he was hitting my car the entire time. Then I put it into drive and left the man standing there, continuing to swing his lightsaber around. I went home and was still in disbelief as to what had happened. To this day, I honestly still can't believe it. My car was not damaged, thankfully. I still don't know whether to just laugh about it or to be creeped out looking back. The man was certainly an interesting character, and I don't know who he really was. But what I do know is that after the incident, I haven't been back to that Walmart. It's been about 3 months now, and I'm hoping that I don't see him again.
I worked at Target, pushing carts out in the parking lot for a little bit more than a year. The Target that I worked at was very large, so I was kept busy most of the time. This particular story took place one night when I was working until 11 p.m., which is when we closed. I don't remember exactly when I started, but by the ends of my shifts, my legs would be so tired from walking so much. I would end up going all around the parking lot and even to the sides of the buildings a little bit. I had to get every single cart from the parking lot or else my boss would yell at me. And people wouldn't always put carts back where they belonged in the cart return areas either. They would be lazy and leave them next to their parking space, or others would try to leave it by a curb. Each time I worked, there would be at least one that would somehow wind up at the far corner of the parking lot or on the side of the building. A couple of times, carts even got into nearby businesses' parking lots, which drove my boss crazy. So because of this, I was always keeping an eye out for carts anywhere they could possibly be. My eyes were trained to see the bright red color of the shopping carts and to go and get it wherever it was. On this night, when things were quieting down at maybe 8 p.m. or so, I was walking around the parking lot. I always liked it when things quieted down. Obviously, it was less busy, which meant less carts, but also I would not have to rush or worry about cars driving by me as much as I pushed the carts around. It was during this time that I was walking to the west side of the building just to make sure that there were no carts there. Along that side of the building was a quiet road leading to the back where some deliveries were made. It wasn't really used for typical cars. Next to that road was a grassy area with some trees, and then next to that was the road where cars would take to leave. As I looked over there, I saw there was a man there, and I wasn't really sure what he was doing. It was very unusual for people to be there, because there wasn't really any reason for it. The guy did not see me, and I didn't think that much of it. When I saw there were no carts over there, I just walked away. I went around the rest of the parking lot, collecting shopping carts here and there. But about 30 minutes later, I was still in the parking lot, and I was walking to get some carts. I saw a man entering the Target store, and it was the same guy who I had seen on the side of the building. But now, he was wearing a Target employee uniform. He had a red shirt and khakis on, and he hadn't been wearing that before. I thought it was a little bit odd because I didn't recognize him either, but overall I didn't question it. I didn't know all of the employees because it's a really large store. We were also always hiring new people. I had too much work to do, and after I brought in the carts, I had to go and clean the restrooms. My boss would always get mad if I missed an hour of cleaning the restrooms. At night, it would finally be easy to do so because there would be customers always coming in and out earlier. After that, I went back into the parking lot to continue working. The next stretch of time was pretty uneventful. The store only got quieter and quieter, and I was able to get most of the carts back inside of the store. But sometime later, I'm not really sure exactly how long, I saw several police cars arriving to the Target. Some had flashing lights. I was very curious as to what exactly was going on, but I didn't bother to ask. Some officers entered the store, and other cars went around to the backside. Eventually, my curiosity got the better of me, and I went inside and asked my boss what was going on. What I was told was that the store had been robbed. Apparently, items had been taken from the back room areas of the store and moved out through the back door. This was one of the doors used for deliveries. I would later find out that the man that I had seen on the side of the Target and walking inside had been part of it. He pretended to work there and went into the back room and opened up the door. There were guys waiting in a car right outside. He put a bunch of items inside and then they left. I ended up talking with police about what I had witnessed, but after that night, I didn't hear much about it again. I'm not sure if they found those guys or what. I just hope that my information helped. I'm not sure if I'm glad the guy didn't see me or not when I spotted him at the side of the building.
I currently live in a smaller town. It's pretty removed, but still has a lot of good shopping and eating options and public spaces. We even have a few breweries and bars now. It's a newly hip place, with farming on the outskirts so I can get my eggs and veggies fresh from the source. The pandemic really hurt business locally though, and pretty much the only regular delivery options were Walmart and Amazon for a minute. I was stoked when much later more local options popped up on various apps. However, at the time for main necessities and grocery items, there really wasn't any options besides a store delivery from the Walmart a town over. This meant a lot of people we didn't know well popping through, and it drove some of the older folks crazy, all over the neighborhood talking about cars and people they didn't recognize. I embraced it. It made my life easier. At this point, I lived with my teenage son, and my then boyfriend was staying to be near his elderly parents. We lived in a tiny space, and I felt a little cramped with the guys always around. So occasionally I'd send them off on an errand, or they'd visit my boyfriend's parents to give some extra space for me to work on things or just enjoy being alone. One of those days, I got a delivery. I recognized the guy, said hi, and tipped him well, and then went about with my life. An hour later, he was back at my door. He was creepy, because I have steps in front of my door but no porch. He would knock and stand beside the steps where I couldn't see him through the eye hole, but I could see him through the window he was next to. I asked him through the window if I could help him. He kept trying to knock and look for where my voice was coming from before he finally answered and told me that he forgot a bag in the delivery. I confirmed I got it all and thanked him. He left. I didn't want to open the door again after he noticed I was alone. I got new neighbors directly in the unit across from me, and they had a Ring camera. She reached out to me one day and told me somebody had come by knocking and had sat on my steps for about half an hour when nobody was home. I watched the video, and it looked like the same delivery guy. He had been hanging around at 8 p.m., and I didn't have any other orders either. I reached out to Walmart, and they were totally unhelpful. They told me they'd be making sure he didn't deliver anything to me in the future, but they wouldn't give me any information I could pass on to security or the police in case anything further happened. I wanted to at least file a report with my security in case anything happened again because it was weird. I had the feeling it would escalate, and it did. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I didn't order delivery, and I just tried to cover my bases. However, my neighbor did order a delivery, and somehow it came through with that guy again. I watched him drop it off, and then saw him come over and stand right in front of my stairs looking around my door and living room windows. He stood there for like 5 minutes until my neighbor opened the door to get her groceries, and I told her that's the guy from the Ring camera. She contacted Walmart too, and asked that he doesn't deliver her anything anymore either. A few weeks went by and Christmas was around the corner. I had ordered a few items from Amazon and they were all arriving together. I knew they were on my front steps. I saw a different delivery guy who dropped them off, knocked, and walked away. My boyfriend was on the couch with his headphones on working and I was cooking dinner. I figured I'd grab the packages in a moment as they were fine on my front steps for the time being and there was a camera out there if anything happens. I finished plating and brought the food in and I was sitting the plates down. The front doorknob, which wasn't locked, gave a tiny turn. The deadbolt was still latched, but the knob wasn't and I could hear it. My boyfriend couldn't because of his headphones, so I alerted him and pointed it out. My boyfriend was completely oblivious to these type of things, and he said I must be hearing things, so he got up and he ripped the door open to prove it. To his surprise, there was that same creepy delivery guy crouched up against the wall under the window, his hand still on the knob trying to turn it silently. He looked mortified to see a man opening the door, and when my son came up also to the doorway, he looked really confused. He asked for me by name. He must have known my name from the deliveries because he used the name I have on my account, which isn't the name everyone knows me by. My boyfriend asked what he needed, and the guy reached down and picked up the Amazon box and said, "Delivery," and handed it to us and then left. It was really strange. I explained to my boyfriend that he was not delivering those boxes and they were already there. We took the footage to the police and I tried to reach out to Walmart. The police told me they reached out to Walmart and just got a bunch of clueless basic customer service agents with no idea how to proceed, and if he came back, I needed to call them so they could get to him in person. I was really scared though. I was glad that I wasn't in the house alone now, but I felt like he might take more drastic measures knowing that too. There's one window at the side of my house that faces the front lawn, but it's blocked off by a large entertainment system. It's the only blocked window I have, and besides my bedroom window, it's the only one that's not visible from the Ring camera. But all my windows are always locked overnight. The next morning when I was leaving for work, the window screens were both removed and placed beneath the windows. There were handprints smudged all over the glass. There were no clear footprints, just deep muddy sloshes, as our sprinkler system hits that pretty good at night. I didn't even bother contacting Walmart again. They were totally useless. The last thing to happen was when my boyfriend was coming over late one night. He worked that night and didn't come home until around 3 a.m. I knew he was coming, but I was woken up by a loud fighting outside. He had pulled into the parking lot and this guy was underneath my car. He scrambled under the car when he was pulling in. My boyfriend pretended like he hadn't seen him and watched him slide out and try to hide behind the parked cars, but it looked like he had been messing with my car. My boyfriend ended up pinning him against the ground and I called the police. There was an air tag taped under my car, so he was trying to track me away from my house and get me alone. The guy was arrested with other charges too. I didn't hear anything else from it. I gave statements and incident report numbers and was told that I might need to testify, but it's never happened. I haven't had any incidents since then though.
I'm a former Target employee. I worked there 5 years ago, pushing carts in the parking lot. This was one of my favorite jobs that I've had so far, to be honest. It was pretty enjoyable and easy work. However, I do have one really scary story to tell. This is something that still creeps me out when I think about it. I worked at a super Target and it was in a busy area. The store and the parking lot were very big, and they were close to other stores and restaurants that were close by. This made work challenging occasionally because of how busy it would get. One time, I was working a night shift, and it had been really busy in the day earlier, but by now, things were very calm. It felt like the calm after the storm, because the carts were scattered throughout the parking lot, not just in the corrals. This was typical on busy days. When I had the time later, I would go all around the parking lot and retrieve the carts that were not in the corrals. I would also bring all the ones that were in the corrals back to the store as well. Obviously, with how busy it had been earlier, I hadn't been able to keep up with the parking lot as perfectly as I would like. So, it was probably about 9 p.m. or so. I went to the northeast corner of the parking lot. There was a cart that was against the curb at the corner the farthest away from the store. I walked over and got the cart. As soon as I was grabbing it, I noticed an SUV pulling into this area of the parking lot. There was an entrance/exit right there as well. The SUV did not keep driving though. Instead, it stopped right in front of me. I found this kind of strange, but I just got the cart and started walking back to the store. But that's when I heard a voice call out, "Hey!" I looked back and saw a man getting out of the SUV. The vehicle was not parked in a parking space,
but just parked there, partly covering 2 different spaces and the driving area. The guy said to me that maybe I could help him with something. I stopped with the cart and looked back to him. I asked him what he needed help with. The man waved me over and I started walking to him. He said that he didn't know if I knew much about cars or not, but he didn't, and something weird was happening with his. The man was short, but looked sort of strong. I did know a little bit about cars, but not a whole lot. I was hoping that I would be able to help the man with this problem though. Then, the man asked me to get inside the backseat of his car and listen to the weird noise it made when he drove. The question really seemed to come out of left field. It took me by surprise, and it also seemed really sketchy. I changed my mind suddenly. Actually, I really don't know anything about cars, I said. Then, I turned around to get my cart and started walking back over to it. The man told me to wait, but I didn't. I kept walking, making my way back to the target. I heard footsteps of the man coming after me though. This was really strange. I sped up. The guy behind me seemed to speed up as well. At that point, I decided to just start sprinting. I felt like I was in danger, and I knew if I made it in the target, I would be safe. I ran all the way there, sprinting with the cart, and the man could not keep up and stopped chasing me. When I got back inside, I decided to work on the other end of the parking lot for a while, and that's exactly what I did. And I also tried to stay close to the building as I collected carts from the other end. Everything went fine. I looked out to the other side of the parking lot where the man and his car had been, and I didn't see him or the SUV. He must have left, which was good. After working for a while, it was time for my final break of the day. It was a 15-minute break. I walked back inside and into the break room. There, I sat on my phone, scrolling through social media and Snapchatting with friends. At that time, I was the only person in the break room. With it being late, there was an overlap of people at the end of their evening shifts or at the beginning of their overnight shifts. Nobody else was taking their break. This was fine with me. About halfway through, I heard the door to the break room open and close. There was a little hallway with a closet that led into the break room. I expected somebody to enter the room, but no one did. I didn't think anything of it. I continued sitting in my chair and looking at my phone, but several moments later, I had a strange feeling. It was like the feeling that I was being watched. I usually don't get this feeling, so when I did, I turned around. That's when I saw the guy who had chased after me earlier. He was standing in the entrance of the break room, looking right at me. Then, he started walking closer to me. I got up and once again sprinted away from the man. I ran out the other exit of the break room, which led to an employees-only area where you punched in, and there was a desk there as well. Nobody was back there at the time. There was also a door leading to outside, and I ran out of it and back into the parking lot. I ran around to the other entrance door and quickly found one of the managers. I told them the whole story, but when they went into the break room, the man was gone. He must have exited after I had. Luckily, I didn't have much time left on the clock. I worked very carefully for the next 30 minutes or so. Then I punched out and went home. I never saw the man again. After this incident, I worked at Target for quite a while. Nothing like that ever happened again, which I'm glad to say.
I went to McDonald's at night not too long ago. I go there all the time and usually late at night. You see, I work at Walmart and I typically get off of work at like 11 p.m. or so. I live in an apartment nearby with my roommate and it's less than a mile away. I often walk to and from work, and right on the way back is a McDonald's. They're open 24 hours, so I go there a lot after work. One night, I left work at Walmart and started heading home. I was walking back, however, as I passed by the McDonald's, I realized how hungry I was. So I walked inside and then ordered some food on the touchscreen menu. As I was doing that, a guy randomly walked up to me. Now, we were literally the only 2 people in the McDonald's that were not employees. And this guy had entered after me. I looked over at him. He was kind of short, but was wearing a winter hat and jacket. The guy told me that he had followed me from Walmart. I was confused. Before I said anything though, the guy laughed a little and then walked away from me. I finished ordering, and then I went and I sat down to wait for my order, far away from the other guy. We both just sat there inside of the McDonald's on opposite ends. A few minutes later, my order was done, and I went up and got it. Then I walked outside of the McDonald's. I had been hoping that the man would not follow me out, but he did. After I started walking on the sidewalk, I heard the guy following me. I had no clue why this random guy would be following me. It was pretty much a straight walk back to my apartment building though, so I kept going, with the guy maybe 30 feet back. I thought about running for it or stopping and confronting the guy, but I did neither at first. When I had made it to where I could see my building in the distance, I thought I heard the man getting closer. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore and I just started running. But when I did, I heard the man yell something at me. He said, "Go ahead and run, I know where you live." This really freaked me out. I kept running though. Maybe he was just trying to scare me. I sprinted all the way back to my apartment complex and then I got into the building and went inside. The man did not catch me or anything, and I wasn't sure where he was at that point because I didn't see him, and I didn't hear him either. Then I quickly went to my apartment and made it inside. I locked the door behind me and finally stopped to catch my breath. I felt safe now, and my roommate was already sleeping by this time. Maybe 5 minutes later though, I heard a knock at my apartment door. I knew it was the guy who had been following me. He really did know where I lived. I walked over to the door, and as I did, I heard him laughing from the other side. I looked through the peephole, and he was standing there seeming very amused. Then he turned and walked away. After that, he did not come back. I still wonder why the guy did that to me. Was he just joking around? But how did he know where I lived? It was very weird.
This is something that took place many years ago when I was a child. I believe I was about 7 years old. One day, I went shopping with my mother and younger sister at Target. It was a common place for my entire family to go and get whatever. When we got there, my sister was sitting in the shopping cart and my mother was pushing it. Then I was walking alongside her. We walked around the store getting things for a while. I remember that we got to like the back end of the store, sort of near the corner. I don't remember what department it was, but it was not the groceries, I know that. So as my mother was shopping around, somehow I wound up in like the next aisle over from her. I'm not sure if I was distracted by something on the shelf or what, but I was still really close by. That's when I saw a Target employee approaching from I'm not even sure where. It was a man wearing the classic red shirt and khakis. He approached me, and I just remember he asked if I wanted to see something really cool. Of course I did, and I said yes. Then he told me to follow him and started walking away. But he didn't go very far before there were these doors that led to the back room. I had always seen these doors in stores, and I knew that I wasn't allowed to go past them. I had also always wondered what was behind those doors and what was in the back room of the store. So he opened them and told me that I could go in. I was really curious, and I also thought that it was so cool that he was showing me this. I walked in after him, and then he closed the doors behind us. It was almost like he was giving me a tour, and he was pointing at stuff and telling me what it was for. I remember that he said that's where they kept all the items before they went out into the store. We continued to walk farther into the back a little bit. By now, I had sort of forgot about going back to my mother and sister. I was just really interested in what I was seeing. I felt like it was okay that I was back here because this guy worked at Target. Then I remembered that this other guy, who also appeared to be an employee, walked over to us. He said hi, and then the three of us kept walking. Then I remember seeing this other door that led to outside. The men told me that I should see where the deliveries were made, and said that I could go outside. This is when I first had a bad feeling. For some reason, I hadn't found it to be a problem to walk in the back with the man. But now that I was being asked to actually go outside, it felt completely different. I knew that my mother would be upset if I left the building. I stopped, even though they were encouraging me to leave. I said no thanks, and then started to walk back. My mother was probably looking for me, and I said that I had to go back to her. I remember the two guys were saying it was fine and she was okay with it, but I knew that they hadn't spoken to her, so I got more suspicious then. I started to kind of walk back towards the back doors that we had come in through. That's when one of the men started walking towards me aggressively. That was enough to make me start running away. I sprinted as fast as I could towards the back doors. I heard the guy running right after me. I remember that I just barely reached the doors and opened them. The man reached me right as I did, but my mom was right on the other side of the doors and saw me come out of there. The man noticed this and then turned and ran away. My mom asked me why I had been in the back room. When I told her the story, she went back there herself with me to see if the men had gone. but they weren't back there anymore. The back door that had been open leading to outside was also now closed. I remember my mother found one of the store managers, and it led to a big thing. I don't really remember much else after that. Looking back though, I'm just really glad that I realized when I did to go back to my mother. I don't think either of those men really worked at Target at all.
A few years ago, I used to work as a Walmart cashier. This is a job that I only had for about 3 months. I would typically work afternoons and evenings, and I was only part-time. I should also mention that I was a 17-year-old female at the time, and I'm in my 20s now. This was my second job ever, and really wasn't that bad. I would just scan items for customers, and most of my shifts were anywhere from 4 to 8 hours long. One time, I was working 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the check lanes. Things started out fairly busy, and slowly got quieter as the night went on. I was kept busy for almost the entire time, with many customers going through my line. Most of the customers were nice, but every now and then there would be a strange one or a rude one. I would always try to be polite and sometimes make pleasant conversation. Early on in my shift, probably about an hour into it, a man came into my check lane. I don't remember what he bought, but it was just a couple of items. When he got face to face with me to pay, he asked me what time I got off of work. I told him that I got off at 9, not thinking much of it, assuming he was just making conversation with me. The guy was a little bit taller than me, so not very tall. I'm only 5'3". He also had short dark hair, like a buzz cut, and was wearing baggy shorts and a t-shirt. After I told him when I got off, he said, "See you then," and kind of smiled. Then he took his items and walked away. I took this as a joke because it honestly seemed like one to me, the way he smiled and sort of laughed. It was sure weird though, but whatever. I kept on working after that. Hours went by and I forgot all about the man. But later that night, he actually showed up again. I was almost done with my shift and still working at the same register. Things were much quieter in the store now. I remember that as I was scanning items for a customer, I happened to notice the guy walking near me. He was coming from a direction as if he had just entered the store. When he got close to me, he looked at me and said, "Just 10 more minutes, right?" I looked at my watch and it was 8:50. I was confused, but I just kind of said, yeah, and smiled a little. The guy then walked away and I was left wondering why he was here again and why he asked me that. At that time, I was just glad that he had walked away. I kept working, still not thinking too much of it. 10 minutes later, when it was 9 o'clock now, I was done working and I left my check lane. I went in, clocked out, got my things, and then started walking for the exit. When I made it out of the store, I began walking to my car. I was parked at the far back end of the parking lot because it was really busy when I had got there. But I made it no farther than 10 feet when a car suddenly pulled up in front of me. It was this little red 2-door car, and it stopped right in front of me. Before I could walk around it, the driver's window rolled down and I could see the man was driving it. It was the same guy who had talked to me inside. He told me to get in his car on the passenger side. I said that I couldn't, and I started to walk around his car behind it. That's when he started backing up before I could get there. It was like he was trying to block my way with his car, and he told me again to get inside. He kept on nagging me, and I tried to walk farther away. At that point, I just started running. I was able to make it past his car, and I started running for mine. He then began to drive in the direction that I was running in. When I got to my car, I unlocked it and got inside. The man then pulled into the space next to mine before I could drive away. I knew that he would probably follow me wherever I went. At least my doors were locked and I was away from him. He did not get out of his car, but instead rolled down a window again and tried talking to me some more. I ignored what he was saying, and I texted a coworker who I knew was still inside working. Before long, he told the store manager about it. I waited in my car and tried to ignore the man as best as I could. Within a couple of minutes, one of our store managers had walked out into the parking lot and approached the man's vehicle. He asked what the guy was doing and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave. The man finally started backing up and then drove away. I waited for a bit, and soon after, I left and went home. After that night, I never saw the man again. I worked there for maybe another month and then quit. Looking back, I'm grateful to my coworker and manager. I really believe that this guy would have followed me home in his car. I don't know exactly what he wanted, but it was a really bizarre situation.
This is a story of something that happened when I was shopping at Target a couple of months ago. I was at a super Target, which is a bigger version of a regular Target, and I was shopping at one not too far from my house. It was probably like 8 o'clock at night or so, and I was shopping for mainly toothpaste and soap, which I had run out of. There was a back wall where most of those type of products were, and when I was in that area, I was looking around and happened to glance behind me. The store was pretty quiet, and not many other people were shopping at all. But there was another aisle nearby that had like makeup and skin products, and in that aisle was just one guy. He was wearing a hat and had an old-looking backpack with him, which is what I immediately noticed. But then, I saw the guy take something off the shelf and just stick it into his backpack. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The guy had to know that I could see him, or at least that I was there. I kept watching, and the guy pulled about 4 or 5 more things right off the shelf and put them into his backpack. To be honest, it was making me mad, and I even took a couple of steps closer to the guy. This didn't stop him. He didn't even seem to notice me. He pulled a couple of more things off the shelf and stole them as well. That's when I decided to talk to him. I entered the aisle and said that he shouldn't put things in his backpack. He looked at me. He didn't look surprised, and he didn't try to hide it either. He just told me that I should mind my own business and leave him alone. I told him that there were cameras everywhere, and Target probably saw everything that he did. The guy just told me to shut up and then walked angrily away. I went back and found a Target employee and let them know about him. After that, I went back to my shopping. The rest of it only took me about 5 or 10 more minutes, and I didn't really have that much stuff to get. I didn't see the guy at all the rest of the time that I was in the store. I kind of assumed that Target had known what he was doing and was either talking to him or the police were called. Either way, I knew I did what I could to help out. I checked out and left the store. I got into my car and began to drive off. Right when I was leaving the parking lot, that's when I saw an older, beat-up looking small black car come speeding out of nowhere through the lot. At this Target, the parking lot was pretty big, and there were other businesses that were in the same shopping area with their properties connected. The car appeared to come out of one of these parking lots and drove straight towards my car. I had to slam on my brakes and swerve a little bit to avoid making contact with him. Then the car slammed on its brakes as well, just before we nearly collided. My car was basically blocked between the curb and the other car. That's when I looked up, wondering what idiot had just nearly ran into me. Then I saw the driver, and it was the same man who had been shoplifting inside of Target. He was now looking at me through the front windshield of his car, no doubt mad at me for getting involved in his shoplifting experience. He flipped me the bird as we both sat there. I wanted to drive away, but his car was only about 2 feet away from mine, and behind me was the curb. Both of our cars sat there for probably 30 seconds. It was really uncomfortable with the guy staring right into my window the entire time. Then the man opened up his driver's door and began walking over to my car. I knew that I didn't have a choice anymore. I put my car into reverse and slammed my foot on the pedal. I did not have four-wheel drive, but my car somehow hopped up onto the curb, and when I had enough space, I put it back into drive. Then I turned and drove away from the guy. I saw him running back to his car, but I was already speeding away and out of the parking lot. I made it back onto the street, and somehow I wasn't followed. I'm not sure if the guy got away with shoplifting those items or what, but he was already outside and waiting for me when I left. Hopefully I never see him again.
Something really weird happened to me one time when I went to Walmart. I arrived there one night to do a little shopping. I needed toothpaste, soap, milk, and yogurt. I went to the store at nighttime, but not that late. It was about 8 o'clock. So when I got into the store, it was still fairly busy. In this Walmart, the health products were to the right at the front of the store, almost right after you walk in. Then groceries, on the other hand, were at the complete opposite side of the store. I went in the right side doors, and after walking in, I went to the far right side to the health products first. There I got the toothpaste, but I completely forgot about the soap. So I walked all the way to the other side of the store to get groceries. Now I walked through a few aisles, and it was sometime over there that I noticed this woman behind me. She was shorter than me, had blonde hair, and was wearing jeans and a black sweater. I thought nothing of it, and I just assumed her to be another shopper. But I remember I walked through a couple of aisles
and she was still walking behind me. I noticed it, but was still not thinking that it was strange. She was not right behind me or anything. She was probably like 30 feet back or so. But after picking up something else, I remembered the soap, and I realized that I had to go to the complete other side of the store again. So I started to walk there. When I had completely left the grocery section, that's when I realized that the woman was still behind me. I made it to the middle part of the store where the clothes are. I remember that I stopped to look at socks, and when I did, the woman stopped nearby. It was then that I got really suspicious, and it seemed like she was following me. I looked over at her while browsing the socks. She was not directly looking at me. She was either looking or pretending to look at some other clothes nearby. I didn't know what the deal was, but I thought that maybe she was a secret shopper or somebody that worked for Walmart. She might have been following me thinking that I was suspicious or going to steal something. That thought made me angry because I was not going to steal anything and I hadn't done anything suspicious. But that's the only reason I could think of as to why she might be following me. So at that point, I abruptly stopped looking at the socks and I walked back over to the health products. I got to the soap, stopped, and looked around. There I saw the same woman arriving to the area. So now there was no question that she was following me. But why? I decided to confront her. I walked over to the woman who stood at the end of the aisle. However, as soon as I started to approach her, she looked up at me in a surprised way. Then she turned and very quickly walked in the opposite direction. I said, "Excuse me," but she ignored it and hurriedly walked away and then went into a random aisle. I just stood there and shook my head. At least she was gone now. Who knows why she was following me? So I got the soap, and then I headed over to the checkouts. While in line for a self-checkout though, I saw her again. The woman was standing a ways away, pretending to look at another item. I ignored her. I checked out and then started walking for the exit. But when I was walking out the door, I looked back and I saw this woman yet again. She was also walking to the doors to leave, and she had no bag or items in her hands, indicating that she hadn't bought anything. So apparently, she had just been walking around the store following me. I kept going and walked out to my car. I got inside and then quickly looked around for the woman. I did not see her at all, so I felt at that point like the weird experience was finally over and I would go home. I started up my car and drove out of the Walmart parking lot. When I left and merged onto the road, a car behind me did as well. Then I turned at the next light, and I noticed the car behind me doing the same thing. That's when I had the thought that maybe this was the woman. So at that point, I decided to test it out. I figured that I was just paranoid until I turned and the car behind me did as well. I could see that it was a normal looking sedan, but I couldn't see much else with it being nighttime. I could not confirm that the woman was driving it. Wherever I turned though, the car behind me did as well. I went in the direction of my house, but I didn't want to get all the way there being followed. After a while, with the woman still behind me, I pulled over to the side of the road. I was on a quieter street with not much traffic. This could have been dangerous, but I was angry. I decided to confront her again. When I pulled over randomly, the car behind me did the same. Then we both sat there on the side of the road for a few moments. Neither of us got out. At last, I opened the door and I got out of my car, and I started walking back towards the car behind me. When I did, I saw the same woman was behind the wheel, except she did not allow me to get to her driver's door. She quickly and abruptly put her car into drive and drove away back onto the street, and in the process of doing this, nearly hit me. She probably came within 2 feet of me. She had driven off down the road, and then I got back into my car. I thought she might finally be gone. However, I noticed her stopping way up the street. I realized that if I drove past, she would likely keep tailing me, so I made a U-turn. This didn't work though. The woman did the same thing, and before 30 seconds had gone by, she was back on my tail. I didn't really know what to do. I kept driving, making random turns for a while. Then I started heading back to my house. She was still following me. So I called the police and reported what was going on. I gave them the street that we were on and a description of the woman's car. I told them that I was going to keep driving straight on that road. After like 5 minutes, I saw flashing lights behind me. The woman pulled over and the police did as well. I kept going and was finally able to make it back home. The police called me back and said that the woman denied following me, but was cited for not having a valid ID. I was not surprised that she denied it, but I was also glad that she didn't get to my house. I don't know why she had been following me. I haven't seen her since, and I'm hoping that I never do again. This is something that took place when I was a kid. I think it was the late 90s or maybe the very early 2000s. I'm not sure the exact year or exactly how old I was. If I had to guess, I was maybe 10 or 12, but I could be wrong. I just know that I remember the details of this particular incident pretty well, and it's something that I will never forget. So I used to tag along with my mother when she went shopping all the time. She would go to Target probably the most, and I liked that store. They were set up nicely, and I enjoyed hanging out in the toys section when I was younger. Then, as I got a little bit older, I would go to the electronics or the video games. All those aisles were fairly close to each other, so when my mother shopped, I would hang out over there. She knew where I would be, and it was usually a pretty good time. One time we went to Target a little bit later at night than usual. The store was pretty quiet, but like normal, I went off to the electronics department and my mother shopped somewhere else in the store. I remember that I was looking at the video games for a while, and then I went into another aisle that was one of the first aisles sort of off the electronics area. It was pretty close by, and they had all the television sets that were for sale playing not far away. Then there was another TV in this aisle that was not for sale but hanging from the ceiling. It usually played advertisements like Target commercials or music videos or new movies that were out and whatnot. As I was in the aisle, I heard it playing like normal. I was looking at something on one of the shelves. Then, I suddenly heard the sound from the TV turn into this weird screeching sound and then some static. All of a sudden, I heard this creepy and eerie music. I looked over to the TV. No longer was it playing Target advertising, but now the screen was really dark. It just didn't seem right. After a few seconds, a man emerged onto the screen, but you could only sort of see his head. It was so dark that it was really just the basic shape of the guy's head, and you couldn't make out any details. He started speaking, and it sounded like he was using a voice changer. I was frozen with fear, standing in the aisle all by myself. The guy started talking, almost rambling. I couldn't really tell what he was talking about. I was either too young to understand or too creeped out, and I really don't remember anymore. After standing there watching it for like 30 seconds, I wanted to leave, but I was almost too scared to move. There was nobody else around in the immediate area at all. Finally, I came to my senses. The thing was still going, and I turned, and I'm sure I sprinted out of there as fast as I could. I literally ran through the store until I saw another shopper. Then I felt better, but I continued walking really fast until I found my mother. I told her about it, and I was really scared. My mom told me to show her, so we went back to the aisle, even though I really didn't want to from being so creeped out. When we got back there, though, the TV was just off. The other electronics were playing the normal advertisement stuff, but this TV was just off. My mother finished her shopping, and then we left. I was really freaked out, but after leaving the store, felt better. Nothing like that ever happened again. To this day, I still wonder about it though. Did somebody hack the TV thing at Target? I'm 100% sure that that was not some kind of advertisement. Maybe it was someone's idea of a prank. It still creeps me out to think about it though.
I got my first job working at a Walmart in the summer of 2014. I was a young 16-year-old who was still in high school at the time. This is something that happened about a month into the job. I was a cashier, so obviously I would just be working at the check lanes all the time. Because I was a minor, I also wasn't allowed to work past 10 p.m., but I would often work up until 10. I noticed that after 7 p.m., the store would get quieter and quieter, and by 9 p.m. it would be almost dead. Back then, we were actually open 24 hours, and I was really glad that I didn't have to work that late. One time, I was working a shift until 10 p.m. at the check lanes. I started at 4, and a few hours in, things were starting to quiet down from a busy early evening. I had just finished checking out a customer and had nobody else immediately in line. A man then walked into the check lane. He was thin, average height, and approached me. The only thing he was holding was a Snapple, which is a bottled fruit drink. He held it up to me and said that he wanted to return it. He said that he bought the Snapple and tried it, and it, quote, tasted like crap. I told him that he had to go to customer service to make returns.
The man said no, he wanted to return it right here. I pointed to customer service and said that he had to go there to return it, and it wasn't that far away. Either he didn't understand or he just didn't want to, because the man told me how much he paid and asked if I could just give the money back to him. I was sure that he hadn't bought it at my check lane because I hadn't seen him before, and obviously, making a return is not quite that simple. Being the fairly new employee that I was, I didn't want to go against policy either. I remember that the man took another sip of the drink, which was almost halfway gone by now, and then finally walked away. I watched him start to head over to the customer service. I wondered if they were going to let him return it, given the fact that he opened it and was drinking it, but I got another customer in my lane at that point and turned around to help them. After that, a few more people got in line, and I was kept busy for the next few minutes. I ended up sort of forgetting about the guy for a little while. But probably 10 minutes later, I saw the guy get into my line again. I remembered him, and when it was his turn, he told me that they wouldn't let him return the drink. I told him sorry, but that wasn't good enough for this guy. He demanded that I give him his money back. I wondered why he thought this was my problem. After I told him that I was not going to give him any money, he really lost it. The man cursed at me and then held up the Snapple. It was still about half full. The lid was off, and he then splashed it into my face. Everything that was left in the bottle hit me and got in my eyes and hair. I was really shocked. He then slammed the bottle to the ground, cursed at me again, and stormed off. I saw a couple of people standing around. There weren't many people over here, thankfully, but the few that were looked just as shocked as I was. After a few moments, somebody came over and asked if I was okay. I was fine, but sort of embarrassed. My boss came over and told me that I could go wash up and then take a 15-minute break. He asked me a little bit about the situation as well, and I gave him all of the details that I could. I went and washed off my face and then went into the break room. When I came back out into the store after my break, I headed for my check lane, but as I was on the way there, I couldn't believe my eyes. Down at the end of the checkout area, by the exit, there were several police officers removing the same man from the store. I didn't know that he was even still inside of the store. He was yelling something as they slowly exited the store. I had to ask what was going on, and found one of my coworkers. I found out that the guy had been yelling at another employee near the electronics department. I don't think that conversation was about the Snapple. The man was asked to leave, and he refused. When he started yelling at the employee and threatening him, police were called. They arrived quickly, and the man did not comply when they asked him to leave. It seemed to me like the guy just wanted trouble. I also found out that he had no receipt from the Snapple that he got, and that's why they wouldn't let him return it at customer service. That guy was by far the wildest customer I have ever seen. When the man was angry with me, I kind of wanted to just give him the $2 or whatever the Snapple costed, but I didn't have any cash on me and couldn't give him cash out of the register or I would get in trouble, obviously. Plus, given the fact that he harassed another employee for a completely different reason, I don't think it would have solved everything. I worked at Walmart for a few more months before quitting and finding another job.
I remember this Walmart, sort of where I live, that used to be open 24 hours. I'm not sure, but I think there were a lot of Walmarts that used to be open 24 hours. All the ones that I've been to in recent years close at like 10 p.m. now, though. Maybe the reason is because of things happening, like the story I'm about to tell you. This was several years ago, probably about 2014. I remember that I worked a job back then with all kinds of crazy hours. I never really knew when I would get off of work, and some nights were really late. One time, I got off of work at close to 3 a.m. By the time I was done, I was exhausted, but also really hungry. On my way home, I stopped at the 24-hour Walmart to see what they had. There were no restaurants nearby that were still open, and I was just going to go down the snack aisle and maybe find something to drink as well. When I got inside, I made my way over to the food. The store was almost completely empty. I only saw a couple of employees here and there. When I got to the snack aisle, I browsed around for a little bit. I wasn't really sure exactly what I was hungry for. I often have a hard time deciding what to eat or where to get food from. I browsed for maybe 5 minutes, and then I had this feeling like I was being watched. It seemed a little strange, and I looked around. When I looked to the far end of the aisle, I saw a man standing there looking towards me. He was a sort of tall and skinny guy, wearing a black Adidas sweatshirt. When he saw me looking at him, he just kept standing there. He wasn't looking at anything on the shelves in particular. He looked away from me, but I thought the guy seemed really weird. I went back to looking at the food on the shelves and tried to make up my mind. I wandered into the next aisle over. There was more food in that aisle. I was there for no more than 10 seconds, and I noticed a man creeping around the corner slowly and then looking at me again from the end of the aisle. This was really strange. I grabbed a bag of trail mix and then made my way towards the back of the store along the side. Once I was at the far back corner of the store, I decided to walk back to one of the main walkways, but when I got there, the man was already standing there looking at me. I started walking all around the store, and the man seemed to be following me. He kept slowly walking around the store, trailing me wherever I went, and it was really frustrating. His face was almost expressionless the entire time, and he never spoke a word. Finally, I said, "Forget this," and I went to the checkout area. There was only one check lane still open, and I told the cashier that some guy had been following me around the store. The man did not follow me into the checkout, but instead wandered off into the clothing area that was across from the check lanes. She just kind of said, "Thanks for letting us know," and agreed that it was weird. I just wanted to get home, eat something, and go to bed. After I was done checking out, I walked down towards the exit doors. I was sure to scan over and make sure that the creepy guy was not once again following me. I was really happy to see that he wasn't. When I made it out the door, I walked through the parking lot to my car. My car was parked a little ways from the doors. It wasn't in the far back end of the parking lot, but it wasn't really that close either. The parking lot was mostly empty, but there were a few cars scattered all around, most of which I'm guessing were employees. Right as I was starting my engine, I looked up and noticed something. There was a man sprinting at full speed from the Walmart headed straight for my car. It was the same guy that had been following me around. The way that he was running was so fast, like he was running for his life, but he wasn't running away from anything. He was running for me. There was a second or two where I was so confused that I just watched him. That was until I realized he was going to reach my car very quickly. Then I put my car into drive and got out of there. I pulled away probably just a couple of seconds before he would have reached me. He kept running though, all the way until I was out of the parking lot and on the street. Then I was easily able to get away. I was really confused who the man was, why he followed me around in the store, and why he had ran full speed at me when I was in my car. The lesson I learned from this was to not go back to Walmart in the middle of the night.
This happened a few years ago when I went to Target. I don't really remember what I went to Target to get, but I don't think I got too many items. I know that it was later at night though, and right before they closed. Back then, I believe they closed at 11 p.m., and I went there at probably like 10 or 10:30. I just know that they were closing really soon. I shopped in the quiet store for a while and got a few things. After I checked out and left the store, I went to my car in the parking lot. That's when one of my good friends called me. There are a few good friends that I have that will call any time, and I will call them whenever as well. If it's late at night or early in the morning, it isn't a big deal. So I was talking with them on the phone, and we were having a good conversation. I was very focused on the conversation and did not drive home right away. I was just sitting in the parking lot on my phone talking. The parking lot was obviously almost empty because of the store closing soon. After sitting there in my car for probably 10 minutes or so and talking on the phone, I noticed that a car pulled into the parking space directly next to mine to the left. I noticed it, but didn't really think anything of it. I was fully engaged in the conversation that I was having with my friend. We talked for about another 10 minutes, and then finally, we hung up. I then realized that nobody had gotten out of the car that was parked next to me. I really hadn't even been thinking about it. That's when I thought it was strange that the car had parked next to me in the first place. But now, the driver was still inside of it. I looked over, and to my surprise, the driver was already looking back at me. It was a man with a hat and sunglasses on. He was just staring in my direction from the driver's seat. His car was running as well as mine. I found this really weird, so I decided to back out and go home. As soon as I left the parking space though, the car that was parked next to me started to back up. I drove my car to leave the parking lot, wondering if the car would follow me. It did, and we both drove to the end of the parking lot, and when I got to the exit, the car suddenly sped up and pulled around me as if it was going to pass. Then it cut in front of me and slammed on its brakes. We both came to a stop, and I was now blocked in, and the car sat there for a few seconds. I honked my horn, wondering what on earth they were doing. Then the front driver's door of the car in front of me opened up quickly. The driver came out and began taking a few steps in my direction. I wasn't going to stay around, and I put my car into reverse. When I backed away, he still walked closer to me. Once I had made it far enough away from him, I put my car back into drive and sped off into another direction. The car, thankfully, did not follow me. I left through a different exit in the parking lot and made it away. I never found out who that guy was. I think he was probably going to try to rob me or something like that.
I worked in the Walmart customer service area a few years ago. It was a job that was all right. I didn't love it or hate it. It was better than working as a cashier to me, which I did for a while until moving to the customer service. At our store, it was in the front, just past the check lanes. Most commonly, we would deal with returns and that sort of stuff. During this time period, I lived with a roommate in a house that we rented together. My roommate's name was Shirley, and we were friends. So one night, I was by myself working in the customer service area in Walmart. It was a quiet night, and we were going to be closing within the next couple of hours. I wasn't doing a whole lot anymore and was looking forward to going home soon. So then I remember seeing this guy come in holding a few Walmart bags. I figured that the guy was going to make some returns. He was wearing a large black t-shirt, jeans, and a backwards baseball cap. He also had a goatee and looked fairly young. The guy then dumped out the Walmart bags onto the counter and said that he was making a return. However, when I saw the items, I was very confused. Some were clothing and some were random household objects like a candle, a bottle of wine, and a blanket. None of the objects were in their original packaging though, and I soon realized that none of the items were sold at Walmart either. It was just random stuff. I continued to look at it, feeling very confused now. As I did, I saw something that made my heart drop. It was a picture frame with a picture in it that was of me and my sister taken when we were younger, and that's when I realized that all this stuff was my stuff. I stopped looking at it and then looked up at the man. I asked him, "Where did you get this stuff?" He just started laughing and then turned and walked away. I stood there frozen, not sure what to do. Should I chase after the man? Should I call the police? Should I do nothing? The man quickly went away, and then I looked at all the stuff again. Sure enough, it belonged to me and had been in my house. There were a few items that were not mine, but belonged to my roommate Shirley. I realized that somebody must have broken into our house or something. I got out my phone and called Shirley. She was not home, but was also at work like I was and had left for work shortly after I did that day. I told her about it. She was just as surprised as me. Then I told a coworker and then my manager. After she heard about it, she said they would look into it, and my manager told me I was allowed to go home early. I only had about an hour left of my shift anyways. I left and went home. For some reason, I didn't call the police at that point. When I arrived back, I parked my car and looked around. Everything seemed normal. There were no suspicious cars or people to be seen in the area. All the lights in my house appeared off, and nothing seemed to be out of place outside at a glance. So I got out of my car and walked to the front door. It was still locked, and I saw that the windows were not broken. I was, however, too nervous to go inside, so I walked all around the house, examining it. I didn't see any broken windows or anything, but when I got to the back door, I opened it and it was not locked. This really creeped me out, and I ran back for my car and got inside of it. Then I called the police. I waited for them in my car and watched my house, but nothing happened. The police arrived and I gave them permission to enter my house and search it. They did just that and found nobody inside. However, there were many missing things. My laptop, Shirley's laptop, her iPad, some money that we each had, jewelry, clothes, speakers, and some other stuff were stolen. They walked in the back door, which Shirley did not lock. This was scary enough as it was, but the fact that the guy walked right into the Walmart with, I guess, the stuff that he stole but he didn't want anymore was really creepy. We had him on surveillance video at the Walmart, but he did not appear to drive to the Walmart but just walk. They tried to identify him, but the security camera footage wasn't the greatest, and I don't think he was ever found. The whole thing still makes me scared to think about. Was the man trying to taunt me or something? I really hope that somehow he is caught. I don't live there anymore, and I don't work at Walmart anymore either.
I worked at Target about 2 years ago. My main job was to stock shelves in the grocery aisles. I would spend a lot of time in the back rooms bringing items and occasionally removing them from shelves. One day, I was working an early shift. We opened at 8 a.m. and it was about 8:15. We had just opened, so the store wasn't that busy yet. I was the only person working in the back at the time, and my job was to open boxes and bring things out to the sales floor. I had to throw some things away, so I went around the corner, and on my way back I heard a noise coming from behind some crates. At first, I thought someone else came back to work with me. "Hey," I said. There was no response. I walked over to the crates, and as I got close, I saw someone run to another stack of boxes that were next to me. That led to a bunch of little aisles where we kept a lot of products before they went out to the floor. I thought it must have been someone pranking me. I laughed and followed behind the boxes to the aisles. The aisles had lots of potential hiding places, so after looking around for a few seconds, I gave up and went back to work. About an hour later, I was still the only person working back there, and I heard a large crashing noise coming from the aisles. I walked over to see a bunch of items had fallen off the shelves. I looked around, and just then, I saw from behind a box a head of a man ducked down next to it. He was dirty and had a long beard. I said in a firm voice that customers were not allowed back here and he needed to get out. He just turned and ran again. I chased after him all the way to the side entrance to the back. He sprinted out the back room and into the grocery section of the store and out the front door. The customers looked shocked at what they had seen. I called store security and they came back with me to investigate. We found out that quite a few items were missing from the back shelves. There were empty wrappers from food he was eating all over the place. He made quite a mess. We figured it must have been a homeless man that somehow snuck into the back room and stayed there all night hidden, despite us having an overnight crew that works. As far as I know, he was able to get away with it.
One evening, I was coming home from work and I stopped at a pharmacy to pick something up. As I was walking out of the building, some guy came up to me saying he needed a ride somewhere. Now, normally I would have just brushed him off, but for some reason I was feeling exceptionally generous that day. The guy looked like he was down on his luck, in some trouble, and just needed a quick hand to get back on his feet. After all, I would want someone to do the same for me. Plus, the area we were in was considered pretty safe, so I let him in my car. The first red flag was the guy would not stop talking. He had this nervous, anxious look in his eye, like something clearly was on his mind. I myself am not much of a talker, so his rapid speaking became glaringly obvious as the car started moving. The second red flag was that the guy was trying way too hard to get my trust. He talked about how he goes to church every Sunday and he handed me a card for the church. He also demanded that we exchange numbers and said that I was free to call him the next day. But the final red flag came a bit later. The guy's story is that he needed a ride to his car, which had broken down on a street that he told me. As I was driving, I realized this was a little weird. Why do you need a ride to a broken down car? But as we kept moving, he said his car was actually on a different street and then another street. He changed the location of where his car was 3 times, saying he forgot where it was. At this point, my heart sank and I started to panic. I had to let this guy out of my car as fast as possible. It was already pretty late, and we were surrounded by dark neighborhoods. I didn't know if the guy had a knife or a weapon on him, and I realized that his directions had been guiding me closer and closer to a much sketchier part of town. Next, the guy pulled out his phone and muttered something inaudible to whoever was on the other line. Then he said to me in a very loud and demanding tone, "We gotta pull over behind this Walmart, that's where the car is." His directions changed multiple times before leading me to the back of a Walmart in the middle of the night. I was very sketched out about the whole thing, but luckily I saw my chance. We were approaching Walmart from the side, so the entrance to the back and the front are really close to each other. We went up to the back entrance and he screamed, "Right here, man, right here," but I kept going a little bit forward to the front entrance. I had to wait a few seconds for some cars to pass, and my heart was pounding as I was half expecting him to pull out a knife or a gun. The cars passed and I drove up to the brightly lit Walmart front entrance with plenty of people walking about. The guy just opened the door and got out of the car without another word. I certainly feel like he was trying to set me up for a carjacking, or maybe a robbery. I used to work at Target. This is something that happened back in 2017. Back then, I was a senior in high school, and working as a cashier part-time. I would work a lot of afternoon to night shifts, and there were some other people around my age who also worked there. I made a few friends with some coworkers over the months that I was at Target. There was one coworker in particular, though, named Evan. He always seemed kind of strange, and it wasn't just me that thought that. Some coworkers talked to me about some weird things that he would say, or strange things that he would do. He worked in another department of the store, I can't remember where, but aside from saying strange things or somewhat creepy things, he would sometimes just stare at people. One thing I noticed in particular was he would sit in his car across from mine a lot. He was around my age, so we would often work similar shifts, and I would always park in the same general area of the parking lot. Many times when I got off of work and walked out to my car, I would get in only to see Evan already sitting in his car, and his car would be facing mine. He would often just be sitting in his car, kind of staring at me. I would usually leave pretty quickly then, and I figured it to be a coincidence at first. I mean, it didn't happen every time, but it did happen quite a bit. One time though, I knew for a fact that Evan got off of work about 3 hours before I did. When I got to my car that night, I was shocked to see him sitting in his car still, and he was staring at me. I quickly left like usual, and he stayed there. I figured that maybe his car was broken or something. I really didn't know why he was often there like that, but I wasn't jumping to any conclusions. One of the next times that I worked though, Evan did not work. Everything went by pretty normal. I think I got off at 9 p.m. and then clocked out and left to head home. During this time, I lived with my parents, almost 10 minutes away from the Target. When I got back to my car, I saw Evan was once again sitting in his car across from mine and looking at me. He wasn't wearing his work clothes and hadn't worked at all today, so I found this to be odd. But like most times, I just started up my car and then left. However, when I left this time, Evan actually left right after me. After leaving the parking lot, I went onto the road and then merged onto the highway. Evan was still following me in his car at this point. I hadn't noticed this happening before, so I drove most of the way home, not knowing if he was following me or not. I mean, I didn't know where he lived. When I turned off the highway though, he did as well. I drove all the way to my street, which was pretty close by. After pulling onto my street, Evan did the same. Now, I knew that I couldn't go to my house, so I drove past it. Then, when I reached the end of my street, I turned and went back onto a busier road. I remembered then to go to a police station when you're being followed, so when I got back onto the highway, I put in directions to the nearest one, and Evan continued to follow me all the way there until I pulled in. Then, at that point, I saw him start to turn around on the road in his car. I stayed in the parking lot of the police station for several minutes, and then left to go back home. I felt much better now that he wasn't following me anymore. When I was driving back home, I was careful to look behind me and stuff. I didn't notice him at all. Soon I had reached my street. When I pulled onto it though, there was this car parked on the side of the road. I saw it start to move after I passed it, and I realized that it was Evan. He must have somehow known this was my street. I didn't know what to do, so I just pulled into my driveway. Then I got out of my car as quickly as I could and ran inside the house. When I got in, I saw Evan's car on the side of the road out front. I didn't hesitate and I called the police. But then, just about a minute later, he left. The police came out and I told them of the situation. I could give them a lot of details about Evan because I knew his name and where he worked. After that, the next time that I worked at Target, I reported what happened to my manager. I learned that Evan had been fired recently from Target for inappropriate behavior, and not long after that, I found out that he had actually followed home another coworker a different time. He had also recently been arrested for stalking yet a different woman. This guy was a total creep. I'm really glad that I don't have to worry about him anymore.
I went to Walmart very late at night a few months ago. The Walmart, located just a few kilometers from my house, is the most convenient place for me to shop, especially late at night, as the Walmart is open until 11 p.m. every day. One night, at about 10:30 p.m., I found myself completely out of toothpaste. Instead of putting it off until the next day like I had already done and forgotten, I decided to just go and get it over with. I headed out and drove to the Walmart. As expected, the parking lot was pretty quiet when I arrived. I got there maybe 20 minutes to close, so I knew that I had to be fast. When I was inside the store, I made my way to the right and over to where I suspected the toothpaste would be. I arrived at the aisle and started looking for the brand that I wanted. Nobody else was nearby at all, and the store was very quiet at this hour. After I found the toothpaste, I walked past a few more aisles heading to the checkouts. But when I passed by one of the aisles, I saw what appeared to be a man on the ground. I stopped to see what exactly he was doing because of how unusual it was. The man had moved a few items on the shelf to the side, and he then got onto the lowest shelf. It looked like he was going to hide on the shelf behind other items. I was watching him do this, and as he was going behind the stuff, he noticed me and kind of stopped. When he saw me, I turned and kept walking to go check out. But I only got a short ways before hearing the man emerge from the aisle behind me. I looked back, and he was now walking towards me. I had a bad feeling, and instead of going to the checkout, I went to the right into a random aisle. I don't really know why I did. I guess I wanted to see if the man was following me for sure, or maybe I wanted to lose him somehow. I went through where they had the temporary stuff, like holiday merchandise. Then I turned again and into another aisle. I walked a little ways and couldn't tell if the man was following me still or not. I didn't see him, but I was also changing aisles so often that it was possible. Eventually, I made it to one far side of the store. It was not the grocery side, but the other one. I made it into the sporting goods aisle and felt like I had finally lost the guy. I looked to my left and right and didn't see him. I decided that I would stay there for a minute or two and then leave. By now, the Walmart closed in less than 10 minutes. I was thinking the guy had either left or maybe went back to the hiding place, whatever it was. As long as he left me alone, I didn't care. I looked at a few items that they had on the shelves just casually. I then heard footsteps coming from one of the main walkways of the store, going past the aisle that I was in. I was near the end of the aisle, close to that walkway. I wasn't sure if it was the man or an employee or somebody else. When they came into view, thankfully, it was just another customer. The guy walked past me and through the aisle and then out of it. I went back to what I was looking at. I got a little bit distracted and was looking at some of the exercise equipment. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. I looked back and saw the first guy who had followed me before, but now he was holding a baseball bat. He must have picked it right off the shelf at the end of the aisle, and he was walking towards me slowly. Then I heard somebody from behind him say, "What are you doing, man?" It was the customer who had walked past me. The man with the bat then turned and headed for that customer. The customer started running away. The guy with the bat chased after him. I ran after them but a ways back and got out my phone to dial for police. I wanted to make sure that the guy with the bat didn't catch the customer because the customer had kind of saved me. At the same time, I didn't want the guy with the bat to go after me again. An employee saw all of us running, and I remember yelled at all of us to stop. Maybe they thought this was some silly prank for a video or something, but this was very serious. The customer was able to get far enough away from the seemingly deranged man. The guy with the bat was not the fastest. I kept my distance, and eventually, he took a swing at a couple of products on shelves instead. I headed towards the front of the store, finding every employee I could along the way and warning them about the man. The police got there just minutes later. They found the man hiding once again in an aisle with his bat. He eventually came out without incident and gave up his bat. This experience deterred me from Walmart for a while. I didn't want to go back because I was afraid that something like this might happen again. But recently, I have been back just a couple of times. It's gone smoothly, but I will never forget that night several months ago.
A few years ago, I went Christmas shopping one night by myself. For a little more details, I will also mention that I'm a female. I had already gotten some gifts for family and friends, but I wanted to complete all my shopping, and I had several things still to buy, including a gift for my husband. I ended up getting out of work a little bit early, so I decided to go shopping straight from there. First, I went to a local shopping center that had a few strip malls close to each other.
I went to a couple of the stores and spent a bit of time there. After finding a couple of things, I left and walked back to my car in the parking lot. I remember that I was parked pretty much right in the middle of it. When I was about to drive away, I just remember that I noticed there was somebody in a car looking at me. I didn't think much of it, but the car was parked in the next row over and some guy was in the driver's seat just staring in my direction. Within a few seconds though, I looked away and then I drove off. After that, I ended up going to Target, which was just a couple of miles away from there. When I got there, I did some more shopping and was inside the store for a good 30 minutes at least. I got a number of different things, not all gifts for people. But anyways, I left Target and walked out to my car. When I got inside, once more I noticed somebody was looking at me. There was a car parked in a similar distance to the one before, and it looked like the same man was behind the wheel. He was looking at me like before, and that's when I thought that it was really strange. Why would he be here too? I even wondered if he had followed me or something. I wanted to leave right after noticing him, so I started my car and began to drive away. When I left the parking lot, I did not notice the man leaving or anything, so I felt a little bit better. I figured that maybe he had followed me from the strip mall to the Target without me noticing. So I just had one more stop to make after that. I was going to a nearby grocery store on the way home to get a few things for dinner. I stopped there and I parked and then went inside. I got all the things that I needed and I was in the store for maybe 10 to 15 minutes if I had to guess. After I left, I walked out to my car again. When I did, at first, I didn't see anything, but I looked around just to be safe. When I looked around, I just barely noticed the same guy was watching me yet again. He was parked in a spot that was across from mine and similar to the two other times, except it was not as easily visible to where I was because there were a few other cars sort of in the way. When I saw him again, I really couldn't believe it. I was very confused and had no idea what was going on, but I knew that I wanted to get out of there and just go home. So I left and drove away, very careful to watch the car to see if it would follow me. When I made it to the end of the parking lot, once more I did not notice him. He was still parked there when I left, and he quickly was out of my sight. So at that point, I drove the rest of the way home, which was under 10 minutes. I got back, parked my car in the driveway, and went inside. My husband was already home, and then I unloaded all the groceries and stuff. Just after that though, I happened to notice out a window a car pulling over to the side of the street out front. When I did, I realized that it was the same car. That meant the same man was behind the wheel. I had no idea how he found me. I told my husband about what happened and how the car was there. I suggested calling the police, but my husband had other ideas. As soon as he got wind of it, he went over to the closet by the door and he took out his baseball bat. Then he walked out the front door and was going straight for the car. When he made it almost halfway through the yard, the car quickly drove away, screeching the tires in the process. When my husband came back inside, he said that if the man ever returned, he would smash his car. Luckily, he never did. I didn't see that guy again after that. I'm guessing the man following me was hoping that I lived alone and possibly would have broken in. I really don't know for sure though. He must have been able to follow me at a distance without me noticing. When he first saw me though, I'm not sure. I'm just glad that I never saw him again.
This is something really creepy and bizarre that happened to me about a year ago. I went to Walmart late one night. The Walmart I live by closes at 11 p.m. every single day. I think it was around 10 p.m. when I got there. I didn't need to get that many things, just a few. I believe that I was just getting a couple of grocery items. When I was in one of the grocery aisles, I know that I was all by myself. I had been inside of the store for maybe 5 minutes or so. I was just looking at one of the shelves. That's when somebody entered the aisle that I was in. I looked over and saw a woman walking towards me. She was short, had dark hair, and was wearing a sweatshirt and a winter hat as well. She walked right up to me, and I didn't know who she was, so I found it kind of strange. Then she handed me this blank envelope and said that it was for me. When she spoke, she did not have much emotion in her voice at all. It was not friendly or rude, but just kind of like she was stating facts. I was really confused. I accepted the envelope out of curiosity more than anything. Before I could even say something to the woman, she had turned completely around and was walking away. I looked at the blank envelope and was trying to make sense of it. So some random lady in a Walmart just walked up to me and gave me an envelope at 10 o'clock at night. Seems pretty strange to me. I opened up the envelope and looked inside. There was one thing inside of it, and that was it. When I took it out, I saw that it was a Polaroid picture. There was no date or title or anything. And the picture was of a man wearing all black and a ski mask. The man was looking directly at the camera with an intense stare. I couldn't help but feel very creeped out by this. I mean, it just made no sense at all. Maybe this woman had the wrong person. I looked, but she was gone and completely out of my sight now. So I walked to the end of the aisle and looked for her. By now, I saw that she was walking towards the exit doors and almost there. I thought about running after her and asking her what on earth this was about, but I decided not to. Instead, I found the nearest trash can and discarded the envelope as well as the photograph. So then, after that, I finished up my shopping. I didn't have much more to do, and I wrapped up in the grocery aisle and then headed to the checkouts. I was in the store for maybe 5 more minutes. After checking out, I left and headed for my car. I was parked in about the middle of the parking lot. By now, the parking lot was pretty quiet, but there was still a decent amount of other vehicles there. When I got inside of my car, I noticed that I saw the woman, the same one who had handed me the strange envelope. I looked and saw that she was walking towards my car at a pretty fast pace, but she was still a good distance from me. I didn't know what she wanted, but I had enough strange encounters with her for one day, so I drove away from there before she could reach me. I left the parking lot and then headed home. The woman was left standing in the parking lot just staring at me. I remember watching her in my mirror, and she was just standing there looking at me. It was really weird. I was glad to get away from there, and I made it home safely. After arriving home, I went to bed. The next couple of days were normal. I did not go to Walmart or anything. But then, probably 3 days after the Walmart incident, I got home from work. I remember that I got my mail like I always did. At this time, I lived alone in a house that was in a pretty typical suburban neighborhood. After bringing my mail inside, I saw this random unmarked letter. Because of the fact that it had no writing or stamps on it, I found this really strange. I mean, whoever left it in my mailbox would have had to hand deliver it. I opened up the envelope out of curiosity. Inside of it was the same photo of the masked man. When I saw this, I got the chills. It was just so creepy. Did the woman come to my home and deliver this to me? I had no idea. And why did she want me to have this so bad? I didn't know that as well. After receiving this envelope and photo, I really didn't know what to do. I talked to a few of my friends about it, and we were all pretty clueless. I mean, I thought at Walmart maybe the woman gave the envelope to the wrong person, but the fact that she hand-delivered it to my house made me think that she really wanted me to have it, but there was no reason to give it to me. Maybe it was still some kind of a mix-up and not meant for me, but I don't know what the purpose of it was. After that night, I never had anything else strange happen. I didn't see the woman again, and I got no more strange envelopes or anything. I'm really glad about that. I used to work at Target when I was younger. I worked there for about a year and had to work during a Black Friday. During that time, we actually opened on Thanksgiving night, I believe at 6 o'clock p.m. Just about all of the Target employees were scheduled to work that night, it seemed. Target was going to stay open all night and then again the next day on Friday. We were expecting to get tons and tons of shoppers, and many deals were going on throughout the store. It was an experience like no other. I usually worked in the store as a sales associate and sometimes a cashier if they needed me. When I got there a short time before we opened, I had to park towards the far back corner of the parking lot, and we had a huge parking lot. I had never seen it so full. As I approached the store, I saw a line of at least 100 people waiting to be let inside. To that point, I had never gone shopping on Thanksgiving before, just in the early morning on the actual Black Friday. I was let in through an employee-only entrance, and then I clocked into work. I saw so many other employees, or team members as we called each other. There was a short meeting beforehand, and then some of the managers went over to unlock the doors. I started out the first hour as a cashier, and when the doors opened, I watched from my check lane as people came pouring in. They mostly ran to the electronics area, and soon, people were coming to all of the check lanes. We had just about every single check lane open, and I was busy ringing people up for the first couple of hours. I was only working until midnight, so it was not that bad of a shift. And because it was 6 hours, I would get a 30-minute break at one point. After 3 hours of being at the check lanes, at 9 p.m., a manager came and told me that it was time for my break. I turned off the light to my check lane and then headed past the many people inside and over to the break room. When I got inside, I sat down at a table and pulled out my phone. I had several texts and Snapchats from friends. One in particular stood out though. There was a text from a number that I didn't recognize. I was very good at having names stored on my phone as everybody that I texted or called, so I knew who it was. The text from this unknown person said, "When you're on your break, meet me at the back of the store." I responded by asking who it was. Then I responded to all the other texts and snaps from various friends. Whoever had texted me before responded again, telling me to just come to the back of the store. I was really curious, but I had no idea who this was. I had several of my coworkers' numbers, and they were stored on my phone with their names. It was possible that it was another coworker, but why wouldn't they just tell me? I actually left the break room and decided to go to the back of the store to see who it was. What part of the back of the store I was supposed to go to, though, was not clear. Target is a large store, and the back can refer to quite a bit of space. I made my way through the large crowd of shoppers. On the way to the back, even though I took my name tag off, I was asked by about 5 people about things. Some asked where products were. Others asked me if certain things were still in stock or on sale. At last, I made it to the back of the store. I walked along it and didn't see anybody that I knew, and nobody waved at me or approached. I went back to the break room after that for the remainder of my break. Towards the end of it, the number texted me again. The new text said, "I saw you. It was too busy, and I will catch up with you after work at midnight." I wasn't sure who this was still, and I didn't know how they knew when I got off. I texted them again, asking who this was. Then I went back to work. After I went back to work, I was moved to the sales floor from the check lanes. As I worked, I was able to check my phone a couple of times, but I didn't get a response from whoever it was that had been texting me. Soon, I forgot all about it and was very busy with work. For the next few hours, I did various things, and it remained extremely busy the entire time. By the time it was almost midnight, things were a little bit more calm, but still very busy. In that entire time, I didn't notice anybody that was strange or looking at me. I helped quite a few customers, but none of them stood out as possibly being the one who had texted me. When it was 12 o'clock, I was finally done for the night. I walked to the employees' hallway and clocked out. Then I left the busy store and walked out into the parking lot. There was still lots of cars all around. However, the area where I parked was slightly more open now. As I walked through the parking lot to my vehicle, I felt my phone vibrate. I took it out of my pocket and looked. There was a text from the same number from earlier. In the new text, whoever it was said they were waiting by my car. I was almost halfway there and could barely see my car from where I was. I noticed that directly next to my car on the other side was an SUV. As I kept walking closer, I got a little bit better view of it. I could see that the engine to the SUV was running, but couldn't tell who was inside. I had a really bad feeling about it and decided to turn around. Then I went back inside Target. When I got back inside, I went straight to the break room, and there were a few other people in there. I was going to maybe text my parents and ask one of them to come pick me up or something. But one of my best friends at work, Lexi, was in the break room. I walked over to her and told her about what was happening. She said that somebody had asked her about me earlier when she was working. A man had apparently approached her and claimed to be a good friend of mine. He asked her for my number, and she had no reason not to believe that he didn't really know me, so she gave it to him. She said that he was tall, thin, had a slight beard, and shorter, dark-colored hair. From what she said, it didn't sound like anybody that I knew. After a few more minutes talking to her, one of the security people we had working that night came into the break room. When I saw him, I told him about my situation and asked him to go out to my car with me. He agreed, and when we left the store, the car was still parked next to mine.
We walked closer, and when we made it within 50 feet or so of the car, it drove away. I was able to get to my car safely and then carefully drove home, making sure that I wasn't followed. There was a lot of other cars around, going to Target and other nearby stores, so if the guy wanted to follow me, it would have been pretty tough. But he didn't. I was really glad to make it back safe. When I got home, I saw that I had another text from him. He called me a curse word, and then I blocked his number. That made for a very memorable Black Friday. That guy must have seen me working earlier in the night, and maybe even one of my previous shifts at Target. He must have got my name from my name tag, and then told Lexi that he was my friend, and then got my number from her. I'm guessing he found out what time I got off and what car was mine, possibly from other coworkers. It really creeps me out to think about it. Luckily, though, I never saw him again after that.
One of the scariest moments of my life happened when I went to Target last year. I went there one night to do some normal grocery shopping. There's a Target not that far at all from where I live, and I go there almost weekly. So I got there sometime at night, and I don't recall exactly when. I went inside, got a cart, and then started getting my items. I was inside of the store probably for about 20 minutes shopping at least. Then I finally checked out and left the store. I headed back to my car, which I had parked not even that far away. But when I arrived at my vehicle, which is a pretty normal sedan, something happened. I was behind it and about to go around and put the groceries in the back seat. That's when I saw somebody looking at me through the back window from inside my car. It was a man, and I didn't see him well at all because he ducked down less than a second after I saw him. I freaked out and left the cart there and went running back inside of the Target. After making it back inside, I dialed 911 to call the police. I told them that somebody was inside my car at the Target. Then I waited inside the store for the police to arrive. It took probably less than 5 minutes for them to get there. But in the meantime, when I was waiting, I was standing just a little ways inside of the Target near the first aisle. As I was waiting for the police, I was sure that I saw the guy that was in my car enter the store. He immediately walked to the right and didn't appear to notice me. I wasn't 100% sure, because like I said, I only saw him for probably less than a second inside my car window, but I was probably about 80% sure. I went down one of the aisles in case he was looking for me or something. A short time later, the police arrived. I went out of the store with them and we checked my vehicle. Whoever was inside of it was now gone, but my doors were all unlocked. I must have somehow forgot to lock them when I went inside of Target. I didn't have anything inside my car worth stealing though. I usually kept it pretty empty and clean. Still, what was a random man doing inside of my car? I had never seen him before. I gave his description to the police, and I also let them know that I thought I saw him inside Target. I made it clear that I wasn't 100% sure, but I was pretty certain that it was him, and it made me think that it was more likely to be him after knowing he wasn't in my car anymore. The man had dark hair, was sort of short, and wearing a tan t-shirt and jeans. He also appeared to be pretty young, in probably his 20s or maybe early 30s. The police told me that they would go into Target and see if he was still there. I stayed by my car talking to another officer for maybe 5 or 10 more minutes. Another officer said they did not locate the man inside Target and figured that he must have left. They said they would take one more look around the store and I could go home if I wanted to. At that point, I finally left to drive home. Now, the Target that I go to is near a lot of other stores, but the way that I exit is I drive down the road to the side of Target. Then I go down this quiet road that leads to more stores about a quarter mile down the road. When I was driving down that road, I saw this guy randomly walking alongside of it. It was weird because there was no sidewalk there and it wasn't very well lit, so you wouldn't really expect people to walk along it. Just seconds later is when I realized that it was the same guy. As I was approaching him, he turned and saw me. That's when he bolted out onto the street suddenly. It was like he was running towards me, and I veered to the right to avoid him. I wasn't going very fast, but luckily he didn't get to me, and I was able to successfully get around him. Then I sped away from him as he stood in the road. No other cars were nearby, and I got out my phone and called the police to report the guy. After that, I was finally able to make it back home okay. Looking back, I still can't believe that it happened.
I avoided that Target for weeks after the events. Finally, I was able to go back, and I still shop there sometimes. Nothing like that has happened, and I haven't seen the guy either. I'm hoping that whoever he was, the police found him, or he stopped his wild behavior.
Many years ago, when I was about 10 years old, I would go with my mother to the store a lot. If we were grocery shopping or whatever, I would tag along because I enjoyed it. I have a younger sister, and she would usually sit in the shopping cart that my mother pushed around the store. One day, we went to Walmart, and I think my mom was just doing the usual shopping for whatever. She had a cart like usual, and it was just her, my sister, and me. I don't remember a whole lot, but I do know that it was nighttime, and I think the store was fairly quiet. I know that I left my mother wherever she was, and I went into one of the toy aisles. My favorite things to do when my mother shopped was to go look at toys, video games, and the fish that Walmart used to sell. I would do this just about every time that we went to either Walmart or Target. On this time, my mother was at the other end of the store when I went near the toy area. There were probably about 3 or 4 toy aisles. One of them was girl stuff, and the other would be action figures, and the other was Lego stuff. I remember that I went into the Lego aisle, and I was the only person there for a few minutes. I could have spent all day in just that aisle, looking at all the cool sets that they had. Soon, a man walked in. He was on the other end of the aisle, looking at the Legos for less than a minute, and then he walked over to me. He stopped next to me, and I looked up at him. That's when he asked me which set I was looking at. I showed him whichever one it was. I don't remember, though. I was a pretty shy kid, so immediately I didn't really know what to say or do with a stranger talking to me. The man said to me that he would buy it for me. I knew that something wasn't right, and I was really suspicious. I said to the man no, it was okay. He looked really surprised by my answer and asked me why not. I didn't really know what to say, so I told him that I didn't really want it that bad or something. He just kind of said okay, but kept standing next to me. I decided after a little while to leave the aisle and move to a different one, so I went to the next aisle over. I was only there for a few seconds before the man then entered that aisle without saying anything. This caused me to want to move again, and I decided to go much further away this time. I wanted to find my mother, but I wasn't completely sure where she was at the time. I walked out of the aisle and started walking around the store to try and find her. When I got near the grocery area, I saw the man again, and I just knew that he was following me. I ended up walking basically all around the entire store, and I saw the man about 2 or 3 more times. The whole time, I was walking pretty fast, and I didn't stop at all because I was afraid that the man would approach me again if I did. Finally, after probably 30 minutes of walking around the store, I found my mother. I was really happy to see her, and I walked over and stayed next to her for the rest of the shopping trip. At one point, though, I did see the man again. It was shortly before we were leaving, and he was standing about 50 feet away and looking at me. We left, and after that, I never saw him again. I was just happy to be away from him and leaving the store, but I really didn't think all that much of it. I think I was too young to realize how bad of a situation it really was. Many times since then, I've remembered it, and I'm really glad that I walked away from him when I did.
Last year, I was invited to a little birthday party that my friend Taylor was having. It was just a few people in my friend group that were going. I had no idea what to get at all, and I went to Target after work one day to find something. I'm always really bad at figuring out what to get people. I don't know why, but I've just always been that way. So when I got to Target, I just started looking around at things that could be general good gifts. It was like 9 p.m., pretty late, so the store was almost empty. I'm not really sure how long I was there, but it was probably a while. I did get a couple of things that I actually needed as well, and I got a little distracted by some other items that I looked at. I somehow ended up in one of the aisles in the back corner of the store. I was just looking around, trying to find a good gift, and that's when I started to hear noises. It was just like random noises, like there was somebody nearby. I assumed it was another customer or an employee, but I hadn't really seen anybody in the area, and the noises would have still been strange. It was like a tapping or random thuds. It went on in what sounded like the next aisle over for a few minutes straight. I got curious, and I walked over to that aisle to see where the noises were coming from. When I got to it, I saw that nobody was there. I even walked over to the next aisle after that as well, but nobody was there either. This was really strange. I decided to go over and get back to my shopping, but when I passed by the first aisle that I had looked at, I saw behind a suitcase there was a man. The guy was crouched behind one of the suitcases, and I looked at him for several seconds from about 30 feet away probably. At first, he wasn't looking at me, but eventually he turned his head and we made eye contact. When he was looking at me, he was completely expressionless. It was really strange. I decided to just leave the guy alone. I walked over to a completely different side of the store and kept looking. When I was in that aisle over there, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. When I looked, I saw the same guy was peeking around the corner. He was just looking at me still. I left the aisle through the other side. I wrapped up my shopping then because this guy was really creeping me out. I ended up just getting Taylor a gift card. I know I'm lame, but when I was at the checkouts buying the items, I saw the guy again. This time, he was standing right by the exit doors. I ended up just getting Taylor a gift card. I know, I'm lame. But when I got to the checkouts and I was buying my items, I saw the guy again. This time, he was standing right by the exit doors. He wasn't leaving. He was just standing there on the side. He also wasn't looking directly at me, but in the area of the check lane that I was at. When I was done checking out, I decided to leave in the other exit doors instead. Luckily, this Target had 2 of them. I really didn't want to walk by that weirdo again. By the time I made it to the other doors and started to walk outside, he was already there. The guy was standing outside, just looking at me. I tried to walk past him and not look at him because I was afraid if I did, he would do something creepy. As I walked past, I was nervous that he would follow me, and sure enough, he did. He started to walk behind me as I went to my car. When I sped up, he did as well. Eventually, I started sprinting. Then the guy was sprinting too. I unlocked my car, got inside, and sped away as fast as I could. Luckily for me, the guy stopped before my car. I'm really not sure what he was doing or who he was. Maybe it was a dumb joke. Either way, it really creeped me out.
I'm a female. Last year, I wanted to get a quick birthday card for my friend. I stopped at a Walmart, thinking that I could go in, quickly get a card, and then leave. I parked and went inside, walking straight for the greeting cards. They were sort of in the middle of the store. The store was actually not that busy, but of course there were some customers around. When I got to the card aisle, nobody else was in it, and I began searching for a decent card for my friend. I had to look at quite a few. Many of them I didn't like. I was focused on this and reading the insides of them when suddenly I heard a voice directly behind me. "What you looking at?" This surprised me because I hadn't known anybody else was in the aisle with me. I turned around to see a man standing there less than a foot away. He was around my height, but appeared to be much older than me, and he was wearing a hat. I told him that I was just getting a card. He then stared at me with a creepy grin for like 5 seconds straight. I started to turn back around when he spoke again. He asked me if I was going to a birthday party and if he was invited. I laughed it off nervously, thinking this was a really creepy thing to say. I decided that the card that I had in my hands was good enough. Really, I just wanted to get out of there and away from him. I told the man that I was in a hurry and I needed to leave. Then I started walking out of the aisle. The man started walking right along with me. "Okay, let's go," I remember him saying. This really freaked me out. Did he think he was coming with me? I walked almost as fast as I could over to the checkouts, but the man was able to keep up with me. When I had almost made it there, I changed my mind at the last second and decided to walk to the back side of the store. I just didn't want the guy around me. I especially didn't want him following me out to my car. I thought maybe he would get the hint and leave me alone. The guy seemed confused by my sudden change of direction, but turned to follow me. I walked all the way to the side of the store where they sold makeup and toothpaste and those kind of items. Then I turned and headed for the back. I couldn't believe it, but the man was still behind me. That's when I saw a Walmart employee. I was almost in the back corner and there was a man working near the auto parts area. I outright told him that there was a guy following me and he wouldn't leave me alone. I started to hear the man denying it as the employee approached. That allowed me to get away. I kept walking and made a left into an aisle and out of sight of the man. I quickly then walked into the middle of the store and then turned to go back to the front. When I got within maybe 2 aisles of the front of the store, suddenly the same guy leaped out from behind a corner. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know where he had come from.
I screamed and sprinted away from the man. This seemed to surprise him, and he didn't immediately chase after me. Another employee happened to sort of be in the area and asked what was going on. Less than a minute later, the store security was there. Apparently, when the other employee questioned the man, he had ran away, so the employee called security. It was a whole scene, and the police ended up getting called. Unfortunately, the guy ran out of the store right away before security could get him though. Needless to say, I haven't been back to a Walmart since.
I'm a female, and this story took place about 4 years ago. I was at Walmart shopping. Back then, I went there all the time. On this day, I was only getting like 2 or 3 things. It was nighttime. The store was somewhat busy though. I was able to find what I needed pretty easily, and I spent a total of maybe 10 minutes inside the store. At one point though, a man came up seemingly out of nowhere and introduced himself to me. He was about 5'8" and had grayish hair. He asked me my name and what I was shopping for. I saw that he didn't work there, and he came across to me as a little strange. I spoke with the man for maybe a minute, but I told him that I had to leave. He was sort of creeping me out. When I walked away, I headed straight for the checkouts, and when I got there, I saw that there was only 2 other people in the self-checkout area that had maybe 6 registers. I went to one and began scanning my items. That's when I saw the man again. It looked as though he had followed me all the way from the aisle we were in together, and that aisle was on the whole other end of the store. When he got to the self-checkouts, he did not go to an open one. Instead, he walked straight up to me. Then, he offered to pay for my items that I was getting. I told the man no thanks, and I asked him why he wanted to do that. He said he was just trying to be nice, and I said thanks, but I would buy it for myself. Then the man walked away. But he wasn't buying anything at all. He just seemed to walk out and leave the store. I finished checking out and then walked away to leave. When I got outside, the first thing I saw was the man standing there. He said hi to me once again. It scared me, but I said hi. The man asked if I wanted to come over to his house. It was really awkward. I told him sorry but no, and I started walking away. At first, the man took a couple of steps towards me and was walking with me, but after about 5 seconds or so, he stopped. He did not continue to follow me, and I got to my car and drove home. This experience was creepy, and should have been enough for me to not go back to that Walmart, but I thought it wasn't that big of a deal. So this guy was a bit of a creep. So what? I continued to go back to that Walmart. I went there several more times with no problems. Probably about a month after this had happened though, I was shopping at the same Walmart once again. I was doing some typical grocery shopping, and it was like 8 p.m. I was in one of the first food aisles of the store, and I noticed the man was there again. When I first saw him, I recognized him, but had actually forgotten about what had happened. I didn't know where I had seen him before at first, and it took my brain about 5 seconds to remember. When I did, I knew I needed to get out of there. As I was starting to walk away, I saw him look up and notice me. I left the aisle and walked as far away from him as I could to the complete other end of the store. I still had a couple of more things to get in the grocery department, but I wanted to wait until the man was gone. Running into him again was something I needed to avoid doing. In the meantime, I started just looking around at random items on the side of the store that I was now on. There were far less shoppers over there, and it was quiet. I slowly walked down a few aisles, just kind of taking my time. As I was doing so, I noticed the man again. He seemed to be heading in my direction, but was still really far away. I knew that I had to get out of there. I started walking away as fast as I could, and I went down different aisles to block myself from the man's view. I just set my basket with several items in it on the ground and then left the store. There was no way I would have been able to check out without the man catching up to me. Once I left the store, I drove back home. After that, I did not return to that particular Walmart for some time. I believe that it was a total coincidence that I saw the man again there that night, but when he saw me, he was going to try to talk to me again for sure. He must shop there a lot, and I'm just glad that since then, I have never seen the guy. When I was younger, I used to work at Target. One time, I was working the day before Christmas. Being one of the store managers, it was my job to close up for the night. Now, I've never had any other weird encounters besides the one I'm about to tell you. Keep in mind, this was a super Target, so just to get to one side took minutes. On this night, I was alone because the other employees had already left early to celebrate Christmas Eve with their families.
As I walked through the empty aisles, fixing stuff and organizing displays, I started hearing these weird noises. At first, there was this faint rustling sound, like someone was moving things across the store on the other side. I stopped and tried to figure out where it was coming from, but the noise disappeared as quickly as it came. I thought maybe I was just imagining things because it was late and I was just extremely tired from my lack of sleep. But now I started to really overthink, and it felt like someone was watching me. I figured it was just my mind playing tricks, because the store being empty made everything feel a lot more creepy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the intercom started to crackle, and it totally freaked me out. My heart sank because it was at full volume. I couldn't make out what it was saying, but I thought I heard a voice. In a fast urge, I ran over to the nearest phone, and there it was, hanging off, so I hung it up. I assumed maybe it just fell and hit a button on the way down, but deep down inside, I was probably just lying to myself to not be as scared as I was. There was nothing that could convince me that this wasn't someone inside the store doing a prank, or one of those "we stayed at Target for 24 hours" videos for some clout on YouTube, as we have had in the rare occasion in the past. As I made my way through the toy section, something super weird caught my eye. The toys that were all neatly arranged before were now scattered on the floor, like some kid had been playing with them. I was confused, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe it's just the potential pranksters that are in the store as we speak. I was sick and tired of all the jokes happening, and I just wanted to go home. This was making my night longer. So I started searching every corner for any sign of anyone that could be in the store with me. I called out, half expecting a group of friends to jump out and laugh at their successful prank, but the store stayed quiet. I started feeling frustrated because I couldn't make sense of all this crazy stuff. I thought about calling security or the police, but without any solid proof, it seemed pointless. This is the strangest part of the story. As I'm walking through the cereal aisle, I hear a loud buzzing, and I see a flash going off behind a box of Fruity Pebbles. And it's a phone, and someone was calling it. I went to pick up the phone, but it dialed as the battery was on 1%. I got a glimpse of the background, but it was the standard Apple background, and it was a pretty old iPhone. At this point, I knew somebody had left this here on purpose to play with me, and this was an elaborate prank that was really thought out. I had searched every aisle in the store, so I thought to myself, maybe they snuck off into the back rooms as they were planning their next prank. So I went to check it out, and once again searching high and low in every spot, but still saw nothing. I sat down out of exhaustion, trying to catch my breath and my mind, and I started to think that maybe there wasn't anybody in the store with me at all. And then, in this really creepy moment, all of the lights in the store suddenly went out, and I couldn't see anything. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight, and without a second thought, ran for the main exit out of the back rooms. I made it out of the front door, and I didn't look back once, but I could have sworn there were footsteps running after me. At this point, there was no need to be skeptical. I had enough proof to call the cops and have them check out the store. I told them everything that went down, and they wasted no time showing up. They searched the place top to bottom, and they found these 4 teenagers hiding in the back, laughing their heads off. Turns out, they were pulling some messed up YouTube prank, trying to scare people after hours for their YouTube series. They were all underage, so I'm not sure what charges they got for their punishment.
I went to Walmart to buy some things one night. It was a little bit late, but I didn't mind. In fact, I probably preferred that because the store was much quieter and easier to shop around. After entering Walmart, I got a few things. By the time I was in the store for maybe 10 minutes, I was in the very back. I was in a quiet aisle buying some dog food for my dog Zeke. As I was there, this man started spying on me. I didn't notice him at first because it was kind of hard to tell, but when I looked to the end of the aisle, I saw this guy peeking around the corner. I could only see his head and part of his shoulder. The man was just staring at me and was also wearing sunglasses. I thought that maybe he was just messing around to be funny or something. After I noticed him, he had no reaction though. He didn't move away quickly or move into the aisle. He didn't smile or laugh either, so I just ignored him and kept shopping. The man stayed there. When I had the dog food, I put it into my cart and started to leave, but I went out the other end of the aisle. That's when the man finally moved. I didn't bother to go after him or anything, and I just kept shopping. Then I moved to another department of the store. I figured that I probably wouldn't see the guy again, but I was wrong. When I was over in the grocery department, I saw the man once more. He was just staring at me like he was trying to act creepy on purpose. I looked away and quickly ignored him. He was sort of far away from me, so I wasn't too nervous or anything. When I looked back to him again, he was still looking at me but then quickly moved away. The guy was being a general creep, I would say. I kept shopping, moving locations again to another part of the store. I looked around and saw the man there again. He was sort of hiding behind one of the displays and looking at me. When he noticed that I saw him, this time he moved back behind the display really quickly and was out of my view. I didn't know what this guy's problem was. For the final couple of minutes that I was shopping, I didn't see the guy. I hurried up and went to the checkouts. I paid for my stuff and looked around, thinking that I would see the man again somewhere staring at me, but I did not see him at all. So either he was hiding really good or he had stopped spying on me. Either way, I got my stuff and quickly headed for the exits. When I had made it out of Walmart, I looked around carefully. I didn't see the man at all. I made it to my car, got inside, and then started it up. When I was driving away, I finally noticed the man again. He was hiding in a bush and staring at me with this creepy smile as I drove away. Obviously he couldn't chase me or anything like that, and I easily made it away from him. I was left wondering why he kept following me and acting so weird. I didn't go to that Walmart for a while. I wasn't trying to avoid him or anything, but I just didn't happen to go there. When I've been back since then though, I obviously haven't seen him. My girlfriend works at Target, and sometimes I pick her up from work. Normally she drives herself, but I remember that a few months ago her car was in the shop for several days. So I agreed to pick her up from work at Target. She was supposed to get off of work at 10 p.m., which is the time that they close. I arrived a little bit early at probably about 9:50 or so. I texted my girlfriend letting her know that I was there, and she texted me saying that she just had to finish a few things and would be out. So I parked towards the back of the parking lot and in a random space. The store was closing soon, so the parking lot was almost empty. There were cars scattered all over, which I assumed to mostly be just employees. After parking, I took out my phone and started watching random YouTube videos while I waited. I remember that at one point I noticed something out of the corner of my eye and I looked up. There was a woman walking through the parking lot a long ways away. I couldn't tell where she had come from because it didn't look like she had just left the Target store. The woman appeared to just kind of be walking around. She was also going pretty slowly and she was wearing short sleeves and no jacket even though it was almost freezing outside. It seemed odd to me, so I watched her for a little longer. She walked a little ways and it didn't really seem like she was going anywhere in particular, just kind of almost pacing around. I found it a little bit odd, but I paid my attention back to my phone after a short time. Sometime later though, when it was nearly 10 o'clock, I looked over to the store to see if my girlfriend was leaving. She was not, and then I looked around and noticed that the woman was now in another place. She was still walking around, and I looked back to my phone again. Soon it was 10 p.m. My girlfriend still had not left, but I expected her to at any moment. I looked around again. This time though, I noticed the one lady who had been walking around the parking lot was behind me and pretty close to my car. My heart sank as I saw her walking in my direction. My car had been running the whole time because it was cold and I had the heat on. The woman then approached my passenger side door. She came up to the window and looked in and then started to knock on it. I was about to roll down the window just a crack to see what it was that she wanted, but the lady's knock on the window quickly turned into a bang. She was knocking harder and harder. I did not roll the window down. Soon the lady was pretty much pounding on the window as hard as she could. At that point, I put my car into reverse and backed up. She started to chase after me as I did so. I kept going and moved to the left. Then I put my car into drive and quickly went away. The woman briefly chased after me but was not able to keep up. I went to the front Target doors hoping that my girlfriend would just happen to be leaving, but she was not there. So I drove around the parking lot and then parked at the complete far opposite end to where I had been before. I did not see the crazy lady anywhere. After I parked there, I texted my girlfriend, telling her about the woman who tried to break my window. My girlfriend still hadn't left, and I figured that she was finishing whatever it was she had to do before she would leave. I kept sitting there, but then, seemingly out of nowhere, the crazy woman appeared again. She came charging at me. I was quick to put my car into reverse and back away from the spot. This time, I was able to get away from her before she reached me. I drove around the parking lot to the other side again, and this time I noticed my girlfriend leaving. She was finally out of Target, and I quickly drove over and let her in the car. Then we left the parking lot and got out of there. My girlfriend seemed to think the story of the lady was quite funny. To me, though, it was actually very creepy. I'm not sure if the lady was on drugs or what. That would be my best guess, but why she kept coming after me, I have no idea.
One Saturday morning last year, I went to Walmart to get a few things. There's a Walmart basically 2 or 3 minutes from where I live. I knew that this Walmart gets really busy basically all day, so I specifically went at like 8 a.m. When I arrived, it wasn't too busy yet. I was just getting several items in the produce section of the store. It took me maybe 5 to 10 minutes to get everything. Then I headed up to the checkouts and got the items without a problem. After that though, I walked out to my car, which was parked pretty much right in the middle of the parking lot. There were a decent amount of other cars around. As I approached my vehicle though, I saw this guy standing nearby. He didn't really seem to be doing anything. I reached my car and the man started to approach me. This gave me a bad feeling for some reason. I looked over to the man and he said hi to me. Then he told me that his car was broken and he asked me if I could help him figure out what was wrong. I really didn't know anything about cars. I told the man that I couldn't be much help to him. He still asked that I go over to his car though. I asked him where his car was, and he pointed to a sedan that was a few spaces away. I don't know why, but I walked over to the guy's car with him at that point. I asked him to tell me what exactly the problem seemed to be. The guy didn't really say anything though. When we arrived at his car, he surprisingly asked me to get inside. He told me to go in the passenger side, because that's where things seemed really weird. I didn't know what he meant by that, but it sure seemed suspicious. I said that I was good where I was and told him to try starting the car. He did not though. He told me to just get in. I told him to start it first, but he did not. This made me even more suspicious, so I told him that I had to go and I began walking away. The man didn't say anything back to me right then, so I continued walking away. I went all the way back to my car and then I got inside of the driver's door. Right after doing so, I noticed my passenger side door opening up. The same man was suddenly getting inside my car. I hadn't noticed him walking over to me. I looked over, very confused, and before I had a chance to say anything, the guy told me to start the car and drive. I did the opposite. I got out of the car and bolted for the store. I sprinted all the way back inside of Walmart and then I called 911. The guy was still inside of my car, but he didn't have my keys or anything. He hadn't bothered to chase me. I waited inside of the Walmart until the police got there. When they did though, the man and his car were gone. I answered some questions and was told that they were going to review security footage. In the end though, I don't know what happened. I'm just glad that I got away from him. I used to work at a Target store. One time I had to work during Black Friday. I knew that it would be really busy at the store, and I was prepared for there to be lots of people. I worked out in the parking lot pushing carts most of the time. We opened up on Thanksgiving, so I was there from the start. Fortunately, we had lots of people working that night, so for me it wasn't too bad. I was mostly just going around the parking lot and getting carts that people did not put in the places they were supposed to. A lot of carts were left in random parking spaces or near a curb, so I was getting those a lot. There was another person out working with me getting the carts, so it was nice to have help, and I wasn't really in a rush. But I remember that when it got later, at probably around 11 p.m., things were still really busy. I was walking near one of the far back corners of the parking lot, collecting a stray cart that was over there. When I did, I happened to notice a guy really far away, pushing a cart around the side of the Target building. This was strange because there were no parking spaces on that side of the store. I wasn't sure where he was going with it, so as I brought in the cart that I had just got, I kept an eye on him. The man just kept on going down the building. So I put the cart that I had in a cart rack, and then I walked to the side of the building myself. I wanted to see where the guy was going, and when I got to the side of the building, I just barely saw him pushing the cart still, going completely behind the Target store. So I kept going, and I was planning on asking the guy where he was going with that cart. I could not tell if anything was in the cart or not, but it didn't appear so. But I also knew that there were no parking spaces behind the building either. Behind our Target, there was a small and quiet access road that was only used for truck deliveries. Then there was a grass area with several pine trees, and on the other side of that was another quiet road.
So when I finally got around to the back of the building, at first I couldn't tell where the man had gone. I didn't really see anything. But then I heard some talking coming from just inside the grass. I walked down the paved area and then went up into the grass. There were several trees in the area and I could tell they were behind them. It made it almost a wooded area, but within the trees was a clearing. When I got inside of that clearing, I saw 2 pickup trucks, about 5 or 6 men standing around, and 2 Target shopping carts. Another guy had a cart as well. I had no idea what was going on. They all stopped and looked at me. One of the guys finally spoke and called me over. I just had a bad feeling about it. I just said, "What are you guys doing?" The guy told me to come over to them again. For some reason, I was terrified and I just started walking away. I didn't even ask for the carts back. When I turned, I heard one of the guys start to walk after me. At that point, I just sprinted away, running as fast as I could. I was able to make it back around the Target and I went inside the store for a while. When I was in there, I saw one of our security guards and I decided to tell him about the situation. He asked me to show him where the guys were, so we both went back there, but when we did, they were gone. The security guard was not exactly sure what had been going on there either. After that, we both went back to the front of the store and he went inside. I worked outside mostly for the next hour or so, but I remember that when I was getting a few carts from deep in the parking lot, I noticed something. One of the same trucks that I had seen parked behind the Target in the grass was now parked out front. It was just to the left of the right side entrance doors. I know there are a lot of pickup trucks out there, but this one I could just tell was the same. It was the same color, make, and model, and I just knew it. As I walked closer to the store with the carts, I suddenly saw 2 men come sprinting out of the Target store. They were holding several items in their hands, no doubt shoplifting. They both ran to the pickup truck, quickly got inside, and the truck then screeched off, squealing the tires as it left. Soon after, I saw the Target security guard come running out of the store. I caught up with him and talked to him about what happened. He said he was going to go back and look at the security footage. Obviously, Black Friday weekend was very busy for the security guys. That was a crazy thing to happen. I think I may have found those guys planning their shoplifting adventures or something, but I'm really not sure exactly what it was.
I work at Target, and I'm going to tell you something that happened a couple of months ago. I've been working there for 6 months now, and I'm mainly a cashier. I do some other things around the store as well, though. For the entire time that I've been an employee, I've also been part-time. Most weeks, I get between 20 and 40 hours, with my record being 36. I work a lot of times at night, and our store closes at 10 p.m. But when I get to work, it's usually about 2 p.m. or so things are busier then. I have always parked at the far back of the parking lot and away from the store. We are not required to do so, but it's a habit for me. Plus, when I get there, the parking lot is often a lot busier. So one time, I was working 2 o'clock to 10 on a Saturday. When I arrived at Target at about 1:45 p.m., the parking lot was especially packed. Weekends are typically much busier than weekdays, and I don't remember if we had a sale going on or something, but it was really busy. I parked all the way at the back corner of the parking lot. The Target parking lot is connected with some other businesses as well. There was a Chili's restaurant that the parking lot connected very close to where I had parked. I got out and walked inside Target. Then I started my shift. It went pretty fast in the beginning. Over time, things slowed down, and eventually it became nighttime. The last couple of hours dragged on, but at 10 p.m. I was finally off. I clocked out and left the store. By now, it was nighttime and the parking lot was basically empty. There were a few cars in the middle, and I could see my car all by itself in the back far corner. I walked out to it and got inside. I drive a smaller SUV called a Jeep Cherokee. When I got inside my car, I did what I usually do. I have a habit of going on my phone and checking the text and stuff that I got during work, or at least during the last few hours of work. Then I drive home. On this night, as I sat in my car in the quiet parking lot, I noticed a man walking. He was coming out of the Chili's parking lot, which was also very quiet now at this hour. The man had a backpack on and started going closer to my car. I was expecting him to walk through the Target parking lot and then go who knows where. It seemed like he was going to go past my car, but I noticed him looking over at me a few times.
When the man got directly behind my car, he then stopped. Then he got right up to the back of my window and started looking inside of it. I thought that this was really weird and didn't know what this guy was doing. I wasn't really sure what to do either. I couldn't drive away because he was blocking me. The guy was looking directly into the rear window to my car. I hoped that he would just walk away, but he didn't at first. The guy remained there for a very uncomfortable amount of time. I didn't want to open the window and ask him what he was doing or get out or anything. Instead, I just watched him and waited. I'm guessing that he was there for about 2 minutes, but obviously it felt like much longer. Finally, at last, the man moved away from my window and started walking away towards the target. Right then and there, I should have backed away and left, but I didn't. The guy got about 15 feet from my car and then took his backpack off. I'm not really sure why I was still watching him, other than I was just curious. He opened up the backpack and then pulled out what appeared to be a hammer. Then he suddenly started charging at me. He was going straight towards my driver's door. I had little to no time to react. When he reached me, he swung the hammer at my driver's window and the window broke. By then, I was finally able to get the car into reverse and hit the gas. The man swung the hammer again, but only hit part of the front window, which cracked part of it, but the window didn't break. I sped out of the Target parking lot like a maniac and then called the police. I drove home and just hoped that the police would catch the guy. I was told later on that they did in fact find him. Apparently, he had smashed several windows of other vehicles in the area. I had been the only person inside of a vehicle at the time that the window got smashed, though. It remains one of the scariest things to ever happen to me.
I work at Walmart, and this is something that took place not too long ago. At Walmart stores, you can shop online, and at our store, there's a bunch of parking spaces dedicated to online orders. When somebody orders online, they can drive to one of the parking spaces, and somebody who works at Walmart will bring out their items and put them in their car for them. This was one of my tasks at Walmart occasionally when this story took place. I would bring out the orders and put them into people's cars in the parking lot. We had almost an entire row of parking spaces in the lot dedicated to this. Each had a number, so we knew which car to bring the orders to. One night, I was working and doing this for a while. After a few hours, things started to really quiet down. I didn't have nearly as many orders to bring out. At one point, I saw there was just 2 cars parked in those rows. I brought out an order and went back inside and did not get another one for at least 20 more minutes. Then I had to bring one out, which was pretty small, so that was a little strange. I was used to the orders being like 5 or 10 bags of stuff. This one was just one small bag. I didn't really think too much of it though, and was just glad that it would be easier. I got the car and parking space to bring the order to, and then I left the store to bring it out. When I made it out there, I remembered that this was one of the 2 cars that I had seen there during the last order. They must have gotten there really early. It was a dark gray, older looking large SUV. The windows also appeared fairly tinted. I walked out there and headed to the driver's window. I was planning to just hand them the bag. Before I made it there though, I saw the window roll down just a crack. I couldn't see the driver, but I heard a man's voice say, "Put it in the trunk." The window then rolled back up quickly. So I stopped and then walked around to the back side of the vehicle. At that point, I got to the rear hatch and swung it open. As soon as I did, I saw that there were no far back row of seats in the car. Instead, there were these 2 guys wearing all dark clothing and masks covering their heads. One of them came up and quickly grabbed me and started trying to pull me into the car. My instincts took over and I started tugging back, trying to get away. The other guy also started pulling me inside the car without leaving the car. It was 2 against 1, but they did not have great leverage being inside the vehicle and me being out of it. We struggled and one of the guys put his arm around my head. He covered my mouth so that I couldn't scream or yell for help. It felt like a really long time that the struggle was going on. I really don't know how long exactly it was, maybe a minute. I remember that after what felt like forever, I heard footsteps a ways away. Then I heard a man's voice shouting from behind me. After a few more seconds of struggle, I was let go. In fact, I was pushed back and I fell to the ground about 5 feet behind the vehicle. Then the trunk slammed shut and the SUV quickly screeched away, squealing the tires in the process. When the car was gone, the man's voice who I had heard came up to me. He asked if I was okay and what had just happened. It was an older guy who must have seen what was going on and came over. I told him that the guys had just tried to pull me into the car and I didn't know why.
The man said he was calling the police and then went inside the Walmart store with me. I told my manager what happened, and within like 5 minutes the cops were there. I talked to them for a while, but I couldn't give them a license plate or a description of the men because they were wearing masks. After that, I was able to go home. It was a very terrifying experience. I don't do that at Walmart anymore, but I still work there. I don't think those men were ever found. Looking back, it's eerie to think of how I had noticed the car long before the order was made, and the fact that the order was so small. Were they just sitting there planning to kidnap me when they saw me working? I'm also really grateful to the man who saw what was going on, or they might have been able to get me in the vehicle. I used to work at Target as a cashier. I only worked there for about 6 months, and this was years ago. For the most part, it was a good job. My coworkers were nice, and most of the customers were nice as well. But there was one experience where that was not the case. I don't recall exactly when this was. I think I had been working at the Target for a while though. So I was working and people would come into my line to check out. At one point, this woman entered my line. She appeared to be maybe in her 40s and seemed a little bit off from the start. First of all, she was not buying anything but wanted to return something. I think it was olive oil, but it was a Great Value brand product. For those that don't know, Great Value brand is Walmart's off-brand and would never be sold at Target. I told her right away that I could not take it as a return. She got really angry and said why, and said that it was unopened and stuff, which it was. But I said it was Great Value brand and we didn't sell that here. The woman claimed that she bought it here at Target. I tried telling her again and said that this wasn't even the right place to make returns. I told her customer service is where you make returns at. She said they wouldn't take it or something, which makes me wonder why she thought I would. I told her no again, but she only got more and more angry. She started yelling at me, and by this point, other people in the checkout line just started walking away. After probably a minute or so of her just yelling at me, one of the managers noticed and came over to us. She asked what was going on, and the woman pretty much started yelling at her too. My manager started saying basically the same stuff that I had said. I really couldn't believe how this woman would not seem to understand. She finally stopped arguing. Then she went to those drink refrigerators that they have at the end of every check lane. She went in there and got a drink, and then proceeded to shake it up and walk back over to me. She then opened it and started spraying it at me and my manager. It was a soda, so it went everywhere. Then she tossed it to the floor and went back and got another. We were taken by surprise, and the woman quickly grabbed another drink and started shaking it up. She opened this one too, and my manager and I pretty much ran away from her then. We couldn't fight her or anything like that. The Target security guard went over to try to get the woman to leave, but the security guards are not real cops or anything. The woman did eventually end up storming off a while later after more yelling and cursing. The cops got called, and the woman was banned from the store forever. Other than that, my time working at Target was pretty good.
I used to be a Target employee. During my time there, the two main things I did was to be a cashier and a cart attendant. These jobs are pretty self-explanatory. I enjoyed them both for the most part. Being a cashier was fun and I liked to interact with people, but it could get old fast, so going out into the parking lot and bringing in carts was a nice change of pace. The job had other responsibilities too, and I got to know almost all the other employees from around the store. A big store like Target, though, is always hiring new employees. People come and go almost constantly. One day, I was working a longer shift as a cart attendant. At this time, I had already been working there for at least 6 months. I kept up with the carts pretty well for most of the day, and I did a few other things. At one point, I walked inside the store because things were much quieter now. I went to put some of the baskets in the different areas that shoppers could grab them from. It was then that I saw another Target employee approaching me. He was blonde, and I had never seen him before. I wasn't quite sure who he was, but I assumed that he had just recently been hired. He said hi to me, and I said hi back to him. He then told me that my boss was looking for me. I asked where she had gone, and the guy said that they were on break. He then said he was told to tell me to get some paper bags from the back. I said sure, and he said thanks. This was a pretty common task for me that I would do here and there. We had flats in the back area of the store, and we would also keep the paper bags and other basic supplies there as well. I'd walk to the back to get them. The back room was located along the side of the store and ran all the way along the back as well. The area where I usually got the bags from was in the back left corner. When I got over there, I entered the back to see no flats and no bags in the immediate area. I was a little bit confused. It was very quiet, and nobody else seemed to be back there. This was not uncommon though. I also noticed that the doors leading to outside were open. This was also not uncommon because deliveries would be made sometimes. Also, it would get hot in there occasionally, and at night the guys working back there might leave the door open for cool air. I looked around for the flats, but I couldn't find them anywhere in the immediate area. This was also the only location that I would ever get the bags from. I had never gotten them from any place else. Maybe somebody else had gotten them and didn't communicate that. That's what I was thinking, and I was about to go back to work when I heard a noise. It was coming from near the back door. The lighting was never very good back there. I looked over and saw somebody coming out from behind a box. It was not an employee, but just some guy. Then I heard more noise. This noise was from in front of me, and I looked over and I saw someone else coming out from behind another box. There were now 2 men back there with me, none of which worked at Target. Things were really sketchy. The guys didn't say anything, and they started walking over to me at a fast speed. I asked what was going on, but got no answer. I decided to turn around and run. I ran for the open door, which was in the opposite direction. The men chased after me, and I had probably 25 feet on them to begin with. When I made it to the door, I ran out. I happened to notice a pickup truck that was just kind of randomly parked out there. Somebody was in the driver's seat, and the door opened as I approached. I ran to the side, avoiding it, and then into a random grassy area behind the store. It was an area that I had never been in before. I knew that I needed to get back around to the front, and I sprinted as fast as I could. I heard some men shouting at me, but I no longer heard them chasing after. Still, I didn't stop running, and I sprinted all the way back around to the front. I re-entered the store and finally could catch my breath. After calming down a little, I searched all throughout the store for the employee who had told me to go back there. I couldn't find him though, and he was seemingly gone. My boss was in fact on her break, and eventually I found one of the security guards that we had. I told him everything about what had happened, and the police ended up being called. It was no surprise that the guy who had told me to go back there wasn't actually an employee. This was confirmed to me later that night. It had all been some kind of a setup. An investigation was done, but I'm not aware that they ever found the men.
For a little background, I'm a female and live fairly close to several different Walmarts. There was one in particular, though, that I would typically go to because it was the closest to my house. I would say that I went there maybe once a week on average. I did most of my regular shopping there because the prices were cheaper than most other grocery stores. One night, I went there at maybe 8 o'clock or so. I was going around the store and getting a few things. The store was pretty quiet, I remember, and because of that, I noticed that someone seemed to be following me around. I really didn't know exactly when they started, but I walked through about 4 aisles with the same person trailing me. I stopped and looked back. It was a Walmart employee. He was sort of short and had dark brown hair and glasses, and when I looked at him, he kind of stopped. Then I turned and kept going. But shortly after I left the aisle, I saw him again. I couldn't believe it. It was so obvious that he was following me, but I didn't know why. I decided to go to a random aisle sort of far away. He followed me, saying about 30 feet back at least. When I got into an aisle, I stopped there, and he stopped at the end of it. I couldn't take it anymore, so I approached him. I walked to the end of the aisle where he stood, seemingly looking at items on the shelf. He must have been trying to make it look like he was working and not following me. I said to him, "Is there a reason why you were following me around the store?" The guy looked at me all confused and claimed that he wasn't. He said that he didn't know what I was talking about. I told him how he had gone down every aisle that I did for the last 5 minutes at least. He claimed that it must have been a coincidence and said that he was always moving around the store. I just shook my head and walked away. When I did, he didn't follow me. The fact that I confronted him hopefully let him know that I knew what he was doing. I didn't feel like reporting him or anything though. I finished up my shopping and then left without seeing the guy. After this experience, I figured that it wouldn't happen again. After all, I had caught him. But the next time I went to that Walmart, roughly about a week later, it did happen. This time, it was harder to tell. He did a better job of following me while still keeping a distance, but I could still tell that he was following me. I had noticed him not that long after entering the store. I noticed him across the walkway in another aisle.
I moved away, hoping that he hadn't seen me yet at all, but I saw him again a short time later, closer to me. When I moved to another aisle just a short time later, I saw him at the end of that aisle. At that point, I decided to just leave. I didn't even bother to buy anything at all. I was pretty creeped out by the guy. He didn't follow me out of the store or anything, and I hoped to not see him again after that. I considered not going back to that Walmart after. The next time that I had to go to the store, I went somewhere else. But several weeks later, I must have forgotten about it, because I went back to the Walmart and was hoping to have a normal shopping trip. I wasn't thinking about the guy until I noticed him again. It was maybe 5 minutes after I had entered the store, and he was walking by about 20 feet away. When I remembered him, I decided to just leave immediately. I would go to the next closest Walmart instead, which was maybe 5 to 10 minutes away. I turned and started walking to head out. When I did, I sensed him walking behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw that he was in fact walking behind me. He was maybe 20 feet back. I went straight for the exits and walked out of the doors. To my surprise, he walked right out of the doors after me. I couldn't believe it. After maybe 10 feet of walking through the parking lot, he was still following me. At that point, I just started running. I sprinted for my car, unlocked it, and got inside. When I did, I looked around for the guy, but I didn't see him at all. I'm not sure exactly where he went, but he could have easily been hiding behind any car in the parking lot or something. I left and went to another store. After that, I did not go back to that Walmart. I called them up and reported what had happened, but I'm not sure how they handled it. I'm not sure what the guy was doing either and why he thought he could always follow me around like that. I've thought a few times that maybe he didn't even work at the Walmart. Maybe he was just wearing the vest. It's possible, but I honestly think that he did work there. When he followed me out of the store, it was really unexpected though. I'm hoping that I never see him again.
A couple of years back, I had to do some last-minute Christmas shopping, so I went to Target. I was 18 at the time, and this was the night before Christmas Eve. You see, every Christmas, my family has a bunch of people over at our house. My grandparents, some aunts and uncles, and cousins all go to my parents' house. Almost everyone gets presents for basically everyone else, so it's a lot of fun. Now, I had gone Christmas shopping several times since Thanksgiving to that point, and I had almost everybody checked off my list. The last one was the hardest person for me to shop for personally. That was my cousin Josie. She was I think 14 at the time, and I just simply forgot to get her something. Plus, being a guy, I didn't really know what kind of gifts teenage girls like. So after my parents asked me if I had made sure I had gifts for everyone, I remembered her. I headed down to the local Target, which was just down the road like 5 minutes away. I went inside, and it was not as busy as I expected. I don't recall the exact time, but it was maybe like 8 p.m. or so. It was mostly quiet, and I walked in and looked around. I didn't really know what I was looking for though. I ended up just walking around the store for like 10 minutes, hoping that something would jump out at me. Eventually though, I ended up settling on just a gift card, and then I checked out and I left the store. I had parked pretty close to the store, and almost right after walking out the doors, I noticed a man standing around by my car. It was a guy who looked fairly young, maybe 6 feet tall, and had short dark hair. He was just standing around right by my car, and I didn't know what he was doing. When I got closer though, the man started to approach me. Then he asked me if I could give him a ride. I walked past him and said no, I could not. I obviously did not want to give a ride to some random stranger that I had never met before. The man was persistent though. He walked alongside me and then cut in front. He said that he needed a ride badly and it was not that far. Nothing that he said was going to change my mind though. I told him that I could not give him a ride. He was blocking my way of getting in my car though, and I was worried that he was not going to let me in. I asked him to move and said that I was in a hurry and I was sorry, but I just couldn't do it. This seemed to work at first. The man walked around the front of my car and was no longer blocking me from getting in. He said that he understood and he was sorry for bothering me. I told him it was fine and to have a good night. Then I unlocked my car and reached for the door. By now, the man had walked around to the other side of my car, and it appeared like he was headed to maybe go inside Target. But like right after I hit the unlock button, the man swung around to the passenger side door and opened it. Then he started to go inside of my car. I had begun opening the driver's door, but I no longer went inside of it. Instead, I backed up and then closed the door.
When this happened, the man then left the car as well and quickly started walking around it, headed towards me. In an instant, just out of reaction, I turned and just started running away. I sprinted through the Target parking lot. Unfortunately, the man was chasing me away from the Target and not towards it. So when I was running, I was going farther away. I kept going, and I ended up running through the entire parking lot and then into a nearby bank parking lot which bordered the Target property. The man was still chasing after me. The bank was closed, so I turned and ran across a quiet street where there was a strip mall way in front of the Target. I ran to a restaurant and saw that it was open, and then I went inside of it. Thankfully, the man did not follow me into the restaurant. When I was there, I waited inside and I called the police. I reported what happened, and I didn't leave the restaurant until the cops got there. They went back to my car with me, and the passenger's door was still open. However, the man was gone. He was nowhere in sight, and the police started to look around for him. I was able to go home at that point. That made for a very memorable Christmas shopping experience.
This story took place a long time ago. I was looking to buy a new TV, and when I saw the Black Friday deals at Walmart, I couldn't believe their prices. I decided that I was going to go on Black Friday and get a TV. The store was opening really early in the morning, I think at like 5 a.m. On Thanksgiving, I didn't bother to go to Walmart early and camp out or anything. I had a normal time with my family and then got up super early at like 4 a.m. I got to Walmart about 30 minutes before they opened. What I saw was a large line of people waiting for the doors to open. I even saw somebody had a tent. I was a little bit worried that all of the TVs were going to sell out before I had a chance to get one. I got in the back of the line after what was probably hundreds of people in front of me. Some more people ended up getting in line behind me as I waited, and eventually it was time for the store to finally open. I heard some cheering up ahead from the crowd. Then the line finally started to move. At first, things were very organized, but then people started walking faster and there was kind of like a traffic jam. I witnessed a few people getting shoved a little bit and some people passing others before they got inside the store. I was by myself, so I was just trying to make sure that I didn't get run over and I didn't run over anybody else in the process. When I finally made it into the store, I headed straight for the electronics department, which happened to be in the back middle of the store. Unfortunately, just about everybody else was going in that direction too. I wasn't running to get there or anything, but some people were. I felt like if I was able to get the TV that I wanted, then great, but if I wasn't, it wasn't that big of a deal. I would get another one sometime soon. It wasn't worth going crazy for. It took longer than expected to make it to the electronics department with all the other people. When I got there, I could not physically walk close to the TVs. It was like something out of a movie. People were packed in like sardines, and I saw several employees trying to keep the place in order. I was slowly inching my way closer, maneuvering through the crowd without stepping on anybody's feet. I got closer and closer. At one point, though, I saw a kid, maybe 12 or 13 years old, grabbing a box of a gaming system off of a shelf. As the kid turned, I witnessed a man literally grab it right out of his hands. I thought it was the kid's father at first, but based on the kid's reaction and the man's reaction, I realized that it wasn't. The man quickly turned and then started walking away, and the kid tried to go after him. I saw the sadness in the boy's eyes, and I felt horrible. The worst part is that nobody else seemed to notice. It was literally chaos, so it was hard to see everything happening. They were pretty far away from me, and I decided to try and see if I could get to the man. He was now fleeing, visibly walking as fast as he could away from the boy, who was trying to get after him, but couldn't because of the crowd. Soon, the kid stopped going after the man and returned to what seemed to be his parents. I was looking back and forth between the man and the boy. The boy was with his parents trying to point out where the man had gone, but he couldn't seem to find him. I looked over and saw the man was now farther away. The entire store was busy with people, but this was the busiest part. I started to go faster through the crowd to try and cut the guy off. He didn't notice me getting closer to him, and after about a minute, I had made it within 10 feet of the guy. I called out to him, but the store was pretty loud with all of the people. I maneuvered my way around a few other people and finally caught up with the man. I tapped his shoulder, which he actually ignored. Then I grabbed his shoulder, kind of turning him around. He looked back at me, already with an angry look on his face. He appeared to be in his 40s, had dark brown hair and an average build. I asked him why he took the game from the kid. The man said he didn't know what I was talking about, and he didn't take anything from a kid. Then he turned to keep going. Now I knew that he was lying. I stopped him, and then I reached for the gaming console that he held. The man was very defensive and pulled it away, then in almost the same motion, shoved me so hard that I almost fell. I bumped back into like 5 other people who looked at us very confused. I quickly got up and ran back over to the guy. He had already turned and was trying to walk away extremely fast. I started running, and when I got behind him, I punched at the video game, which he was holding with one arm. I was like an NFL football player trying to punch out the football to cause a fumble. It worked because the man didn't see me coming. I hit the game and it flew out of the man's arms and onto the floor. My momentum caused me to run into the guy a little bit. We both went forward as the video game now lay on the floor behind us. The guy turned around and so did I. We started to go after it, but as we did, I saw someone else, a totally random person, swoop in and pick up the video game. Then that person literally ran off down another random aisle. The guy started to run after him, but whoever it was extremely fast and out of sight by now. They disappeared around a corner. The man then turned to me, realizing he couldn't get to the game, and started screaming and cursing me out. I gave it back to him a little bit as we were both very heated. This lasted for maybe 30 seconds before a couple of Walmart employees approached us. I told them the story and the guy told his version. His version was that he simply picked the system up off the shelf, happened to get the last one, and then I chased him down, tackled him, and tried to steal it. As we were both pleading our cases, it was like a miracle when I saw the boy and his family walking over. When I saw them, I called them over and told the Walmart employee this was the kid who had the game stolen from him. As soon as the kid started walking over, the other guy turned and just left. A Walmart employee yelled for him to come back, but he was already too far gone. The employees realized that I was right after a small discussion, but it didn't mean a whole lot anymore. The gaming system was gone, and so was the man who took it from the kid. The bottom line is the kid didn't get it. It did make me feel slightly better, though, to know that the man didn't get it either. I talked with the boy and his parents for a bit, and they were grateful that I tried to help. They said their son had saved up his allowance and had mowed lawns all summer to save up to buy the game. They had also waited in line for almost 5 hours. It was a sad situation, but the kid seemed to take it pretty well. He would probably be able to get it in a couple of weeks. After we talked, I walked away and headed back over to the electronics. I had gotten so involved that I had basically forgotten why I had gone there in the first place. I slowly made my way over to the TVs, with there still being a large crowd. It was actually possible to walk now and had lightened up just a little bit, but it was still very busy. When I got over to the TVs, I couldn't believe it, but they still had a couple of the ones that I wanted. I picked one up and then headed to the checkouts. It probably took another 30 minutes, but eventually I was able to pay for my TV and then leave the store. When I left and got out into the parking lot, that was very busy too. There were people constantly walking in and walking out. There were cars all over the place, both parked and driving. I had parked pretty far in the back, and when I finally got to my vehicle, I opened up the back door to put my TV in. It was in this moment when I heard the sound of a car driving really fast, faster than it should be in a parking lot. I looked to where I heard the noise. That's when I saw a gray sedan driving from the back end of the parking lot towards me. I finished putting my TV in the car and closed the door. The car then slammed on its brakes and stopped right behind my vehicle. I looked and saw the man who I had fought with earlier. He was driving the car. I quickly ran for my driver's door and opened it. As I was doing this, I heard the man's car door opening. I got inside as fast as possible and then locked my doors. Just seconds later, the man arrived at my window. He started pounding on it and tried opening my driver's door. He was yelling and cursing at me like crazy. I ignored him and just put my car into drive and pulled out. Luckily for me, nobody was parked in front of me, so I could do that. The man started running back to his car, but I got out of there as quick as possible, and the parking lot was so crowded that the man was unable to follow me. There was no doubt in my mind, though, that if he was able to, he would have. I drove back home and never saw the guy again. Looking back at that experience, I don't regret what I did. I'm glad that I tried helping the kid, and I'm sad that he didn't get his game. The man was just a really greedy person. But Black Friday shopping can get crazy like that sometimes. I've gone Black Friday shopping a few times since then, but never had an experience quite like that. I work at Walmart, and this is something that happened just last month. I mostly just stock shelves and work in the grocery department. One night, I was working and things were going pretty well. We had been busy, but things had quieted down a little bit. I finished stocking in the immediate area that I was in, and then it was time for my break. I made my way to the front end of the store where the break room is. When I made it close to the front, I noticed that there were some police officers inside. I found this to be a little bit strange. I sort of had to walk past them to get into the break room. When I did, though, it seemed like there wasn't any commotion going on. There were maybe just 3 officers talking with a customer and one of the managers. The conversation was very calm, and I couldn't really make out what exactly they were talking about, so I just continued and then went in and had my break. By the time my break was over, everybody was gone. I still hadn't heard what it was about or anything, though. I assumed that whatever it was, it had been resolved. So I went back to my area in the grocery department to stock some more shelves. After going back to work, the store only got quieter and quieter. I was in one of the grocery aisles towards the back. Probably 30 minutes or so after I had been back from my break, I was stocking a bottom shelf. This aisle that I was in had rice and beans and other things like that. The bottom shelf had some large bags of rice on it, and that shelf in particular was a little bit taller than the others. As I was putting another bag of rice onto this shelf, I noticed that there was a person laying down in the back of it. They were hidden, and it was a man. When I noticed him, he was looking right at me. I stopped what I was doing after seeing him, with a bag of rice still in my hands. He then started to move out from the shelf, and rolled onto the floor and then stood up. He was not very tall, was thin, and had dark hair. I asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer me, and instead just took off running in the other direction out of the aisle. I was so curious as to what he was doing that I kind of followed him out of the aisle, but he had moved away quickly, and when I got out of that aisle, I didn't see where he went. Seconds later, though, I heard a commotion a few aisles down. Somebody started yelling, and I heard the guy running again. I went over there and saw one of my coworkers in that aisle. She was saying to call the police. I asked her what was going on. She told me that the guy had been in the store about an hour earlier. He had tried stealing something and then had assaulted an employee near the entrance and took off. That's why police had been there before. Everybody thought that he had left, but I guess he had been hiding inside of the store. I was shocked when I heard this, because he had been hiding in my aisle. The police were called, and nobody knew where exactly the guy was. The last he was seen, though, he had been running towards the back end of the store now. The police arrived very quickly and talked to me and the other coworker. After that, they started searching all around the store. It took them about 15 minutes, but this time they located him. He was hiding in the back room, where there were probably better places to hide. Looking back, I had no idea who he was or why he was hiding in my aisle. I'm really glad that he didn't do anything to me. I still work at the Walmart, and things have been much better since then. I used to be a manager at a Target for a few years. I actually worked at the Target for a long time. I started as a cashier in high school and then worked there part-time in college. The degree that I got in college helped me to become a manager, but I also moved up over the years. So I knew the store very well, and at the time of this story, I had been working there for 8 years. I was working one night on a seemingly normal Thursday. It had been pretty busy from about 5 p.m. until 7, and now that it was a little bit past 7, things were starting to quiet down. I was watching over the check lanes among other things, and then I received a call about something. It wasn't very clear about what exactly was going on, but I immediately headed to the aisle that I was told to. When I got there, I saw that one of our team members, Chloe, was there, as well as another team member, Tim. There was also a man with them who was a guest, and the 3 of them seemed to be having a disagreement. When I got there, Tim said that the guy was harassing Chloe and following her around the store. The man instantly started denying it and was really aggressive.
Chloe was also saying that the man had been following her around, and then the man started shouting over them. I went over to the man, and I asked him what was going on. He started cursing at me almost immediately. It was clear that I wasn't going to be able to have a conversation with this guy, and at that point, I asked him to leave, which he did not take well. I told him that I was going to call the police if he did not leave immediately, and he finally started walking away, heading towards the front of the store. Several other people standing around were all staring at us. I followed the man all the way to the front of the store. Before leaving, though, he stopped and cursed me out almost at the top of his lungs. I couldn't even really make out everything that he said, but basically, he was just saying that he didn't do anything wrong and how dare we accuse him. He went on to say that I was terrible at my job and that he was going to sue me and a bunch of other stuff. At last, he finally left. I had come pretty close to actually calling the police on him. After the man left the store, it was a huge relief, and I then went back over to Chloe and asked her about the situation. She told me that when she was working, she started to notice this guy staring at her from a ways away. After she saw him looking at her for like 30 seconds straight, she moved. He then moved and got closer to her. Then she said that she moved aisles about 4 more times, and each time the man moved with her. He didn't even seem to be doing any shopping. The man then approached her in one of the aisles, and she questioned him why he was following her. He denied it, and that's when Tim, who was working nearby, overheard and tried to intervene. Tim said that he even noticed the man walking down 2 aisles after her and was wondering what was going on. It sounded like this guy was just a creep. After speaking with Chloe and Tim for about 10 minutes regarding the situation, I got another call. This time, it was from our cart attendant who was working out in the parking lot. He said somebody was speeding around the parking lot recklessly. I then headed up to the front of the store and met our cart attendant just inside the doors. We looked out, and there was a car going up and down the parking aisles at a speed way too fast. Thankfully, it was later at night, and nobody was out walking to or from their cars at the moment, but it was still extremely dangerous. I could hear the tires squealing as the car went down one row and then up the next. It was like he was doing laps around the parking lot as fast as he possibly could and making sure to hit each aisle. I called the police right then and there, reporting a reckless driver in the Target parking lot. The police were on the way, and I watched from the exit doors and stopped any guests from leaving the store until the car was gone. Even though the store wasn't very busy, pretty soon there was about 10 people waiting around the doors watching this maniac. Then, when he was going up one of the aisles, he appeared to lose control and he crashed into a parked car. It wasn't that bad of a collision, and nobody was inside of the other car, thankfully, but after hitting it, the man's car skidded forward a bit and then came to a stop in the middle of the aisle. The driver's door then opened and a man emerged. Big surprise, it was the same guy who had been following Chloe around. I was shocked, but also not surprised at all at the same time. The guy then took off running out of the parking lot towards the parking lot of a nearby restaurant. The police got there shortly after. Several of us spoke to officers as other officers searched for the man. They caught him a very short time later. He turned out to be drunk and must have went on that joyride out of spite or something. I really don't know, but he seemed crazy to me. I'm just glad that the police caught him, so he couldn't do any more harm.
I used to work at Walmart. I worked there for about 6 months, and I mostly just stocked shelves. I also worked past close often and would work overnights. The job was pretty easy, and I would usually get there at about 10 o'clock at night and work until 6 a.m. The store closed at 11 p.m., so for about an hour I would be working with customers in the store, although generally there were very few of them at that hour. Our particular location was probably one of the quieter ones. We were always hiring and often a little bit short-staffed, even with it being one of the quieter Walmarts. I imagine that some other Walmarts probably have lots more employees than we did. One night, I got to work at 10 o'clock and had some boxes of items to stock shelves with in the grocery area. At around midnight, I was by myself in one of the back grocery aisles. It was mostly quiet in the immediate area where I was. But out of nowhere, I heard something fall off of seemingly one of the top shelves in the next aisle over. I thought this was weird, and I stopped what I was doing to go see. I figured that another coworker was there for some reason. When I walked around the corner and looked into that aisle, I didn't see anybody at all. I went back to what I was doing and continued with work. For the next 10 minutes or so, everything was normal. But then, out of nowhere, I saw this guy walk into my view for just a second. He was passing by my aisle and did not appear to be an employee, but I only saw him for like a second. I got up and walked over. When I looked around the corner, I saw him disappearing into another aisle. I called out asking who was there, but got no response. I decided to go and see who it was. I walked over and into the aisle where the guy went. When I looked down this one though, I didn't see anybody. It was really strange because I didn't hear him leave the aisle. I was sure that he was there. I kept looking down that aisle, and then I saw him. He was hiding within the aisle on the bottom shelf. He was mostly covered by boxes and was about halfway down. I just barely saw his head peeking out between the boxes. It was a really strange sight. I should have just walked away and found my boss, but I decided to call out to the man again and ask him what he was doing. When I did, he did not move or answer me. I told him that he had to leave and we were closed. I don't think this really had much of an effect on him though. He remained hidden even though I knew where he was, and he also knew that. I left at that point to find my boss. I walked a ways away and I let him know that there was somebody hiding in one of the aisles. We both walked back over to the aisle where the man was, but when we got there, we were just in time to see him running away. He went sprinting out of the aisle and out of both of our sights. We briefly walked over to where he had gone, but he had been running pretty fast. My boss told me that it would be taken care of and I could go back to work. As my boss walked away, I heard him radioing in to somebody else, and I felt at ease about the situation. I went back to work after, like usual. I stocked shelves for the next hour and a half or so. But then, as I was over there by myself, I heard a noise of somebody approaching me. I turned around and once again was expecting to see a coworker, but I saw the same guy. Somehow, he was still here. I thought my boss told me he was going to take care of it. The guy startled me, and I got up and immediately started running away. It was the only thing that I could think to do. The crazy part is the man actually started running after me. He gave chase as I ran past several aisles before finding a coworker. When another coworker saw us, the man finally diverted and ran into another direction. At that point, both my coworker and I went in the opposite direction of the guy. The police ended up being called, and a bunch of us employees were evacuated from the store. When the police got there, they went inside and were able to catch the man after probably 10 minutes. I'm not sure how, but the guy had been able to elude everyone for several hours. He stayed in the store after closing, and nobody was able to kick him out. He would hide in the store and move around when nobody was watching him. What his ultimate plan was, I don't know. It really creeped me out though. I'm glad that I saw him when I did. I'm not even sure why he was approaching me.
This happened years ago, back when I was 19. It was summer and I was back from college at my parents' house. We lived in this neighborhood that was not too far behind a shopping center. There they had a bunch of stores and restaurants. One of the stores on the edge of the shopping center was a Target, and we would shop there all the time. I remember that one evening I decided to walk to the Target by myself to get a few snacks. I could have driven my car, but I enjoyed walking, and so I figured why not. I left our house sometime that night, and I walked on the sidewalk through the neighborhood. It took maybe 15 minutes to get to the Target store. It was a quiet night, and I walked alone and didn't see anybody else. Soon I came out from behind the Target and went around to the parking lot and then went inside. The Target store was pretty quiet. I easily walked over to the snack aisles and then found what I was looking for. Then I walked up to the checkouts, got my stuff, and then left the store. I didn't notice anything strange or weird happening. However, when I left, I walked out the doors, through the parking lot, and then to the left to get to the sidewalk. As I did this, I remember noticing someone walking after me. I know that they left the store after me, but I thought nothing of it at that point. At the time, I just sensed that somebody was behind me and I kept walking. I assumed that they would just go to their car in the parking lot. But when I got to the sidewalk and was walking away, and could still hear them walking behind me, it was really strange. Because this time of night was very quiet, and what would the odds be of two people walking from the Target at this hour? I glanced behind me to see a man walking a good distance back, but he was still walking in my direction on the sidewalk. I kept walking, hoping that it was in fact just a crazy coincidence. I soon made it out of the shopping area entirely, and was now on one of the sidewalks entering my neighborhood. It was darker and much quieter over here. I still heard the guy walking a long ways back. At this point, I still wasn't too nervous, but I kept going and soon turned, and when the man turned as well, I got a bad feeling. I glanced back another time. He was still there, maybe slightly closer than before. Another thing that was interesting to me is that the man did not have a Target bag with him or was holding anything, so it appeared as though he didn't even buy anything at the Target. I was getting closer to my house now, but still a couple of minutes away. I tried to walk faster and hopefully stay a long ways ahead of the guy. He stayed about the same distance it seemed, but maybe got slightly closer. It was just him and I out there on the sidewalks. As I saw my street approaching, I would have to turn right, and our house was about halfway down it. I walked at the same rate for the next couple of minutes until I finally reached our street. Then I quickly turned right and started speed walking down the street. There would be probably 30 to 45 seconds before the man reached the street if he continued at his pace. After speed walking for like 10 seconds, I just started sprinting. I ran down our street until I got to our front yard. Then I quickly went inside. I was able to get in the house and was finally safe. I remember that I looked out the window and saw the man walk by down the street. Then I saw him walking back in the other direction like a minute or two later. But it doesn't quite end there. Maybe 10 minutes after that, I heard a car driving slowly down our street. I went to the window and looked out and saw that it was a car going super slow, maybe like 5 miles per hour. It passed by our house and went to the end of the street and then came back. I couldn't really see the driver, but I'm pretty sure it was the same guy. He must have gone back to the Target parking lot, got in his car, and then drove back looking for me or something. To me, this proved that he was a creep that was following me and not somebody who just lived in the neighborhood. After that, I never saw him again.
This is my true scary experience that happened this past May. It was a weekend, and a Saturday to be exact. I had a lot of shopping to do, and I did not have to work, so I decided to get an early start in the morning. There were a number of things that I had to get, and I will spare you the boring details of everything, but basically, I'd be going to about 4 different stores around town. I live in a suburban area where they have just about everything nearby, and most of the stores are only a few miles apart, but not all of them. When I got groceries, I would always go to a local supermarket, so I decided that would be my last stop. My first stop was Walmart, and I don't typically go there. In fact, I hadn't been to this particular Walmart in over a month that I started out at. I made the 10-minute drive or so from my house to the Walmart, and I got there at probably like 9 a.m. The store was actually pretty quiet, and it made it easy to go in and find what I needed to, which is exactly what I did, and I was in the Walmart for maybe like 10 minutes. That was long enough, though, for me to notice a guy staring at me for an uncomfortably long amount of time. He was wearing sunglasses and a black baseball cap with no logo or anything on it. I spotted him when I was in the electronics area, and we were the only 2 people in that particular spot. I moved away a short time later, but I noticed the man again when I was up at the self-checkouts. I was checking out, and he was just standing a ways away. After I left the store, I walked out and got into my car. I did not bother to look behind me, and I wasn't worried that the guy might be following me or anything like that. As far as I was concerned, he was still inside of the store. So after that, I drove to the next store I needed to go to, which was a clothing store only about 5 minutes away. When I got there, I parked and went inside, only to see the same man a couple of minutes later. I thought that it was a coincidence at first. He wasn't staring at me now, but walking a ways away and looking in another direction. I went on with what I was getting and was inside for maybe 15 or 20 minutes in this store. But after I left this store, I began to get really suspicious. When I was walking to my car, I could tell that the guy was walking behind me. This parking lot was quieter and smaller than Walmart's, so it was easier to tell. He wasn't like right behind me or anything, but a ways back. Still, I could tell that he was behind me. I got inside of my car and then looked around for him. He got inside of a vehicle that was a little ways away, parked. I left and kept my eye on him as I did. I made sure that he didn't follow my car out right behind me, and he actually didn't. He was still parked when I got onto the road. I went to another store and didn't notice or see him there at all. Then I only had one more place to go. That was the grocery store. The grocery store was not all that big and had somewhat of a smaller parking lot as well. After I parked my car and went inside, I shopped, all without seeing the man. I actually forgot about him entirely.
After finishing my shopping and walking to my vehicle, it was as soon as I stepped outside that I noticed him again. He was sitting in his car, but I could see him watching me as I walked to my car. It was obvious because there weren't many cars in the parking lot at all, and nobody was parked next to him on either side. I didn't know what the deal was. There was no way that this was just a crazy coincidence anymore. He didn't even go inside the store, but just stayed in his car. For a moment, I actually thought about confronting him, but immediately decided not to. I just went to my car, put the groceries in the back, and then started to drive home. As soon as I left the parking lot though, this time the man pulled out right behind me. Now the car was on my tail as I drove home. I didn't know what to do. Obviously, I know now looking back, I should have probably driven my car to a police station. In the moment though, I didn't think of it. I have no excuses why I didn't, but I was just driving home and hoping that the man would not go all the way there with me. But he did. For 10 minutes he remained right on my tail, all the way until I got to my street. Now, when I reached my street, I knew that I had to do something, so I drove right past my house. After that, I went to the next street over and then made a right. This put me back on a somewhat busier road, and I knew the area pretty well. Not long after this, the guy made an opposite turn than I did. I was surprised, but it felt so good to see him not behind me anymore, and I turned around at the next opportunity and headed back to my house. At this point, it only took me about a minute to get back to my place. After I got on my street, I pulled into my driveway. I got out of my car and grabbed a few bags to bring them into my house. It was at this moment that I started to see a car pulling onto my street. It was the man, and I could tell. Now, he was still a far ways away, but would likely see me when he got closer. My car was right in my driveway, in plain view of anybody that would drive past. I sprinted to my house and unlocked the door and got inside as quick as possible. I literally just made it in a second before he drove past. I watched from my front window as the car slowed down and almost came to a complete stop. But it didn't quite stop completely. It went probably 2 or 3 miles per hour. This went on for about 30 seconds as it slowly made its way down the street right in front of my house. Then, suddenly, the car veered to the left and sped up. I watched it then drive down the rest of the street and even left my house to make sure that it was gone. Sure enough, it went on to another street. Then I went to my car and brought the rest of my groceries and items inside. I went back in and checked out the window several more times to make sure that the guy didn't come back. I never saw him since. I really don't know who the guy was or what he was doing. He was definitely following me around, but for what reason, I don't know. The creepy thing is that he likely knows where I live. I'm hoping that he never decides to come back and that I never see him again.
A few years ago, I went Black Friday shopping by myself. It was Thanksgiving night, and I wanted to get a head start on Christmas shopping. Plus, there were some really good deals. I had already sort of planned some gifts of what I was going to get for a few of my family members and friends. In my family, Thanksgiving and Christmas is a really big deal, so I had a lot of things to buy. I was at my parents' house for Thanksgiving, and I only lived about 10 minutes away in my apartment. At about 9 p.m. or so, I left my parents' house to go shopping. My plan was to only be gone for like 2 hours and then return to my parents. First, I went to Target and was going to go to Walmart afterwards. Both of these stores had already been open for a couple of hours. They were both also within like 2 minutes of each other. After arriving at Target, the parking lot was packed with cars everywhere. I went inside and saw that it was extremely busy. I wouldn't expect anything less on Black Friday. After browsing around, I found several things and ended up buying them. Then I left Target and headed to Walmart. That store was more of the same as Target. People everywhere and very busy. I spent about 30 minutes inside, finding everything that I needed to. I was very happy with how my shopping trip went, and I left at about 10:15 and headed back to my car. After I started to drive back to my parents' place, I was exiting out of the Walmart, and I was about to go back onto the road when I saw something. This particular area where I was driving was like on the side of Walmart. It was much quieter than the front, and much darker and not as many lights. I saw what appeared to be a female child wearing a bright pink jacket just sitting there on the side of the road. It wasn't like a bus stop or anything either, and nobody else appeared to be around. I felt like she might have been lost or something. It seemed like I needed to stop and make sure that she was okay. I slowed down my car and then came to a stop, and when I did, I saw her immediately get up and start to approach me. But now that I was close to her and could actually see, I realized that I was wrong. This was not a child, but a grown woman. She was small, maybe like 5 feet, very short, and also young, probably in her early 20s, but definitely not a child. When I saw this, I wanted to just drive away, but I had already stopped. I rolled down my window, and she came like right up to it. She was wearing a winter hat and had long brown hair. Before I said anything, she asked me if I could help her. I asked her what was wrong. She said that she was stranded and needed a ride home. I didn't really want to give somebody that I didn't know a ride. She claimed that she didn't live very far, and then looked like she was going to start crying. I caved and said okay and told her to get in. I didn't think I was in any danger or anything. I mean, she was very small, and in my opinion, she was lucky that I stopped for her and not some kidnapper or something. I was more just annoyed because it was late at night and I wanted to get back home. She went around and got in the front passenger seat. When she was in the car, I asked her where she was going. She gave me an address, and I entered it into Google Maps on my phone. I saw that it was just 7 minutes away, and that made me feel good. At least she wasn't asking me to drive all the way across town. We started driving, and she didn't say a whole lot. She mostly just went on her phone. We did make some small conversation, talking about Thanksgiving and Black Friday shopping. Overall, she seemed pretty nice and friendly to me. The drive went by relatively quick, but we ended up going into an area that I had never been to before and was not familiar with, even though it wasn't that far away. When we got to the neighborhood where the address was, I saw that it was in the rough side of town. There were streets with lots of houses on them, most of which looked pretty run down. At last, I got to the address and pulled into the driveway. I asked her if this was it, and she said yes, but after I stopped the car, she did not immediately get out. I was confused. She was on her phone, and it looked like she was finishing up a text or something. After a few seconds, I said, "Well, I better get back home now." She said, "Oh, yeah, thank you so much." She asked me for my name, and I gave it to her. Then she opened the door and started to get out of the car. It was at that moment, right when the door opened, that I suddenly noticed a guy sprinting full speed at me. He was coming from the side of the house, and I hadn't seen him before at all. He must have been behind it. I then looked to the right and saw another guy sprinting from the other side of the house. The only thing I thought to do was drive away. I put the car in reverse and slammed my foot on the gas pedal. I started reversing, and the men both reached my car. I hit lock just in time, but the front passenger's door was still open. The guy on the right briefly grabbed it, but I was a little bit too fast. He wasn't able to hold on, and when I got out of the driveway, I put it into drive and sped out of there. I saw both men running into the street. The woman was still standing in the driveway. I called the police as soon as I made it off of the street and reported the whole thing. Then I drove all the way back home. I'm really grateful that I got away from them. I know that the woman set me up, I'm guessing to get robbed. I regret picking her up, and I would advise anybody not to ever give a stranger a ride, and not to accept rides from strangers either. That is my Black Friday horror story.
I'm a young woman and I shop at Target all the time. I've been going there regularly for years, and luckily, I live near several of them in my city. There used to be one particular Target location that I would go to a lot, but ever since last year, I haven't been back to that one. It was sort of on my way home from my old work, so many nights after my old job, I would stop at that Target after. One night, I had stopped and was doing some shopping. The store was not too busy, but it wasn't dead either. I would say there was an average amount of people there. I was kind of near the back of the store when suddenly my phone started to ring. I didn't recognize the number, but I'm one of those people who will answer a call from a number I don't recognize. I picked it up and said hello. I could hear that the person on the other end was a male, but he seemed to be talking in sort of a weird voice. He said hi to me, and I asked who this was. All he said was, "I can see you." I asked once again who this was, and tried thinking of all my friends who might be playing a joke on me. All he said once again was that he could see me. I laughed a little, knowing that this had to be a joke. But then, the man started talking again. He said I was at Target, and that I was shopping near the electronics, which I was. He then asked me what I was getting. He
He even described to me what I was wearing at the moment. Now I was sort of creeped out. I didn't know of anybody who knew I was at this Target. Plus, I didn't recognize the guy's voice at all. I asked where he was, and the man on the other end just started to laugh. He then hung up on me. I was now suddenly paranoid. I looked all around me in every direction, but I didn't see anyone. I felt at that point that I should leave because I was suddenly very uncomfortable. I went to the front of the store and walked to the check lanes. I had a few things in my basket and went to the self-checkout. I checked out as quick as I could and then left the store. After that, I haven't been back to that particular Target since. I talked with many of my friends about it, and we think it was probably an employee who had seen me shopping there before. We figure he was either trying to play a joke on me or was actually a real creep. Even if it was a joke, though, it's a pretty creepy joke to play. Either way, I don't know how they got my number, and I hope they never call me again.
I'm a female and was 19 at the time of this story. I went shopping at Walmart one time at about 7 o'clock at night. The store was not that busy, but it also wasn't dead or anything. There were a decent amount of other shoppers. I was getting maybe about 5 things, so not a whole lot. I wasn't planning on being there for very long either. When I was in one of the grocery aisles, this guy approached me, instantly giving me compliments. It was obvious he was interested in me, but the problem was he was much, much older than I was. I was polite to the guy, but he then asked me for my phone number. I said no and felt that this was just really weird. I mean, even if he was around my age, the way he was going about it struck me as really odd. When I said no, I tried to be nice, and after some obvious disappointment, the man actually walked away. He went out of my sight and I returned to shopping. I felt embarrassment from the really awkward conversation. Luckily, nobody else was around to witness it. I was hoping that I wouldn't see the man again as I continued to shop around the store. I was fast and only needed a couple of other things. I found them quickly and then headed up to the check lanes. I did not see the man during this time. I checked out, took my stuff, and then left the store. Then I got out to my car and started driving home. Now, everything about this was very normal. It took me roughly 10 minutes to get back home. I took a highway for most of it and then a couple of quieter roads. But when I got to my road, I saw a car pulling onto it behind me. It was nighttime, so vehicles behind me, I could mostly just see their headlights and not really the car. The car followed me down the street, and I assumed that it was one of my neighbors. But when I pulled into my parents' driveway, who I lived with at the time, the car pulled in behind me. This was really weird, because I knew that both of my parents were home, and I didn't know who this could be. I parked in the driveway, and the car parked right behind me. It didn't look like any car that I recognized. Then the driver's door to the car opened. I saw a man get out and start approaching my car. That's when I recognized him. It was the same guy from Walmart. What on earth was he doing here? He soon reached my driver's door and he knocked on the window. I could hear him asking me to open up the door. I wanted to get away from the guy, but he was parked too close for me to drive away. I got my phone and was going to call the police, but decided to call my dad first. He was inside the house and right there. As I was calling him, the man was still knocking on my window and tried opening my door. My dad said that he was coming outside, and within a minute, he was out the front door. When the other guy saw him, he ran back to his car and drove away. I went inside after that, and we called the police. Obviously, the guy was long gone, but I still wanted to report the incident. I had no idea that the man was even following me at all when I drove home. It was harder to tell with it being night out, but I wish I would have. It made me worry for a while after that, knowing that the guy knew where we lived. Luckily, though, I never saw him again.
This is the story of my scariest experience going to a sports game. And my team only won 5 games last year. Talk about horror. Anyways, I won't say which team is my favorite, but it's an American football team. The games are always packed, and I'm sure to go to several each year. Because of how many people go to every game, parking can be a bit of a nightmare. I live pretty close by,
but not close enough that I can walk or anything. I obviously have to drive. So for this game, I parked sort of far from the stadium. I had researched a little bit beforehand, and I was able to park for free in a Target parking lot. It was a night game, and I arrived about an hour before kickoff. I was meeting a friend there who took an Uber from his work. So after parking towards the back of the Target parking lot, I saw that nobody else going to the game seemed to be parking here. I left and soon got onto a sidewalk. I thought that it was going to take me forever to walk there, but it actually wasn't really that long. By the time I arrived at the stadium, I felt like a genius. I got to park for free, and probably wouldn't have to deal with much traffic afterwards. When I was close to the stadium, I caught up with the huge mob of people that was entering. I was able to find my friend, and then we went inside. We got to our seats and then watched the game. It went by mostly normal. Where things got strange was after the game. So when it was over, I stayed back and talked with my friend for a while. Then we headed for the exits and left. There was still a ton of people around. So my friend and I went our separate ways, and I started walking back to my car. Now, I would say that it would take me about 15 minutes to walk back, maybe 20. At first, there were lots of other people walking along the sidewalk with me. Then, the farther I went, the less people there were. Soon, it was just me. I continued to walk, and when crossing a street, I noticed that there was actually one person that was walking behind me. He was a ways back, though. I kept going, thinking that I was heading in the right direction of my vehicle. The man behind me continued walking with me. I thought at first that maybe he also parked at the Target or nearby. We kept going, but I soon realized that I had got my directions mixed up. I accidentally went about 2 blocks in the wrong direction. So I took out my phone and I looked up the correct way. Then I was back on track. Several minutes later, things were very dark and quiet, but I could still hear the footsteps behind me. They sounded slightly closer than before. I glanced over my shoulder. The guy was still there walking behind me. It was a little bit weird now because of the fact that I had drastically changed my direction. I mean, why would he still be following me? I just ignored it though. We kept walking, and soon the Target was in sight. By now, it was around 11 p.m., and the Target had closed at 10. My car was basically the only one in the entire parking lot. There were a few other vehicles a long ways away on the other side, but mine was the only one in the area. When I approached, the man was still trailing me, but even closer now. At that point, I was really suspicious. I walked faster and then entered the parking lot. I thought that I heard the guy behind me start to jog, so I did as well. I jogged all the way to my car. I unlocked it from a distance away so that I could get inside quickly. When I had made it within maybe 50 feet of the car, I started sprinting. It was apparent that the man was chasing after me now for some reason. I was probably 30 feet in front of the guy. I reached my car, opened the door, and got inside. Then I locked the doors instantly and started the engine. As I was starting it up, the man reached my car and tried opening it. When it wouldn't, he got about 2 punches in at my driver's window, which held up. Then I quickly drove out of there, leaving the man standing in the mostly empty parking lot. After leaving, I called the police and reported what happened to them. Then I drove back home. Since that experience, I haven't parked in that Target parking lot for a night game. I have for day games though, and nothing else like that has happened. I think that the man was attempting to rob me, either for my car or whatever else I had. I'm not sure why he chose to follow me though. I don't remember seeing him at all during the game or anything, and hopefully I never see him again.
My name is Justin, and this is something that happened almost a year ago. I was shopping at my local Florida Walmart, and I was going to get just like 1 or 2 things. It was probably about 9 o'clock at night, so I didn't want to be there for a very long time. When I arrived at the Walmart, I parked in the back of the parking lot. Then I got out of my car and started walking up to the building. When I got close to the entrance, I noticed something crazy. There was a man standing on top of one of the vending machines Walmart had outside. The machines were maybe 20 feet to the right of the entrance door. I was wondering what on earth this guy was doing. Then the man started jumping up and down on top of it. There was nobody filming him or anything, so I figured that this was not some kind of a prank. As I got very close to the door, I sort of stopped to watch the guy. Another person was leaving the Walmart and saw the man as well. This guy started yelling at the man to get down from there, but the man did not listen and responded by jumping up and down even higher. The guy on top of the vending machine was wearing a large blue t-shirt, baggy jean shorts, as well as a backwards hat. At that point, I figured that I'd better move along, and I entered the store. I just kind of thought to myself, that's another day at Walmart, I guess. When I went inside, my main priority was to just get a couple of things for my garden. I walked all the way to the far right side of the store, and the aisle that I needed to go in was over there. After arriving, I started to look around, trying to figure out what exactly to get. There were a few different options, and I didn't really know what was best at first. So I was in that aisle for like maybe 5 minutes, and it was really quiet over there at this time of night. Then another person walked into the aisle with me. I looked over, and when I saw him, I realized it was the same guy who had been jumping on top of the vending machines. He started walking right up to me, as if he knew me or something, but I didn't know him. I said hi and asked him how it was going. The man then asked me if I had some extra money that I could spare him. When he spoke, I could tell that he seemed to be extremely drunk. He was also stumbling around when he walked. I told him no, I did not. Then I tried to walk away from the man out of the aisle. I figured that it would be best to just try to move away from the guy. But when I started to walk away, the man grabbed my shoulder and stopped me. I turned around and faced him and told him to leave me alone. I said that he was drunk and he should get out of here before someone calls the cops on him. This angered the man. I remember him saying, "How dare I talk to him like that?" He then walked over and shoved me a little. It was a pretty weak push, but I was about to punch him right there. Instead, I resisted the urge. I moved back and tried to just walk away. It wasn't worth getting into a physical fight with this guy. There was a shopping cart just sitting there between the aisle that we were in and another one. I'm not sure if it was a customer's cart who just left it, or if it was an employee moving stuff. Either way, the man then went to the cart and flipped it over. I chose to just get out of there. I walked away as quickly as I could and went towards the back end of the store. The man started walking in my direction, but he could not keep up with me, especially as drunk as he was. Pretty soon, I had lost him. After several minutes, I walked back over to where I had been before, and thankfully the man was now gone. I finally got the things that I had been meaning to. Then I walked up to check out and leave. When I got to the self-checkout area though, I noticed the man again. This time, I saw that he was at one of the check lanes. He was standing on top of the conveyor belt and screaming obscenities. There was a few employees standing around him, trying to get him to come down from there. The man wasn't listening to any of them. I'm sure that somebody called the police on him. I left the store and went home after that. That was the craziest thing that I've ever seen in a Walmart. Hopefully that man did not try to hurt anybody.
I live in an apartment building currently that's right across the street from a Walmart. To paint a picture, my apartment building has 5 levels and I'm on the top floor. My apartment is in the back side of the building and my windows overlook a small grassy area. Next to that is a sidewalk and then the street. Right across the street is the Walmart. The Walmart does not face my apartment, so I kind of see it from the side. However, I can still see a good amount of the parking lot. It's kind of interesting to look out of my window most of the time, because being that high up you can see all the things going on down below, such as people walking on the sidewalk, cars driving by, and people coming and going from the Walmart store. Sometimes I like to people watch when things are busy. One night I was at home and happened to glance out of the window. It was pretty late, about 10-something p.m. By now the sidewalks were empty and the roads were pretty quiet too. Only the occasional car would pass by. The Walmart parking lot still had a lot of vehicles in it, but much less than earlier. The store would be closing soon, so most of the vehicles belonged to the employees. I didn't see any people walking in the parking lot, but I kept watching outside. It was kind of relaxing to just stand there and look out of the window. About a minute went by, and then I saw a man walk out of the Walmart building. He turned to the left, and then he started walking towards the sidewalk by the Walmart, which was closer to me. I kept watching him, not really giving it much thought. The man then walked off that sidewalk and started walking across the street right in the middle of it. He was not going on a crosswalk or anything like that, but there were no cars around, so it was fine. But as he was walking in the middle of the road, he looked up and seemed to notice me. Even though I was pretty far away, I guess that I was more noticeable now. I mean, my apartment lights were on, and I was just standing there in the giant window staring out. A lot of the other apartment lights were probably off, which made mine more noticeable. The man continued to look at me as he walked across the street. I figured that he would get to the sidewalk and then walk down it, but no. As he made it across, he then started pointing at me, and he was not smiling or anything like that. I was far away, but if anything, he appeared angry. For some reason, I didn't move away from the window though. I kept watching him. The man walked right through the grass area towards the apartment building. I didn't think that he lived here, but I guess it was possible. There was a back door near the grassy area. Some people would use it to go out and smoke in the grassy area sometimes. I watched the man walk to the back door, all while still looking at me and pointing. Then he tried to open the door, but it was locked. He just started standing around by it and looking up at me the whole time. I realized that he didn't live there, or else he would have had a key and been able to enter, but I also didn't know what he was doing. I was too curious. I was not waving at him or anything. Why did this guy care so much that I was watching him? Looking back, I probably should have just walked away. I really don't know why I didn't, but I found it so off how the man was just staring at me and pointing at me, now clearly looking angry. After a while, I tried to smile and wave at the guy to be nice. He didn't react well and kept doing what he was doing. This was really weird. Then I saw the back door open. Some guy left to go smoke a cigarette. Just then, I saw the man quickly head to the door and then make it inside before it shut. When that happened, my heart sank. He was now inside of the building. I turned off all my lights then and moved away from the window. Probably 5 minutes later, I heard somebody try opening my apartment door. I knew who it was. He violently tried the doorknob like 5 times before banging on the door. I didn't answer it. I didn't even bother to go close to the door. I was really creeped out now. The man loudly banged on the door a few more times. I was in the other room, hoping that he would leave. The guy waited maybe 30 seconds and then banged again. Finally, I heard footsteps walking away. Only then did I go over to the front door and look out of it. The man was finally gone. After that, I got ready for bed and went to sleep. I haven't seen that man since. I don't know what his problem was or why he was so determined to get to me, but I'm really glad that he didn't.
I had a bizarre experience after shopping at Walmart not too long ago. It was a normal afternoon, and I was doing some grocery shopping. I was at my local Walmart, located roughly 10 minutes from my house. The store was pretty busy, with lots of other people shopping. I was inside for at least half an hour, and in one of the grocery aisles. When I was there, a man struck up a conversation with me. The man was probably about 5'8", had glasses, and was bald. He started out saying hi to me, and asked me what I was shopping for. It seemed a little bit strange because he didn't work there and usually other people don't talk to you. The way he spoke was somewhat friendly, but it seemed a little bit odd. I said I was doing some grocery shopping and was almost done. He spoke with me a little bit longer, asking me if I was going home after, and I said yes. I found that question a little bit odd, but the man then told me that he had a lot more shopping to do and started to go over several things that he was buying. I figured that he was just trying to be friendly, and I didn't really mind talking to him, even though it was a little bit awkward. The conversation really only lasted for a couple of minutes. Then I told the guy that I was going to check out after I got the last item, and I said bye to him. He said bye as well, and seemed to walk in another direction. I then went over to the self-checkout area and started scanning all of the items from my cart. It was kind of busy over there, and every other register was occupied by a customer. A line was even starting to form of people after I got there. Within the crowd of people though, when I was almost done checking out, I saw the man who had talked to me. He was in line to check out and behind somebody that was also waiting. He was kind of hard to see, but it was definitely him. It seemed a little bit odd to me because I thought he had told me that he had more shopping to do, but I really didn't think too much of it. I just finished checking out and then left. After leaving the store, I loaded up my groceries into my car and then drove away. Everything went fine, and I got back home about 10 minutes later. I went inside and put everything away. When that was done, Maybe 5 minutes after arriving back home, I looked out of the front window. I have a large front window off the dining room on the right side of my house. It looked right out to the driveway and then the street. When I looked out there, I saw a car coming down the street. The neighborhood is usually quiet, and cars driving by is not something that happens every minute. I just casually watched the car drive by, and I didn't know or care who it was. That is, until it turned right into my driveway. This made me really confused. I had no clue as to who it would be. After the car parked, I was still there about 5 feet away from the window, looking out. The door of the car then opened, and I saw the same guy from Walmart get out of it. He then walked right up the driveway to my front door. As he was walking up, I quickly ducked down. I really don't know if he saw me or not, but he proceeded to knock on my door, to which I did not answer. I was too creeped out. He knocked again, and I stayed where I was. I didn't even want to get up, or he might be able to see me. After probably 5 minutes, I hadn't heard anything in a little while, and I got up. I saw that he wasn't at the front door anymore, but then I looked over to the left and realized that he was at another front window. He was looking in, and I ran out of the room. After that, I was ready to call the police if the guy tried to break in or something, but when I went back to look a few minutes later, he was actually gone. His car was also not in my driveway, and I felt much better. I haven't seen him since. I really don't know how he knew where I lived. He must have followed me home without me noticing or something. I'm glad he didn't try breaking in. Why he went to my house in the first place, though, I don't know.
A few years ago, I went Black Friday shopping. Originally, I had just planned on going to the mall on actual Black Friday in the morning with my mom. However, there were a couple of things on sale that I wanted to get people for Christmas gifts, and I thought they might sell out by the next day. I decided to go Black Friday shopping on my own on Thanksgiving night, and then go again with my mom the next day. My parents and I were at family's house for Thanksgiving, and after we got home, I left to go shopping at about 10 p.m. I went to the nearby shopping center that had pretty much all of the popular stores and restaurants. My plan was to go to Target, Best Buy, Walmart, and maybe a couple of other stores. Most of these were within a mile of each other or so. When I got to Target, I saw that it was very busy. There were people everywhere. I was able to navigate my way to the things that I wanted, but it took a while to get up to the checkout area and complete the purchase. I remember that among the crowd of people, I noticed this guy who had a really tall spiked mohawk, and the rest of his head was bald. It was hard to miss because he was also pretty tall. I finished shopping at Target and then went to Walmart. Now, Walmart was just as busy, if not busier, than Target was. I once again went through the crowd of people through the store to find the items that I wanted. As I was near the back end of the store, I happened to notice the mohawk guy again. I found this interesting, but a coincidence. There were a lot of stores in the area, so it wouldn't be strange at all to see some of the same people at different ones. After I was at Walmart, I went to Best Buy. This store, like the others, was crowded and people were everywhere. And within probably 10 minutes of being inside, I saw the guy with the mohawk here as well. I was over by the laptops and computers, which was at the right side of the store, and he was maybe 30 feet away in the same area. I noticed that he was looking at me. Maybe he recognized me from the same 3 stores and thought it was a coincidence too. But when I looked over at him, he looked away quickly and sort of went out of sight. I got kind of suspicious and decided to go to the far opposite end of the store. For the first time that night, I was really paying attention to my surroundings and not just to finding things that I wanted to buy. I was way over near the appliances now, like refrigerators and those kind of things. This side of the store was significantly less crowded than the other side. Within a minute of being on that side, the guy with the mohawk showed up. I tried to pay attention to him without making it obvious. He didn't seem to be there with anybody and was just kind of standing around. I was getting more and more paranoid every second. I walked back towards the laptops again at the other end of the store. Once again, the man went to the area. He was even farther away this time, but he was still there. I would lose him in the crowd for a few seconds, but always saw him again with his distinct hair. Had he been following me the entire night? I wondered if that was the case, and if so, when he started following me. At that point, I'd gotten most of the things that I went out to get, and it was just after midnight. I wanted to go shopping with my mom the next morning, so I decided to call it a night. I checked out at Best Buy and then left the store. I parked at the back of the parking lot because of how busy it was, and when I was walking to my car and was about halfway there, I looked behind me. I saw the guy with the mohawk was now leaving the store. I walked faster and got to my car and then locked the doors. I felt much safer now and started driving home. There were a lot of other cars out, and it took me a few seconds to exit the parking lot. When I finally made it onto a road, the second I turned, I saw an older-looking pickup truck pull out right behind me. In my mirror, I immediately noticed the hair. It was the same guy, and he was now following me in his truck. I had a terrible feeling. I really didn't know what to do. I continued to drive home, which was maybe a 10-minute drive. As I was driving, the guy was following me at a pretty close distance in his truck. I took out my phone and called my mom. Thankfully, she was still awake. I told her that some guy was following me in his truck and I didn't know what to do. My dad was still awake too, and he was also listening. He got on the phone and told me not to drive home, but gave me a location sort of near our house and told me to drive around that area. He then said he was getting in his truck and leaving. I did what he said, and by the time I got there, almost 10 minutes later, my dad was already there. I pulled onto one street, and my dad pulled out right behind the truck in his. My dad tailed the guy and started honking his horn repeatedly. At the next street, the Mohawk guy suddenly turned off, and my dad followed him. My dad then called me and told me to go home and said the guy was speeding away. He and I then drove home, and when we got there, the Mohawk guy was long gone. I still don't know where the guy started to follow me, or why he was following me. I don't recommend anybody to do what my dad did, because we didn't really know if the guy could have been dangerous. Either way, I'm hoping nothing like this ever happens again.
I worked at a Target during the time period that I was in college. It was a good job for me, and I would work there when I was back home during the summers. In total, I worked there for 3.5 summers, including several winter breaks as well. I was a cashier, and during the summer, some weeks I would work close to 40 hours, so I was there a lot. During the last summer that I worked there, which I only worked there for part of the summer, I was working a 7-hour shift on a Saturday. The 7-hour shifts or longer would require us to clock out for a 30-minute break, and we would also get a paid 15-minute break as well. I took my 15 earlier, and I would always like to save my 30-minute break for closer to the end of my shift, and would usually take it when I had about 2 hours left. We were really busy, and time sort of flew by as people were going through my check lane. Finally, it was time for my 30-minute break. I turned my light off, clocked out, and then bought some food from our deli area. Then I walked to the break room. We had a door sort of near the check lanes at the front end of the store, and a little hallway that led to the break room. I entered it and went inside to see there was nobody else in the break room besides me. I was a little bit surprised to see this, but was happy, because after ringing up customers all day and making small conversations with them, it was nice to have some peace and quiet. I sat there watching the TV in the break room, going on my phone and eating. About 10 minutes in, I heard the door to the break room open. I looked, expecting to see an employee, but instead, I saw a guy in a black shirt and jeans who clearly didn't work there. He took a couple of steps into the room and then made eye contact with me. After he saw me, he immediately turned around and walked away. I figured he was a customer who for some reason got curious and went inside the door that led to our break room. I expected him to walk back into the store, but after about a minute, I never heard the door back to the store open. I couldn't see the hallway from where I was, so I couldn't tell if the man had left or not. I decided to walk over and see. I walked quietly to the hallway and looked down it. I didn't see the man, but I did hear some small movement. There was one small closet in that hallway, and it was sort of a storage closet. It had random stuff in it, mainly cleaning supplies, but it was also used to store things by cart attendants. The door was sort of half open, and I could see that the man was inside. All I could really see was his back, and I don't think he was supposed to be in there, but I just didn't have the nerve to confront him. Instead, I decided to go out and tell my boss, who was a manager. I walked out to the store and found my manager, Sherry. I told her it looked like a random guy was in the store closet. I watched her walk down the hallway, and less than a minute later, she came out and said she was calling the police. I was pretty surprised by this, and both her and I walked to the front and outside the store. The police arrived minutes later, and it became a whole scene. They arrested the man, and as it turns out, he was a former employee. For whatever reason, he had a problem with Sherry, who had been his boss. Apparently, he was going to attack her and was hiding in the closet. These details gave me the chills and blew my mind at the same time. I'm really glad everyone was okay.
I used to work at a Walmart a couple of years ago. This was my strangest experience. I mostly worked overnights and would stock shelves. It was an easy job for me. I would start at like 9 p.m., and at first the store would actually be open, but would close only like 2 hours into my shift. There would never be very many customers in that time anyways. A good number of us worked overnights because obviously Walmart is a really big store. On this one night, I happened to be working in the pets and supplies aisle, which is in the back end of the store. I had been working in that general area, but not that exact aisle earlier in the night, but by now it was about 11:30 p.m. Our store closed at 11, so we had been closed for 30 minutes now. As I was in the pet supply aisle, I was just stocking one of the shelves by myself. When the store closed, I would often put in headphones and listen to music while I worked, which is what I was doing. It helped work go by faster and easier for me. But out of nowhere, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It appeared as though somebody had walked by. I looked over, but they were now gone. I assumed it to be one of my coworkers, and once a few minutes went by, I kept working. Then, again, I saw somebody at the end of the aisle out of the corner of my eye. I looked over, and this time the person did not walk away. It wasn't one of my coworkers, though. It looked like just some guy that I had never seen before. When I looked at him, he disappeared behind the next aisle. I got up and walked over and then looked down the next aisle. When I did, I saw the man disappearing out of that aisle and into the one after that. I took out my headphones and then radioed in on my walkie that I thought I saw somebody inside the store who wasn't supposed to be here. After that, I kept doing my work. About an hour later, I went to the back room. That area was pretty large in our store, but I was the only one back in that section at the time. When I was walking over there, I was sure that I saw the man again. I could see him hiding behind a box underneath one of the shelves there. I didn't stare at him, and I acted like I never saw him. I was going to walk past, but I decided to turn around and then go the other way instead. He was maybe 30 feet away. When I began walking back, I heard noises behind me, even with my headphones in. I started running for the exit to go back into the sales floor. I heard footsteps behind me when I did. When I got there, I opened the door and the man did not come out after me. I ran to find the nearest employee. That was Al, who was working in the electronics overnight at the time. I told him that I saw a man in the back, and he decided to come back and see. I had a bad feeling, and I wondered if the guy was dangerous. We both went back there anyways. When we opened the door to the back, we heard the sound of another door opening. It was coming from one of the doors we had back there that opened up to the outside. They were rarely used. We walked in further, just in time to see the guy walking out of the store and the door closing behind him. After that, he was gone. I still don't know how the man got inside. My only guess is he somehow avoided all employees and hid inside the store until after we had closed. I also wonder what he was going to do to me when he was hiding in the back and then followed me. Luckily, I quit that job not too long afterwards. As a 22-year-old Target employee, I led a pretty normal life. But the experience I'm about to tell you caused me to quit my longtime job there. It all began with a mysterious person who seemed to be following me every day at work. At first, it was nothing out of the ordinary. We get a lot of shoppers, as people make a habit to get groceries for themselves every single week, so I did see a lot of the same people. But this man looked to be somewhere in his mid-30s, and I had never seen him before. He had a healthy build, but only wore a half-zip button-up and normal blue jeans, and he started to appear more frequently. At first, he would come in and purchase food and leave, so I was never concerned about him. But then, as days went by, I had noticed that he would show up during all of my shifts and simply wander around the store without buying anything. I also couldn't shake off the feeling that he was watching me, because every time I would glance over to him, we would make brief eye contact, and then he would instantly look away. On Sunday, during the same week, he kept showing up. The man showed up not once, but 3 times during my shift. He loitered around the aisles, sitting on corners and stealing glances in my direction. This was a huge red flag to me, and at this point, the man is definitely stalking me, so I decided to keep an eye on him at all times, no matter where I was, and was even planning to tell my store manager the next day if he showed up one more time. One evening, I decided to tell one of my coworkers about the creep. I walked up to my coworker Sarah, and I told her everything about how I was worried for my safety. Sarah asked, "Have you talked to anyone else about this? Maybe a manager or security?" "Not yet," I replied, feeling a bit dramatic about the situation.
I wanted to see if he would show up again today. If he does, I'm definitely going to talk to our store manager tomorrow. As I stood at the checkout counter, Sarah approached me with a concerned look on her face. "He's back again, isn't he?" I nodded. "Yeah, I've been watching him. It's starting to freak me out." Sarah squeezed my arm reassuringly. "Listen, after work today, I'll walk you to your car. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe." Relieved to hear this from her, I responded, "Thanks, Sarah, I really appreciate it. I just want to feel safe again." Almost immediately after me and Sarah had our conversation, the man approached me while I was working at the checkout counter. He approached with a smile. He invaded my personal space as he said, "Hey there, how's your day going? Enjoying your time working here?" I felt a knot forming in my stomach as I tried to maintain my composure. "I'm just doing my job. Can I help you with something specific?" He had a huge smile on his face and seemed to be extremely pleased that he was finally talking to me. It gave me the creeps. "You're such a dedicated worker. I'm curious, when do you usually get off from your shifts? I might have some free time, and it would be nice to meet up." My heart raced, but I stayed calm. I took a step back, creating some distance. "I'm sorry, but I can't give out personal information like that. It's against store policy. Can I assist you in anything else?" He continued to press me with more questions. "No need to be so guarded. I just want to get to know you better. Tell me, do you live around here? It would be convenient for us to spend more time together." My anxiety slowly turned into anger as I just wanted this creep to leave. I said one last time in a more demanding tone, "I'm not comfortable sharing personal details with strangers. Please respect my boundaries and stop asking invasive questions." Ignoring what I just said, he leaned over and whispered to me, "You're making it difficult for us to connect. But don't worry, I'll find out where you live eventually." He then got up, smiled, and walked away, out of the front exit as if nothing had happened. Later that day, as we made our way through the empty parking lot, me and Sarah were looking around to see if the man was anywhere near, but there was no sign of anyone. Only about 7 cars were in the entire parking lot. Sarah noticed my unease and said, "Stay close to me, we're almost there." As we made our way through the empty parking lot, I started to feel like he was still there, so I hurried to my car. Just as I finally got to my car, I put the keys in the door and unlocked it, when all of a sudden I heard scuffles from behind me, and the man was grabbing me from behind. He had Sarah in one hand by the arm, his hand clamping tightly over my mouth. I fought back as best as I could because he was 10 times stronger than me. In that moment, adrenaline fueled my instincts. I remembered the pepper spray I kept in my purse for emergencies. I managed to reach for it just in time, spraying a huge stream of liquid right into his eyes, and he released me and Sarah. For some reason, in a moment like this, my first thought after was to kick him in his vulnerable area. I was a soccer player in college, so you can already imagine the pain that I caused this stalker, and he fell to the ground in agony. We wasted no time, and we both sprinted to my car, heart pounding in my chest, and sped away from that target. I was shaking from all of the adrenaline, and Sarah and I dialed 911 to report the incident, praying that help would arrive before the man left. The police launched an investigation, and soon enough, they caught the man when the video footage from the store's security cameras revealed his identity. The police were able to track him down. It turned out he had a history of stalking and harassment and was taken to jail, as well as a restraining order and being banned from every single target.
I used to work at Target. This was around 5 years ago. I mostly worked on the sales floor, but was also trained to be a cashier and do some other stuff. One year, I was scheduled to work on Black Friday. Target opened at 6 p.m. on Thanksgiving night, and because at the time I was still in high school and had just turned 18 years old, I got off by 10 p.m. It was nice to only have to work for about 4 hours, and I clocked in that night at about 5:45 p.m. When I got there, I saw that there was already a line outside, and the parking lot was nearly full. I went inside through the employee-only entrance. When I got inside, I immediately saw that just about everybody we had was working. I had worked there for about 6 months at the time, and knew most of all the other employees because of working on the sales floor, and also sometimes cashiering. I would see just about everybody, and I said hi to a bunch of people that I knew. I even saw some faces that I didn't recognize. I'm sure there were some new seasonal workers, and other people who normally didn't work the same times as me. All of our managers were working as well, and I figured that we wouldn't have a problem with the Black Friday rush. However, when the doors were unlocked and a bunch of people rushed into the store, things got really busy fast.
I quickly found myself doing many different tasks, and time was flying by. I was helping customers find things, picking up items people had left places and putting them back where they belong, and for a short time I cashiered. I think we had every single lane in the store open, which I had never seen before. After a few hours, I was near the back of the store, organizing one of the many shelves that had been messed up. We were still really busy, but not quite as busy as we had been in the hour or so after opening. Another employee came into my aisle and asked if I had a second. I looked up and saw a guy that I didn't recognize. He must have been one of the new seasonal guys. The Target name tag on his red shirt said, Michael. I said, sure, what do you need? He said to me that he was new and this was like his 4th day working, and he wasn't really sure how to handle a situation. I said I could try to help and asked him what the situation was. Michael said he would show me, and we walked out of the aisle. Then we walked past several customers and through a door on the side of the store leading to the backroom area that we had. Back there, we just had products that hadn't made it to the sales floor yet. We were on the side of the store opposite from grocery, so it was quieter back there. After we walked back, we went through an exit door leading to the outside. Then, Michael walked out, and I followed. When we had made it now outside of the store, I was very confused. Outside the store, there was a little sidewalk, a small grass area with trees planted here and there, and then there was a quiet road. When I was out there, I noticed there was a car parked on the side of the road right next to where we were. Michael said, I'm trying to help these customers. I asked who they were, and I was interrupted by the doors of the car opening. It was a typical 4-door car, which was black, and I saw 2 men get out from the front seats. They were fairly large, and both had hats and sunglasses on, as well as gloves. The gloves weren't too strange because it was cold out, but the sunglasses sure were. I then felt myself being grabbed near the top of my arms, just below my shoulders, by Michael, who was behind me. He started pushing me towards the 2 men and the car. I asked what was going on and what he was doing. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. Get in the car, Michael said. It took a few seconds for me to kind of grasp the situation. The men seemed like they were coming over to help Michael get me inside their car. I struggled, but Michael's grip was strong. I started screaming and kicked out with my feet at Michael's ankles. It felt like I got him really good on the shin. This caused him to let go of me and almost fall to the ground. When this happened, both of the men started running to stop me. I turned around and sprinted towards the door, but quickly realized that it would be locked. The doors were rarely used and always locked from the outside. I realized then that I would have to try and outrun these men around to the front side of the store. I kept sprinting along the side, but could tell that the other men were gaining on me. I changed directions and then started running out into the street. Michael had gotten up and was now running after me as well. I was screaming like a crazy person and running to try to get away. When they were within probably 5 feet of me, I barely made it to the parking lot and saw a car that appeared to be driving in our direction. I ran right towards it and it honked at me. However, the men chasing me didn't want to grab me right in front of somebody else, at least that's what I figured. Instead, the men just kind of stood back and watched. I ran to the driver's door and yelled for them to call the police. Whoever was driving the car must have been super confused, but when the men heard me saying this, they started to leave. From there, I was able to go back inside the Target store. Police were called, and I told them everything I could. Unfortunately, the men did get away. Michael, if that was even his name, didn't even work there. I guess it's not too hard to find a red shirt and khakis and get a hold of a Target name tag. On Black Friday, nobody would really suspect him because of how busy it was. Our store did have security cameras, so I'm hoping that he was caught, whoever he was. I'm just glad I was able to get away.
This happened a couple of years ago. For some background, I'm a female, and I went to Walmart one night, sort of late. I went there to get a couple of groceries, but not very much. The Walmart was probably like 5 minutes away from my apartment, so very close by and convenient for me. So I remember I left my apartment, drove to Walmart, and went inside of the store. There were various other shoppers around, but it really wasn't that busy. I'd made my way through a couple of aisles, and I was just in a random grocery aisle. As I was there, I remembered that a man approached me. He appeared to be about 20 years older than I was, had a goatee and short hair. He came across as a creep immediately, probably because when I was facing the shelf and getting something, he sort of snuck up behind me. He said hi really close to me, and I almost jumped back when it happened. Then he was telling me that I was cute and asked me for my number and stuff.
I just told the guy no thanks and said that I had a boyfriend even though I didn't. I was just trying to get away from the situation without much of a problem. The man did not immediately leave me alone though. Instead, he told me that we could still hang out and asked me for my number again. I said that I didn't want to give it to him and then said that I had to go. I started walking away from the guy at that point. At first, he stayed where he was. I went to the direct next aisle over just to get away from him. But then, I saw the man enter the aisle about 10 seconds after me. He once more approached me. He started trying to talk to me again and stuff. I told the guy to leave me alone. This was starting to become a big problem. I was trying to get the man to leave me alone, and luckily, another guy entered the aisle, possibly overhearing us. He went up to the guy that was bothering me and told him to leave me alone. The man bothering me told the guy to stay out of it and mind his own business. I remember that the two guys briefly argued, and eventually the man walked away, leaving me alone. I was really grateful to the other guy for helping out. The man was like, I don't know what that guy's problem is. After that, he said that hopefully the guy would leave me alone, and then he walked away. Now, at that point, I decided to hurry up, get my items, and then leave. I didn't want to give the man an opportunity to catch up with me again. So I went back to the original aisle that I had been in and found the things that I was looking for. Then I headed up to the self-checkouts. I bought the items and then left the store within probably 5 minutes. But after leaving the store, right when I was walking out of the doors, I noticed the man again. He was standing just out of the doors on the sidewalk in front of the building. I remember seeing him light his cigarette and then smoking it. When he noticed me, he started walking over without saying anything. I started to walk faster to make it to my vehicle, but the man appeared as though he was going to try to follow me all the way there. I then stopped right where I was and turned around. I told the guy to leave me alone or I was calling the police. The guy acted all surprised at first and said that he wasn't doing anything wrong. I didn't want to argue with him, and then I turned around completely and just started sprinting for my car. I was running as fast as I could, and I think that surprised the guy a little bit. It created a slight head start for me, and soon he started chasing after me, but I was able to make it to my car. I had unlocked the door before I got there so I could get in faster. Then, as soon as I made it inside, I closed the door and then locked it. After that, the man reached my car and tried opening the door. Then he just started banging on it. I backed out and left as quickly as possible. The man actually tried running after my car briefly, which I couldn't believe. After I got away, I called the police on the guy. I'm sure that he left the scene as soon as I was gone, but he wasn't able to follow me anymore. After that happened, I didn't go back to that Walmart for quite some time. Since then, though, I have been back, and nothing like that has happened. I certainly haven't seen the same man. Looking back, I'm really glad that I stopped to confront the man. Then I turned and ran. Sure, it was a risk to stop if he would have tried to grab me or something, but if I had just walked straight to my car, he might have caught up with me just before I got there. That's just my opinion anyways. I would warn anybody going to Walmart or any place late at night to be aware of your surroundings. That was my scariest experience at Walmart.
Last year, I got up really early and went Black Friday shopping for the first time ever. I've seen many things over the years about how crazy it is, and I have actually shopped on Black Friday before, but never early in the morning. But last year, there were some deals on TVs at Walmart, and I happened to be in the market for a new one for my bedroom. The deals seemed too good to pass up, but I also knew that they would probably sell out rather quickly. So I got up early on the morning of Black Friday and drove to my local Walmart, which opened at 5 a.m. It was still dark out, obviously, and I parked in the back of the full parking lot and walked up to see a line of people had formed waiting to get inside. I went to the back of the line, as it was like 4:55 a.m. or something like that. The line was not outrageously long, so I did have a good feeling that I would be able to get what I wanted. Within a few minutes of being in line, at least 20 people got in line behind me. I felt glad that I got there when I did. Then, I saw the line start to move and realized that the store must have been open for business. I made it inside a short time later, and the whole store was already packed. There were either customers or employees everywhere. I went as fast as I could to the electronics section, which seemed to be where just about everybody else was going. When I got there, I saw people putting things in their carts and others grabbing TVs. I went over, found the one I wanted, and grabbed it. There were only a few left. Once I had it in my arms, it was a great feeling because I'm sure they sold out within minutes. I went to the front and checked out. It took probably 20 minutes to do so because of how busy it was in there. And after that, I got out of the store and was going back to my car. I had a cart for my TV, and I made it within probably 50 feet of my vehicle when I noticed a man laying on the ground like 10 feet away from my car. He had crutches, and one he was laying on with the other about 10 feet away from him. When I got close to him, he looked at me, and I asked the guy if he was okay. The guy said he had fallen and asked if I could help him up. I left my cart next to my car and walked over to help the guy up. When I reached my hand out to him, he was struggling to get to his feet. Then I heard a noise behind me. I turned around to see somebody take my cart and start running away with it with my TV still inside. The guy in the crutches then sprung to his feet, grabbed the other crutch off the ground, and began running away. I had been set up. I couldn't believe this, and I was furious. I chased after the guy who had my cart. He and the guy who was pretending to be injured ran in the same direction towards another car. There was an SUV with the back of it already open, where the men jumped into it, shut the door, and then sped off. I was so mad, and also couldn't believe that people would do this. It was a big hassle, but I was able to get another TV without extra charge from Walmart. But I would like to warn everybody from my experience to be careful when you're out shopping on Black Friday.
Years ago, I worked at Target for a little while. I worked in the clothing department, and it was normally pretty easy. Things wouldn't get busy there like they normally would in grocery, so it was less hectic. I actually started in the grocery department when I was at Target, and then after about a month, I moved to the clothes. Very frequently, I would work closing shifts. We closed at 10 p.m., so it wouldn't be incredibly late, and I didn't mind too much. For the last few hours of being open, things were generally pretty quiet too. On this night in particular, I had some things to organize. I heard the announcements about us closing during the last bit of time that we were open. All the guests that were there made their way to the checkouts and left. I still had some things to do though, so after closing, I figured I would be leaving at about 10:15. So obviously, the clothing section at Target is pretty large, and it takes up a good amount of the store. Shortly after close, I was making my way to another area when I noticed something. There was an area with a wall that had clothes hanging on it with hangers so they would be displayed. At the base of the wall next to it, there was a person laying on the ground. They were mostly obstructed, and I'm surprised that I even noticed them. However, it looked like they were trying to hide. I walked over and asked what they were doing. Then, after a few seconds, they moved. After they got up, I saw that it was a man. He was pretty short and thin and wearing a blue sweatshirt. Very quickly, he walked around the corner behind the display wall. I walked around to see where he went, but he was walking quickly away from me at that point. I called out to him saying that we were closed, but he did not respond. At that point, I took out my walkie and I radioed in that there was a customer still inside of the store, and I gave his description. He was going away from me, and I started to try to walk after him at that point. Moments later, I saw him. He was now standing right in the middle of one of the main walkways in Target. He was just standing there and staring at me. The guy honestly made me nervous. He hadn't said anything at all, and he was acting very strange. I got within maybe 50 feet of him, and then he started to walk in my direction very slowly. I asked him what he was doing, but he didn't answer me. As he got closer, I backed away. I didn't know what this guy was doing. He continued to head towards me at about the same pace. It was really odd. I quickly turned and went away from there to find another coworker. A short time later, I found Monique, who worked nearby. She was walking towards the clothing department and had heard what I reported. I told her the basics of what was going on. However, we did not see the man when we went back to the spot where he had been. Another coworker, Dan, was also on his way over. We searched a little bit of the immediate area, but did not find the guy. However, when the three of us were together, about 2 minutes after that, the man came into view again. This time, he was coming from the sporting goods aisle and was holding a t-ball bat in his hands. We were afraid that he was going to use it as a weapon, so we didn't get too close to him. The man calmly walked towards us, but did not say a word, and he didn't answer any of our questions or commands for him to leave the store. We figured that we had to call the police at that point. So us team members left the sales floor, and we went into the employees-only area at the front of the store and locked ourselves in. Then we reported the man to the police. All the other employees soon joined us there to get away from the man. The cops got there, went inside, and arrested the man a short time later. We were glad that he was gone and that nobody was harmed. Thankfully, he didn't do any damage to the store either. I'm not entirely sure what his exact plan was, but that was my craziest experience from working at Target. I went to Walmart really early one morning at about 6:30 a.m. For those who don't know, most Walmarts open at 6 o'clock in the morning, so I was going there at a good time because the store probably wouldn't be that busy yet. This was before work for me and not too long after I got up. When I went inside the store, indeed it was pretty quiet. There were a good amount of workers though. As I made my way around the store, I was not there for that long, but I was there long enough to see this one guy who struck me as pretty strange. Because I remember as I was walking past some aisles, the guy was walking towards me from the other way. When he got closer, I could see that not only was he not wearing any shoes, but he had these really wide eyes. It was like he was opening them as wide as he possibly could. He was not looking at me at first, but when I got closer, he started to look at me. It just looked very strange. Other than that, the guy had sort of long blondish colored hair and was wearing a black t-shirt and black pants. He kept his eyes on me as I passed, and I looked away. I started shopping around for what I needed and hoped that I wouldn't see the guy again. However, when I was leaving the aisle to walk away, I saw him again. This time he was walking back in the direction that he had originally come from. He did basically the same thing as before and was staring at me with really wide eyes. Overall, the guy just looked very unsettling. Maybe he was on drugs or something. I left the Walmart and then went back home before going to work. As the day went on, I forgot about the strange man. Obviously, I didn't think I would ever see him again. Now, I can't remember why, but I had to go to Walmart again that night. I must have forgot to buy something the first time that I was there or something. Maybe the guy had creeped me out and caused me to forget. I just know that I went back to that Walmart that same night at like 9 or 10 o'clock. It was pretty late. I was just getting like one thing. When I was inside there though, I saw the same man again. He was wearing exactly the same thing, including no shoes. He walked down the same aisle that I was in with the same wide eyes. I was so shocked to see him again and also creeped out that I just left. I stopped what I was doing, put back what I was going to get, and just walked right out of the store. I haven't been back to Walmart since.
I worked at a Target department store briefly when I was aged 16 to 17. This was kind of a long time ago now, maybe like 2014 or 15. When I got the job, I was a cashier, and I worked there for about 6 months. It was a job that I liked, but wasn't the best job in the world or anything. I would mostly just be up at the check lanes ringing up customers. This occurrence happened probably about 3 months or so after I started working there. Back then, I had recently gotten my own car. It was actually my parents' car, but they let me use it because nobody else really did. I would drive it to and from work from my parents' house, which was almost 10 minutes away. This time, I was working from like 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. or something like that. I don't remember the exact hours, but that was probably pretty close. About an hour or so in, I got a phone call on my cell phone. I had my ringtone set to vibrate so that it wouldn't make noise at work, but I could feel it. I was unable to answer it or even look to see who it was because I was busy. There were several customers in line waiting for me to help them. My phone rang again before I had a chance to look. Finally, when there was a short break in people, maybe 10 minutes later, I looked. It was a number that I did not recognize and figured maybe it was a wrong number or something. I went back to work after that, but whoever it was called me yet again. It seemed pretty odd. As I was busy working, I don't even know how many more times the person called me. It was at least 3 or 4. When it was time for my break, I went in and looked to see who it was. By now it was probably about 7 p.m., and I saw that the same person kept calling me. As I was doing that, they called again. Now that I wasn't working, I answered it. I heard a man's voice speaking, and I did not recognize who it was. He asked if he was speaking to me, mentioning my name. I said yes, and was surprised. I asked who this was that was calling. The man said that he was waiting for me. He said he knew I was working at Target, and he would be waiting for me when I left by my car. He said he was in the parking lot. I was very worried when I heard this. I didn't know what to say and was speechless for a few moments. The guy then hung up on me. Suddenly, everything changed. It went from a normal shift to very weird and scary. For several minutes, I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to go out to my car, and the guy was there.
Possibly it was just a joke, but I didn't want to take any chances. I knew that I was parked in the back of the parking lot where it was not well lit. I ended up calling my mom and telling her about the calls that I had received. She told me that she would pick me up, or my dad could. I did not feel safe walking out to my car. I also blocked the number that had been calling me. I went back to work after my break and kept a careful eye out. During the time that I was working, things were not as busy anymore. I was looking all around for anybody looking at me or seeming suspicious in any way. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, though. When it was 9 o'clock and I got off, my mom and dad called me and said that they were there to pick me up. I was really happy I wouldn't have to go back to my car by myself. I left the Target and went to my parents' car right out front. We drove through the parking lot and my dad wanted to go past my car. We did, and it was really dark, so we couldn't see much, but there was a car parked just a few spaces from mine, and somebody was inside of it. I couldn't tell any details about them, though. Could that have been the person who had been calling me? We drove away after that. I left my car at the Target for like an hour, and then my dad went and got it. He said that the guy was gone who had been there before. After that experience, the person never bothered me again. I still have lots of questions, though.
I had a terrifying experience involving Walmart very recently. This was only a little over a week ago. I went to Walmart one night to do my normal grocery shopping. It seemed like any other night there. Other shoppers were all around, but the store wasn't overly busy or anything. I got a cart and went all around getting items. I was inside the store shopping for probably 30 to 45 minutes, I would say. When I was done, I checked out and left. Nothing about the experience at all seemed strange to me. In fact, it was very similar to any other times that I had been there. I shopped at that Walmart probably once a week, give or take, and I lived really close by as well. I returned home later that night, unpacked everything that I had bought, hung out for a while, and then went to bed. The next day, though, is when strange things started happening. I woke up to see that I had a direct message on Instagram. It didn't say who it was from, though. When I got onto the app, I saw that it was a request, meaning that I didn't follow the person that was messaging me. The message was from an account that I had no clue who it was. I don't even remember the username because it was like a bunch of letters and numbers all scrambled. The message was multiple pictures of me shopping inside Walmart. Some were pretty blurry or shaky, and it looked like someone had been secretly taking photos of me. This was enough to give me the chills. I had no clue why anybody would do this. I clicked on the user's page, and they had 0 followers, 0 posts, and weren't following anybody either. I replied to the messages asking who this was and why they took my picture. They saw my message very quickly, but didn't reply. This left me frustrated and also creeped out. I really didn't know what to do, but I figured it was just some random creep. At least that's what I was hoping, I guess. But when I thought more and more about it as the day went on, I wondered a few things. How did they find my Instagram? I didn't know how they knew who I was. And why were they taking pictures of me? I thought back to shopping and tried hard to think if I had noticed anybody following me or looking over at me strange or anything like that, but I couldn't remember anything out of the ordinary at all. I was pretty much just shopping for my items and focused on that, I guess. I went to work that day and then home afterwards. I didn't go anywhere else. That night, when it was getting late, I was in my living room and about to get ready for bed. It was probably like 11 p.m. That's when I noticed a car parked out front on the side of the street. It was unusual for cars to park there, and that's why I noticed. Its lights were off, and I didn't know how long it had been there. Of course, I naturally got nervous seeing it, wondering if this car was linked to the Instagram message. I knew it was likely just a coincidence, but I couldn't help it. I closed my curtains and then went to start getting ready for bed. But that's when my phone vibrated. I looked, and it was a new Instagram message. I clicked on it, really curious and scared to see what it was. When I saw it was another message from the same account, my heart sank. After opening it, there was another picture. This one was of my house, taken from the outside. I couldn't believe it. I ran back into the living room and opened up the curtains. I was just in time to see the car speeding away. I barely got any sleep that night. I didn't know what to do. This was extremely weird and creepy. Ultimately, I didn't do anything other than blocking the Instagram account. And the weird thing is that nothing else that I'm aware of has happened since. This was a little over a week ago, and I'm hoping not to get any more Instagram messages.
Several years ago, I went Black Friday shopping at Walmart. There were several locations near where I lived, and most of them opened at 6 p.m. on Thanksgiving night. I had looked at their ad, and I knew of several items that were on sale that I was interested in. The ones I wanted most were electronics. Several video games caught my eye, a laptop, and possibly a TV. I wasn't desperate to get these things, but if I was able to get a great deal, I would do it. I went by myself because nobody else in my family wanted to go shopping on Thanksgiving night and would rather go the next day. I only planned to go to Walmart and was going to go back home afterwards. When I got there, a little after 6, the parking lot was already packed. I had never seen so many cars there before. I really had no interest in standing in a line or running through the store to get stuff like I had seen on some videos of crazy Black Friday shopping. After I parked my car and got inside the store, it was way more crazy than I thought it would be though. It was just like the videos that I had seen. People were literally everywhere. I was getting bumped into by people left and right just after entering the store. More and more people were coming in behind me as well. I quickly realized just getting anything would be difficult. I saw people holding TVs over their heads, and others were literally trying to sprint through the store. Right after seeing all of this, I decided that maybe I should just leave and come back in the morning when things weren't so crazy. I was kind of getting pushed by the wave of people deeper into the store. I walked around through the crowd and finally found an aisle with some walking room. I walked more through the store a bit, but everywhere I went seemed to be extremely crowded. The whole place seemed like complete chaos. I slowly made my way against the crowd, trying to get back to the exit. It took me a while, but eventually I was able to get back outside. I walked back out to my car and went inside before realizing that my wallet was gone. Immediately, my heart sank. I had no idea what had happened, if somebody stole it or if it fell out of my pocket or something. I thought it was unlikely that it fell out and more likely that somebody stole it. I knew that it was in my right side pocket of my pants where I always kept it. When I was in the store, I had bumped into so many people that really anybody probably could have pickpocketed me. Even if it had somehow just fallen out of my pocket, the chances of it still being on the ground without somebody picking it up were slim. Still, I needed to give it a chance, so I went back into the Walmart to look around and see. I walked through the mob of people, looking down at the ground for my wallet. I tried my best to retrace my steps, but never found anything. After that, I decided to go to the service desk and ask if somebody had found it and turned it in. I knew this was a really long shot, and it took probably 15 minutes just to get there and be able to talk to anybody. But when I did, they said they didn't have any lost wallets, and I left the store disappointed. I got back inside my car and tried to think about what possibly had happened. I went on my phone to freeze my credit and debit cards that I had in my wallet. Just then, my phone started to ring. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered the call anyways. There was a man on the other end, and he sounded very friendly. He said that he had found a wallet in Walmart, and he thought it belonged to me, and I was lucky that he found it because he wanted to give it back to me tonight. I felt extremely lucky by this, and was super happy that somebody had found my wallet and actually wanted to give it back. I asked if they were still near the Walmart, but they said no. The man on the other end of the phone said that I should come by and pick it up, and he wasn't that far away. He said we could meet outside of his house, and asked if he could text me the address. I said sure, and after he texted it to me, the man said that he would see me soon and hung up. I was still just super relieved that I was going to get my wallet back. I put the address into my phone, and then left Walmart to go there. It took maybe about 10 minutes to get to the location. It took me in the opposite direction of where I lived, and the roads went from busy to quiet and more isolated. I turned onto a road covered by woods on both sides. Now I was very close to the location, but I was getting a little bit creeped out. I wasn't really seeing any houses at all. The area just seemed like woods or maybe a park. I kept driving and eventually arrived. It definitely was not somebody's house. It looked like an isolated park in the middle of the woods. I hadn't seen another car in a long time either. I parked my car and texted the guy that I was there. I then questioned if I was at the correct location. I got a response saying that I was, and I was then told to walk into the forest. By this point, I knew something was wrong, and I wasn't going to be stupid enough to actually walk into the forest. Still, I was curious. I stood outside my car, observing the area. It was really dark, and I really couldn't see much. It was also very quiet. Then, I heard a noise coming from inside the woods. I got a little scared, but I guess it could have just been an animal, like a squirrel. I texted the number again,
asking why I was supposed to walk into the forest, and I thought that I was meeting at the guy's house. After I sent the text, I heard a quiet ding noise coming from inside the woods. When I heard that, I got back inside my car immediately. Getting my wallet back wasn't worth it. After I was inside my car, I turned my headlights on. This revealed what appeared to be a man peeking out from behind a tree in the woods. He then ducked back behind it. I sped out of there, and when I got home, I froze all of the cards that had been in my wallet. Luckily, I only had like $20 in cash in there, but I did need to get a new driver's license. I went to my bank the next morning and was able to get another card. Overall, I don't know who stole my card or how, but I'm glad I didn't go into the woods. I'm also much more careful when I go shopping, especially on Black Friday.
A few years ago, I had to work on Thanksgiving night. This was a while back, and Target opened their doors at 6 p.m. on Thanksgiving. I know that Walmart was opening at the same time, so I figured that's why they did as well. When I first got the schedule and saw that I was working Thanksgiving, I was really disappointed. I did not want to have to leave my family get-together early, but at least I'd be getting paid time and a half. I was working from 6 p.m. to midnight, so it wasn't too bad. My Target store was pretty large and was expecting quite a few people there. So I remember that I left Thanksgiving and drove to work. When I got there, there was already a line. I went inside and was assigned a check lane to work at. I realized then that we had more people working at once than I had ever seen before. Every check lane was open and there was a worker at it, and there were employees that I had never seen before who were working that night. When the doors opened, customers rushed inside, mostly to the electronics department. The store was soon packed, and I was kept very busy ringing up person after person. The time went by pretty quickly, and after a few hours, I took my break, and then I returned to work. I finished working the rest of my shift, and then at midnight, I was off. I remember that I left my check lane and walked over to clock out. It was the busiest that I had ever seen a Target store at midnight. Customers were still everywhere. I went in and clocked out and then left. I had parked in the back side of the parking lot because of it being so busy, and there were still cars all around the place. When I had almost reached my vehicle though, I saw another guy approaching me wearing a Target uniform. He was a coworker, but I did not recognize him. But basically everybody was working on Black Friday, so that didn't really surprise me. The guy said hi to me as I was walking to my car, and I said hi back to him. He appeared to be around my age, had blonde hair, and was kind of short. He then asked me if I would be able to give him a ride home, saying that he didn't have one. He also added that he didn't live very far away. I didn't know this guy, but because he was a coworker, I said yes. He then told me the direction that he lived, and it wasn't too far out of the way. So he hopped into my car and I got in and began driving. We left the busy Target, crossed a nearby highway, and went down a much quieter road. The guy directed me to his neighborhood not too far off of that road. This area was a little bit more rural. The houses had lots of trees in the front yards and things like that. I remember that about halfway down this really quiet street, the guy told me to turn into a driveway of the next house. I did, to see that it was a pretty typical looking place with a narrow driveway to the left and trees scattered around the front yard. I parked towards the end of the driveway and stopped the car. The guy seemed to take his time getting out of it though. He said thanks for the ride, and then he asked me when the next time I worked was. I found this a little bit odd because I had never even worked with him before, but maybe he just happened to be really new though, so I told him when I worked next. He then went on his phone for a few seconds before starting to open his door slowly. But as he did that, an SUV suddenly appeared and pulled into the driveway from behind us. It stopped there, completely blocking me in the driveway. I was surprised by this and did not know who it was. Now the guy got out of my car, and I saw the doors to the SUV behind me opening as well. Two men then got out of it, and they both started walking towards my side of the car. The guy who I had given a ride to then told me to get out of the car. I didn't know why, and I didn't want to. The men heading towards my car seemed kind of sketchy. With the passenger's door still open, the guy stood there with the other men approaching. Both of the men went to my driver's side, and one of them tried opening my door, with the other trying to open my rear door. Luckily, both of them were locked. At this point, I didn't know what to do, but I knew that I had to get away from them. I hit the gas, going farther up the driveway. Then I turned to the right and started driving through their front yard. Luckily, my car didn't get stuck or anything. I then cut through the yard, went around the guy's SUV, and then back out onto the street.
Then I quickly drove away and went home. Soon after, I found out that the guy did not work at Target at all. It was all a setup. I reported it to the police, and I'm really glad that I got away from there.
This happened a couple of years ago. I went to Walmart one night to do some shopping. I go there all the time because I've always lived pretty close to a Walmart. They have cheap prices and a good selection of just about anything you could want. So when I got there, it was a little bit later at night, maybe 9 o'clock or so if I had to guess. The store wasn't that busy anymore as the evening rush had ended. So I took a cart and started shopping around, getting what I needed. As I had been shopping inside the store for maybe 20 minutes, I heard something strange over the store speakers. Normally they play music at a lower volume, but the music stopped. Then I heard somebody say my name, and I realized that someone was calling for me. I had no idea who would do this or why. It was like when you get lost as a kid, and your mom has them call you to the front of the store. I had not the slightest of ideas as to why they would be calling for me, but I was curious, so I headed up to the front of the store. I went to guest services, and there was a woman there who I talked to. I asked her why somebody called for me on the store speakers. She acted like it didn't even happen. I told her about it, and the woman said she didn't know what I was talking about. So either she wasn't paying attention, or she completely denied it. The voice had been a male's voice, though, so it wasn't her who had called me. The possibility of a prank crossed my mind, but I still didn't know of anybody who would do that. I just decided to continue on with my shopping. So I went back to where I had been, which was on the complete other end of the store. I didn't have that much more shopping to do. I finished up and then headed to the front of the store. There I used the self-checkout, paid for everything, and then left. In my entire time in the store, I hadn't noticed anything strange other than that call, and after it I paid closer attention to my surroundings. So as I stepped out of the store and I was walking to my car in the parking lot, suddenly my cell phone started ringing. I stopped and took it out of my pocket to see who was calling me. When I did, it was a number that I did not recognize. For some reason, I decided to answer it, and I'm glad that I did. I heard a man's voice on the other end. He said, "Hi," and then mentioned my name. I asked who he was because I didn't recognize the voice. He then said that he was currently inside of my car. I was really creeped out when I heard that. I asked again who he was, but he just hung up on me. I didn't want to go to my car and find out if he was bluffing or not, so I went back inside the Walmart. Then I called my boyfriend George, and he said that he would come to the Walmart. I waited inside and got another call from the number, but I didn't answer it. I was too creeped out. Finally, George arrived. He walked out to my car with me, and then carefully we looked inside. There was nobody in there. What was going on? Then I got another call. This time George told me to answer it and put it on speaker. The voice said, "I can see you and your little friend." Whoever this was could clearly still see me. It had to be somebody in the parking lot. I told George that we should just get out of there. I quickly got inside my car, and George went back to his. Then George followed me when leaving. Nobody else followed us out of the parking lot, and I got back to my apartment safely. Then I blocked the number. After that, I never had anything strange like that take place. I'm not sure to this day who that was or what was going on there.
I had a bizarre experience working at Walmart one time. I worked there for a few months after high school. When I worked, I was a cashier, and I would just ring people up all day. It was a pretty easy job. Of course, some customers were pretty strange. Others could be rude or whatever, but most of them were fine. One day, though, I was working a shift that started in the afternoon and I got off at night. Things started out all right, and then it got a little busy. During this busy time, I was ringing up customer after customer when this one guy showed up in line. I didn't even notice him until he was next up. The man was wearing all black and had a ski mask on. Obviously, this was kind of strange. It wasn't Halloween. I expected the guy to buy something, thinking maybe this was just his style. But he walked right up to where people pay, like directly facing me. He didn't give me any items to scan, and he just stood there, staring at me. I could only see his eyes, and I noticed that he was even wearing black gloves. He didn't have any items with him at all, though. It was just like he had came here to stare at me. I asked him if he needed help finding anything, and he didn't answer. He just kept staring. Some of the customers in line behind him began to laugh a little. I didn't know whether to join in laughing or to be creeped out. The guy just stood there. I asked him if he was going to buy anything, and he remained there, frozen. Then, he took a step closer, which felt sort of threatening, before backing up and walking away. It seemed like he left the store after that. I felt like I had been subject to some sort of prank, and I laughed it off. Then I continued ringing up everybody else. In fact, looking back immediately after it, I actually enjoyed it. Now I had a story to tell my parents when I got home from work, and it broke up the otherwise monotonous shift. Things carried on, and for the rest of my shift, everything was normal. A few nights later, I found myself working again. This time, I was almost done with my shift, and it was probably like 9 p.m. The store was quiet, and I was ringing up a customer every now and then. That's when I saw the same guy wearing the exact same thing walking into my line again. This time, it felt different. It was a little creepier. There were no other customers around to laugh at him, and being nighttime, it just seemed a little spooky. I smiled and greeted him. Once again, the man walked right up to me and just stared without saying anything. I asked him if he needed help with anything again, and was once again ignored. The guy stood there for a really uncomfortable amount of time. I could only smile and laugh so much. Things got old fast. After he stood there for probably 2 minutes straight, I asked him seriously what he was doing. He still didn't say anything. Finally, he walked away, leaving the store. He hadn't bought anything this time either. I worked for the final hour of my shift, not getting too many customers at all. Then it was finally time to go home. I left the store and walked to my car in the parking lot, but when I was approaching it, I saw there was a car parked next to mine with the masked man in the driver's seat. I had red flags going off in my head, and I turned around and went back inside the store. I just had a really bad feeling about it. I waited inside the Walmart for quite some time. When I returned, he was finally gone. I left and luckily never saw him again. I still wonder though, who he was and what he was doing.
I've always gone out shopping on Black Friday for many years now. But 2 years ago was by far the scariest experience I've ever had. It was Thanksgiving Day, and I was excited to go buy a new TV. I was planning on going to Target for a big sale they were having on electronics, and they were opening at 6 p.m. on Thanksgiving night. I was at my parents' place, and they had over quite a few of our family members from my mom's side of the family. I chatted with all of them, and then had dinner with everyone. Then I left their house to Target to go buy a giant TV. I arrived at Target about 20 minutes before they opened. I saw that there was already a decent-sized line of people waiting to get inside. It wasn't too long though, and I figured I still had a decent chance of getting the TV I wanted. I got out of my car and went to the back of the line, and as I did, I saw a few other people get in line behind me. I waited in line for the remaining minutes until I saw the doors to Target being unlocked. I watched as people started to go inside, then I walked quickly with everyone else, and once I got inside, I made a beeline for the electronics department. The store was really crowded, and it was hard to get through everyone, but I was able to make it there in a few minutes without running into anyone or anything like that. I got to the TVs to see a few people had already grabbed the size and brand that I had wanted, which was 50 inches. I walked quickly over to them, and just as I did, I saw another person grab one to reveal that there was just one more left behind it. I quickly reached out and got the last one. I was so happy to actually have it in my hands, because I had been pretty nervous I wouldn't be able to get it. I knew how quickly they would sell out. Probably 2 or 3 seconds after I had gained full control of it, someone came from my right side and grabbed the TV that I had in my arms. It started to come out of my hands until I grabbed it and pulled it back. At that point, the person shoved me a little bit and I almost gave up the TV. I turned and saw a man wearing a blue coat and a slight beard. He was looking at me, and as we made eye contact, he said that I had his TV. I said sorry to the man, but I had gotten the last one. The man started to turn and walk away, but then did a 360 turn and came back to me. He then asked me if I could please give it to him. I really didn't want to, and I said no, I'm sorry. He then told me how he would have got to the TV sooner, but somebody had gotten in his way. Then he added he thought he had got to the TV before me as well. I knew the man was behind me, and I had got to it before him. He had tried to take it out of my hands after I already had it. I didn't want to cause a scene, but I wasn't going to give up the last TV to him, so I told him sorry one last time and started towards the check lanes. The man followed me all the way there, trying to reason with me. The more we walked, the angrier he became. It came to the point where I just started to ignore him. I finally got to the check lane, and he cursed at me and walked away. I checked out and walked my TV to my car in the parking lot and loaded it up. But as I was putting my TV in my car, I saw the man start to approach me once again. This time I got a bad feeling. It was a different environment out in the parking lot where there were less people around. I hurried up as fast as I could and then shut the door. The man was standing there from about 20 feet away, flipping me off. Then he got into a car that was parked nearby. I ignored him, and I actually felt kind of bad for the guy because I knew how great of a deal I was getting on the TV, but I also knew I didn't owe it to him to give him the last one. I started up my car and began to drive away. I drove back to my house to drop off the TV. My house was close to the Target, as well as my parents' house. As I turned onto my street, I noticed a car turn behind me. Then, as I was pulling into my driveway, I saw the car stop in front of my driveway. I got a terrible feeling. The car then started to honk. I looked and saw the man from Target yelling something out his window. Then he sped away in his car. I was glad he was gone, but I was a little concerned that he now knew where I lived. The man seemed to be a little crazy to get so worked up over a TV. I brought my TV in the house. Then I locked it up and went back to my parents for the rest of Thanksgiving. I stayed there until about 10 p.m., then drove back to my place. When I got there, I just felt suspicious. I was worried the guy had tried to break into my house or something when I was gone, but I figured I was just being paranoid. I looked around for my car at my place, and everything seemed fine, so I got out and headed for the front door. But as I made it to about 10 feet from my door, I noticed something. I had a couple of pillars in front of my house, and behind the side of the right pillar, I saw what appeared to be an arm. I knew who it had to be. I wanted to run away, but didn't want to make it obvious. I quickly stopped in my tracks, but said, "Forgot my phone," to myself. I was hoping this would work. Then I turned around and started walking back to my car calmly. The man seemed to buy it, and I wanted badly to run to my car, but I decided to remain calm. I didn't hear or notice the man moving at all, but when I reached about 10 feet from my car, I couldn't take it anymore. I broke into a sprint and ran the rest of the way. As I had reached my car, I heard the man now running after me. I got inside quickly and drove away as fast as I could. As I did, I felt something hit the car. It seemed like a rock. I drove back to my parents' place and told them everything. There was a decent-sized dent in the side of my car. I stayed there for the night, and we called the police as well. However, I don't believe the man was ever caught, but at least I never did hear from him again. I shop at Target quite a bit. One day, I was doing my weekly grocery shopping. It was a Saturday and about 11 o'clock in the morning. The store was pretty busy as it was a weekend, but despite all the people, I noticed a man that seemed to always be in the same aisle as me. It seemed like just a coincidence, and I continued shopping. But every aisle I went down, he would appear at the end of it soon after. I tried to ignore it, and finally I finished my shopping and headed to the checkouts. I got in line to check out, and after about 30 seconds, the man appeared from the clothing section and got in line behind me. He looked to be in his 40s and had brown hair and a medium build. I looked, and he only appeared to be buying one thing, which was a bottle of water. I was really disturbed by that, after I know he had been following me around the entire store. After I checked out, I got my stuff and walked very quickly out the doors. I turned around and saw the man looking at me as I walked out the door. I walked to my car as fast as I could and put in the bags. I looked around and didn't see the man, so I got in my car and drove away. About 5 minutes into the drive, I turned off the highway, and I saw a car turn off right behind me. I got a bad feeling, and I looked in my mirror to see what appeared to be a man driving the car behind me. I couldn't see well enough to know for sure, so I took a turn at the next road just to be safe, and the car turned as well. At that point, I knew it had to be the same man that was following me. I took out my phone and looked up the nearest police station. It was about 12 minutes away, so I drove there.
The man followed me all the way there every single turn until I pulled into the police station, and he kept going down the road. I stayed there for about an hour and finally went home. I made it home safe, but unfortunately, I didn't get his license plate. I just hope he didn't do that to anybody else. That was by far the scariest thing I ever experienced at Target. I used to work at Target when I was in high school. I pushed carts and I really enjoyed the job because I could be outside and get exercise. I was also responsible for maintaining the bathrooms, however, which was my least favorite part of the job. Every hour on the half, we had to go in and make sure everything was in order in the bathrooms. Usually it was, but occasionally I had to refill a soap dispenser or something. It was about 9:30 p.m., so the store was pretty quiet. I went in to check on the bathrooms. I walked into the men's and opened the door to the far stall on the end to check it out. I immediately had to do a double take after what I saw. In the toilet and overflowing from the toilet were electronic security cases. The kind of clear plastic cases that go over video games or memory cards or any kind of small electronics that stores sell. They were in the toilet and overflowed onto the floor and were all over the floor as well. There had to be at least 200 of them. I was so confused I didn't know what to think. At first, I thought maybe somebody in the electronics department quit, and on their last day, they decided to do a prank or something. Maybe somebody stole a bunch of items and left the cases in the bathroom. But how on earth did they get all these cases into the bathroom without being seen in the first place? I walked out of the bathroom and called the store security. He said he would meet me in a couple minutes. I went out and got a quick run of carts and then went back to the bathrooms with security. When I got back to the stall, everything was gone. I couldn't believe my eyes. I felt so stupid, but surprisingly, security said they believed me. I don't know how the cases got there or got out, but I know what I saw.
This happened back in 2007. My husband and I were planning on going Black Friday shopping that year. We had a normal Thanksgiving, but then we got up really early the next morning at 4:30 a.m. There were a few things that I was interested in getting, and I had read the advertisements and saw that there were a lot of good deals. We were going to several different stores, but we would be starting at Walmart. We got there a little bit after 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was insanely busy. Firstly, the only available parking spaces were at the far back of the parking lot. Then, when we got inside of the store, it was the busiest that I had ever seen a store in my entire life. You could hardly walk anywhere at all because there were so many people around. My husband and I started to make our way through the store, but it was impossible to walk anywhere without people bumping into you left and right. Within probably 5 minutes of being inside, we were not even halfway to the back of the store yet, and around then, I ended up getting separated from my husband. The mob of people basically swallowed us both, forcing us into different directions. I tried looking around for my husband, but I couldn't figure out which direction he was in. For a little while, I tried going forward, but did not have any luck. I decided at that point to leave the store and try to call my husband on my cell phone. I was much closer to the doors to exit anyways, so I turned around and started going against the grain. I slowly walked through the mob of people, and within several minutes was able to find the doors. Then I got outside of the Walmart, but there were still a bunch of people constantly coming and going from the entrance doors, so I figured that I would go back to the car and call my husband there. I walked all the way to the back end of the parking lot and reached our vehicle, but I then realized that I did not have the keys. My husband had them, and obviously the car was locked. So instead, I just stood by it, where it was finally quiet and not filled with people. I could actually hear myself think, and I took out my cell phone. I saw that my husband had tried to call me. I must not have heard it ringing or felt it vibrating because of being stuck in the large mob of people. So I tried to call him back, but he did not answer. He probably was stuck inside the mob and didn't even notice the call.
I figured that he would think to come out of the store like I had, so I decided to wait by our car. It was cool and comfortable outside, and refreshing compared to inside of the crazy mob of Walmart. After being out there just standing around by the car for maybe 5 minutes, I remember I heard a vehicle nearby. I looked over and saw one of those old white Astro vans from the 1990s. It was in rough shape, and the engine was running rather loud. The van slowly made its way from the far back end of the parking lot over to the row of cars that we were parked in. The van started to drive past me very slowly, but then it stopped. I remember that the window then rolled down, and I saw a man with a goatee and a baseball cap was driving it. He said hi to me, and then asked me if I needed a ride. I was already kind of creeped out by him, and I said no thanks. I expected the man to drive away, but he didn't. Instead, the man said, "No, I think you need a ride. Hop in." I said, "No thanks, I'm really good." The man asked me what I was doing out there all alone. At that point, I decided to just go back inside of the Walmart. As crazy of a scene as it was in there, I guess it wasn't that much better out in the parking lot, so I just turned and started walking back for the store. As I walked, the van slowly but loudly started keeping pace with me. The man called out to me several more times, telling me that I should get inside of his car. I just ignored him. Soon, I made it to the front doors, where some other people were around, and I felt better. I remember that the man then turned in his van though, and started to park it along the front side of Walmart by the curb. This was definitely not a parking space. As he parked anyways though, I headed for the doors, but looked back one more time to see the man now getting out of his vehicle. This made me go faster. Soon, I rejoined the crazy mob of people, and I was once again brushing shoulders with tons of other shoppers, just trying to make it in. But then, I happened to see my husband walking towards me from the other direction. I cut in front of a few people to try to get over to him. It was difficult, but soon we were able to make it back to each other. He was trying to leave the store and go outside. After I found him, we both went towards the exits. Within a couple of minutes, we were able to make it back. Then we left Walmart. When we did, I saw the van still parked out front, but nobody appeared to be inside of it, so the man must have been in the store. I told my husband about the creepy experience with the guy, and we decided to just leave and go to another store instead. I did not see that creepy guy or his van again after that, and I'm not sure if he went inside a Walmart just to go after me or not, but it sure seemed like it. That was one of the craziest Black Fridays that I've ever experienced.
Black Friday of 2016, I went to Walmart to see the deals that they had. There were a number of things that I was interested in getting. Nothing too big like a TV, but a few small things and some Christmas gifts for people. I went there at about midnight, and the store was pretty busy. It was really weird to see a store that crowded at midnight. I looked around, but it was tough to get around the store with it being so crowded. At one point, I was back by the doors to the back room. They had a little window in them, and I randomly was just looking through it to the back rooms. As I did, I noticed someone walking into the back, but they were not a Walmart worker. They wore a ski mask and all black. I thought it had to be some sort of joke or something. There was a worker standing nearby, so I decided to let him know. I told him there was a guy in the back wearing a ski mask. He looked surprised and then asked me to show him where he was. I pointed in the window, and he opened the door and asked me where. We both went inside the back room. It got a lot quieter back there, as there were finally no crowds. I looked in the direction that the man went, and I explained that he was walking that way. Just as I took a few steps in that direction, I felt someone grab me from behind and cover my eyes with their hand. They seemed to be wearing gloves. Then I felt someone else grab my legs, and next thing I knew, I was being picked up by at least 2 people. They carried me a little ways, and then dropped me into what felt like one of those big garbage cans on wheels. I fell onto a bag of garbage. I looked up and saw 2 men in ski masks. They started pushing me and told me to shut up. I wondered how this was going on with no employees seeing this. I couldn't see much, but I saw that we were passing by an open door leading to outside. I don't know what got into me, but at that moment, I felt there was something I had to do. So I jumped against the side, causing the garbage can that I was in to tip over. I fell out of it and got up and began running. I felt the men right on my heels, and once I made it out the door, I took a left for the front end of the store.
We were at the side where there was no people, so I ran as fast as I could, and once I made it back to the front, the man stopped chasing me. I ran straight to my car and drove all the way home. Once there, I called the police. I know I should have called them sooner, but my mind was racing, and I was just desperate to get back home where I felt safe. By the time I called, however, I was told there had been other calls about the men in ski masks at that Walmart. I don't know what those men were up to, but I'm so happy I was able to get away.
I had a creepy experience at Walmart a while back. So I was there one evening to do some shopping. Right when I got there, I noticed that the store was pretty busy. After entering the store, I headed to the right. Then I had to go back across the store to get to the grocery department. When I was walking over there, I saw a man who had climbed up on top of a shelf in an aisle. He was up there for no reason other than to just stand there, it appeared, and he was clearly not supposed to be up there. It seemed crazy to me. A few people were noticing him and looking at him, wondering why he was climbing up there. Then I noticed an employee go over to him and tell him to get down. I remember hearing him say no in response, but I just kept walking and minded my own business. I went over to the groceries and continued with my shopping. I ended up being over there for a while, getting a good amount of stuff. When I was finally almost done shopping, I went to another part of the store to get paper towels. It was one of my last items. This aisle was much more quiet than the others. As I was back there, I remembered that I noticed that same guy again, the one who had been standing on top of the shelf, except now he was hiding. It was an aisle with the paper towels and stuff, so he was hiding behind a bunch of the products. It's one of those aisles that I've seen people make forts in before. He was not well visible, but from the angle that I was at, I could see him. After I was looking at him for a few seconds, he turned and looked at me. I didn't really care what he was doing or why he was hiding, so I pretty much just ignored him. I turned and started to walk away. But when I did, I heard the man start to emerge from his hiding spot. Maybe he thought that I was going to turn him in or something, I don't know, but I wasn't going to. Really, I was just going to leave to check out. But after hearing the man leaving his area, I heard him start to walk towards me at a pretty quick speed. That's when I turned around. As soon as I did, the man was right on me, and he pushed me down, knocking me to the ground. I fell back, and the man then ran off. I was not injured or anything, but it did hurt. I got up and was now really angry. I found an employee and did report him. I was told that they were already looking for the guy. By the time that I had made it to the front of the store to check out, I saw that the police were there. I decided to talk to an officer about the guy shoving me because I was still mad about it. And it wasn't just a couple of police officers there, it was like 10 of them. So they went in the Walmart to find him as I checked out. I heard some yelling and screaming coming from deeper in the store. After I left, I saw them leaving with the man a short time later. I'm not sure why he acted so crazy, but I'm glad that he was caught.